Chapter 1452. Only a few people in the Heaven territory could have the supreme title of Supreme Alchemist. After all, to reach this level, the first condition was that the warrior had to have the power of a supreme incipient God realm expert. Only then would he have enough energy to refine supreme pellets. There were very few warriors who could reach the supreme incipient God realm, and it was even more difficult for an alchemist to reach this level. After all, alchemists spent their entire lives refining pellets. When they wanted to break through to the next level, most of them couldn't help but take pellets to break through. Because of this, they had spent a lot of time refining pellets and taken many pellets to advance to the next level. Their foundation wouldn't be very solid. If they wanted to advance to the next level at the same time while refining pellets and cultivating, they naturally needed to spend more time and effort than usual. Only those who had amazing talent could do it. Ling Xiao said in front of everyone in the hall that he was a supreme alchemist. Perhaps some people believed him. After all, his aura was there. As long as they were stronger than him, they could see it. However, if he said that he was also a supreme alchemist, they wouldn't believe it no matter what. Haha, kid, if you are also a supreme alchemist, then wouldn't all the supreme alchemists in this world be seen on the streets? Yin Xiaokong was the first to laugh wildly. Then, the supreme elders of the Yin clan next to him also began to ridicule him. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? He just got lucky to have the power of a supreme alchemist. And now he says that he has the rank of a supreme alchemist. Does he think that he can boast about anything? Maybe he thinks that just because he is a divine alchemist, he is a supreme alchemist. What an ignorant kid. Hurry up and agree to our conditions. Otherwise, no matter what kind of supreme alchemist you are, we will still kill you. Why don't you leave these holy beasts for our Yin clan? Then we can be even. That's a good suggestion. Leaving these holy beasts is indeed enough as compensation. The supreme incipient God realm experts of the Yin clan seemed to think that Ling Xiao was a joke. They didn't believe him at all. However, at this time Yin Yang said, "Ancestor, I don't think Brother Ling Xiao is lying." He paused for a while and then continued. When I met him in the Medicine Union, Elder Kong told me that Brother Ling Xiao has the power of a half-incipient God realm expert. At that time, he could condense 3 divine pellets in one furnace. With this kind of power and methods, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to become a supreme alchemist. Moreover, Brother Ling Xiao is so outstanding that even the 2 hall masters of the Medicine Union have a whole new level of respect for him. They even made an exception and directly appointed him as a guest elder. This is enough to prove that the Medicine Union values Brother Ling Xiao. Yin Yang had reasons to believe in Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao had broken through to the Supreme Alchemist realm in just a few years. Moreover, there were signs that proved that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were far above his own. With power and alchemy tenbin, he thought that it was reasonable for Ling Xiao to become a supreme alchemist. As soon as he said this, all the supreme alchemists of the Yin clan had their faces stiffened. Yin Xiaokong slightly frowned and said, "Little Yang, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? You're not helping an outsider, are you?" If Ling Xiao was really the supreme alchemist, then he had to reconsider his position. Although he was also a supreme alchemist, if he befriended another supreme alchemist, he would be able to establish a relationship with the 2 overlord forces in the Heaven domain. This would definitely have a greater influence on the Yin clan's reputation. He had to seriously consider what Ling Xiao had said. "Ancestor, I know that there are some things that I should say and some things that I shouldn't. I don't dare to lie in front of you. I think. Why don't we just forget about it? If we really continue to fight, it won't do our Yin clan any good," Yin Yang carefully said. Although Yin Yang also wanted to take revenge for the people of the Yin clan, no matter what, the Yin clan was in the wrong. It could be said that they brought this upon themselves and couldn't blame others. Yin Xiaokong's eyes flashed with hesitation. Now the Yin clan was ready to go. If they really let it go, where would their Yin clan's face be? If they still wanted to fight, the group of holy beasts in front of them would give them a headache. If they couldn't eliminate them in an instant, it would be a disaster for the Yin clan. In comparison, many people felt that the best solution was to reconcile. However, to a great family, sometimes face was more important than life. It was a difficult decision to make. On the back of the vermilion bird divine beast, Xia Xianxian was already extremely nervous. This time, it was already very amazing that she had forced herself to come and talk to these supremes of the Yan clan. She hoped that she could get the result she wanted. She didn't want all her efforts to be in vain. Ling Xiao quietly held Xia Xuanxuan's hand, and a trace of gentle energy was transferred to her. Xia Xianxian only felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. She glanced at Ling Xiao and felt that with her big brother here, there wouldn't be any problems. Yan Xiaokong pondered for a long time before asking faintly, "Can you really take out the fire primordial stone?" "That depends on whether the Yan clan has other types of primordial stones," Ling Xiao calmly replied. When he heard Yan Xiaokong's words, he knew that everything would be much easier to negotiate. "All right, if you have the primordial stone, we will think of a way to exchange it with you. However, the Thousand Beasts Alliance must compensate us with 50 billion divine gems, and more than 1,000 divine grasses. If you don't agree to this condition, even if we start a war now, the Yan clan will not take even half a step back," Yan Xiaokong said resolutely. The Yan clan's face could not be lost. The Thousand Beasts Alliance must give them an explanation. Otherwise, they would rather fight to the end. This was where the dignity of the Yan clan lay. Yan Xiaokong proposed this to save a little face, and to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation. If Ling Xiao did not agree to this, then today's negotiation would end here. Ling Xiao also knew that Yan Xiaokong had already reached his limit. If he still did not know what was good for him, then he would have gone too far today. "We don't have 50 billion divine gems and 1,000 divine grasses anymore," Ling Xiao said faintly. When he said this, the Yan clan members all released their auras and were ready to attack at any time. However, Ling Xiao continued to say, "I wonder if we can use these things to replace them?" As Ling Xiao spoke, a parasol fruit, a parasol tree branch, a parasol tree leaf, and several fire meteorites appeared in his hands. The divine parasol tree was full of treasures. These three things were definitely supreme divine materials. Although there was a gap between them and Yan Xiaokong's proposal, it was enough with those fire meteorites. The eyes of the Yan clan members all turned red, because they recognized that these were the supreme treasures of the divine parasol tree. To supreme martial artists like them who cultivated in the fire attribute, this was definitely an incredible divine object. As for Yen Yi, when he saw those huge fire meteorites, his eyes were also filled with desire. These were enough for him to refine many divine artifacts. Even if they were used to refine ancient divine artifacts, it would be more than enough. "Great-grandfather, since this little friend is so tactful, I think we should just do it," Yin Yi said. As a high-level supreme martial artist, he had encountered quite a number of fire meteorites in the outer realms. However, it was rare to see a fire meteorite that had been tempered in the nirvana space without any impurities. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a fire meteorite essence stone. In addition, the parasol tree branch could also be used to refine an extraordinary ancient divine weapon. At this time, Yin Tianba said, "I also agree with Elder Yi. After all, this little friend is a supreme divine alchemist. We have to give him face." Yin Tianba had his eyes on the parasol fruit. It could bring the dead back to life after nirvana, and achieve the miraculous effect of breaking and establishing. It would definitely give him a chance to directly break through to the high-level supreme martial artist realm. However, not only did he have his eyes on the parasol fruit, even Yan Xiaokong himself had his eyes on it. He had been stuck at the peak of the mid-level supreme martial artist realm for a long time. If he took the risk and went through nirvana, his strength would definitely improve. All the hidden injuries in his body would be improved, and it would not be impossible for him to go to the next level. This time, Yan Xiaokong was already tempted. Those dead divine kings in his clan could no longer be resurrected, and he could still advance and strengthen the Yan clan. If he did not agree, then he would have missed this opportunity. After all, there was only one of the 9 great divine trees, and there would not be a repeat appearance. In other words, only Ling Xiao could take out these parasol divine objects. It was impossible for others to do so, unless they could find the existence of the parasol divine tree. However, if they could find it, they would have found it long ago. There was no need to wait until now. That was an opportunity that could only be encountered and not forced. Yan Xiaokong swallowed his saliva and replied, "Little friend is indeed forthright. I accept your Thousand Beast Alliance's request for peace." With a way out of this embarrassing situation, the Yan clan's reputation would be preserved. Then this matter would end here. Alright, I also believe that the words of the Yan clan members are true to their word. I hope that all the misunderstandings between your race and the Thousand Beast Alliance will be written off. Even if we can't be friends, it's best that we don't become enemies. Ling Xiao said as he sent the divine item in his hand towards Yan Xiaokong. He was not worried that the Yan clan would go back on their words. Otherwise, if this matter was spread out, it would be a big blow to the Yan clan's reputation. Moreover, he took out these divine objects not only to solve the Thousand Beast Alliance's problem, but also to build a good relationship with the Yan clan. After all, the Yan clan's power was extraordinary. After all, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Yan Xiaokong put away all the divine objects. His stern face turned into a warm smile as he said, "Little friend, you are really brave. Today's matter will be written off. From now on, you are a friend of the Yan clan. I wonder if you have the guts to come to our Yan clan for a talk." The incipient God realm experts of the Yan clan all looked at Ling Xiao. They all wanted to see if Ling Xiao had the guts to accept. After all, just a moment ago, they were clearly enemies. Now they had become friends. However, whether it was true or not, no one knew. This was also the time to test Ling Xiao's guts. Xia Xianxian, who was standing next to Ling Xiao, pulled his hand and shook her head. Her face was full of worry. Ling Xiao didn't care about her expression. He immediately smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Chapter 1453. Ling Xiao was bold and skillful. He dared to fight against the Fire Clan, which proved this point. Moreover, he had calculated meticulously. He had led the level 11 holy beasts here, and acted as if he didn't care about anything else. He had forced the Fire Clan into a passive situation. There weren't many young men like him who were brave and resourceful. Under the watchful eyes of the Fire Clan's incipient God realm experts, Ling Xiao talked to Xia Xianxian for a while. Then he flew towards the Fire Clan's supremes alone. "Big brother, take care. I'm going back to tell my grandfather the good news." Xia Xianxian hesitated for a while and said to Ling Xiao. Then, she took the vermilion bird and the level 11 holy beasts and left Yan City. Ling Xiao didn't let Xia Xianxian come to the Thousand Beast Alliance as a guest. This was a precaution. However, the Fire Clan's supremes couldn't say anything. After all, it was only Ling Xiao who had agreed to come to their clan as a guest. It wasn't the Thousand Beast Alliance's holy daughter who had agreed. Today, the relationship between these two forces had just eased. It was good that they didn't have anything to do with each other. Ling Xiao would be the middleman to resolve this grudge. Of course, on the surface, Ling Xiao was still standing on the side of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. After all, his actions today had indeed caused the Yan clan to lose a great deal of face. Yet he still dared to walk over to the side of those honorable elders of the Yan clan. The supremes of the Fire Clan were enraged. They wanted to attack Ling Xiao. However, before Yan Xiaokong said anything, they didn't dare to do anything. Just now Ling Xiao offended me. I didn't have a choice. Ling Xiao hereby apologizes to all of you. Ling Xiao clasped his hands and apologized to the supremes of the Fire Clan. Since the final battle between the two forces had been resolved, Ling Xiao didn't mind losing face. What a promising young man. I originally thought that little Yang, whom I nurtured, was already very outstanding and would have the chance to take over my position in the future. Now, it seems that little friend Ling has taken over the position of us old farts in advance. Yan Xiaokong looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and said with infinite emotion. He looked at Ling Xiao's Medicine Alliance's elder robe and the divine apothecary badge hanging on his neck. When he recalled what Yin Yang had said before, perhaps this young man really had the right to be on equal footing with him. Sir Alchemist Yin has been famous for many years. How can juniors like us compare? Ling Xiao respectfully said. Yan Xiaokong was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. He didn't say much and immediately sent out an invitation. It's my Yan clan's fortune to be able to meet such a hero like little friend. Please come to my Yan clan for a chat. After saying that, Yin Xiaokong took the lead and flew in the direction of the Flame Clan's land. The others followed closely behind. Only Yin Yang stayed behind and came to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, you really scared me to death. I thought you wanted to become enemies with our Yin clan, but I lost a friend like you." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "I don't want to either. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian is my sister, I wouldn't have gotten involved in the muddy waters between your two families. Nothing is more important than my own life." Yin Yang nodded and said, "Actually, I don't want my family to become enemies with the Thousand Beast Alliance. This result is already the best." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Let's go and stay in my family for a few days. We can exchange pointers on alchemy." "Alright, as long as your family has good wine and good meat, it's not a problem for me not to leave," Ling Xiao joked. "Of course, I'm just afraid that you'll get tired of it." Yin Yang laughed. The Fire Clan's land was covered with the inescapable net of the incipient God Realm experts. Ordinary Supremes who wanted to break their airspace would be attacked by these restrictions. The Fire Clan's land was completely different from the Kim people's land and the Barbarian tribe's land. The latter's land was much more simple and crude. However, the Fire Clan's land was filled with majestic buildings that looked extremely luxurious. It was like another city with people coming and going. It was extremely lively and bustling. At the same time, they had set up many empty spaces for martial practice, and also used many of them to grow spirit herbs. Ling Xiao followed Yin Yang to the Fire Clan's guest house first. This was the place where the Fire Clan received their distinguished guests. Obviously, they had temporarily put down their prejudice against Ling Xiao and agreed to Ling Xiao's conditions. They would no longer be enemies with the Thousand Beast Alliance. Since Ling Xiao had the incipient God Realm, and he had the God of Medicine's identity, whether his identity was real or not, the Fire Clan thought that Ling Xiao could stand on the same level as any of the Supremes in their clan since he had brought so many level 11 holy beasts with the Holy Daughter. Moreover, Yin Xiaokong had come here personally to receive Ling Xiao. The other elders didn't dare to be arrogant. They all wanted to come and accompany him. However, Yin Xiaokong only asked Yin Yi, Yin Tianba, Yin Yang, and the current master of the Fire Clan, Yin Kongwen, Mao Lidong, and a few others to stay. Of course, good wine and good meat were served at the banquet. Although Ling Xiao had offended the Fire Clan, he was good at socializing. He was neither servile nor overbearing to the people here. He talked happily with them. The members of the Fire Clan also started to try to find out Ling Xiao's identity among the Kim people. When Ling Xiao told them the names of the elders in the clan, they believed that Ling Xiao's position in the Kim people wasn't low. The members of the Fire Clan started to believe that if Ling Xiao was really the god of medicine, he was qualified to represent the Kim people to build a good relationship with the Fire Clan alliance. He was also qualified to improve the relationship between the Fire Clan and the Medicine League. After all, when the incipient God Realm experts went to the foreign space battlefield, they would meet them from anywhere. That was the battlefield of the incipient God Realm experts. If they could have a good relationship with the two big forces, it would be good for them. Moreover, the Fire Clan had all kinds of deals with the super forces. The other side had something they wanted and the Fire Clan had something the other side wanted. As long as they had a good relationship, they could trade with each other. It was a good thing for them. Moreover, the Fire Clan understood these things. They didn't care about what Ling Xiao had done today. Moreover, they had made a big fuss to go to the Thousand Beast Alliance to fight for the Genesis Stone. If Ling Xiao could take out the Genesis Stone to trade, they would achieve their goal. They wouldn't have to suffer any losses. It would be the best outcome. At first, they wanted to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance with all of their forces because they couldn't swallow their anger. At the same time, they wanted to show the prestige of the #1 ancient clan. However, in front of absolute benefits, they could put it aside for now. Anyway, the bargaining chip that Ling Xiao had just taken out was unique. It was enough to move all of them. The only problem now was how to trade with Ling Xiao for the Genesis Stone. After 3 rounds of wine, Yin Xiaokong went straight to the main topic. "Little friend Ling Xiao, can you really decide on the Genesis Stone? I'm afraid that old man Dugu won't agree, right?" He felt that the Genesis Stone should be with Dugu Jin. He was afraid that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Lord Alchemist Yan, I dare to say this because I have confidence, Ling Xiao replied. Then what do you want to trade? Yan Xiaokong asked. Then he added. I will give you 3 Supreme God pellets. How about it? Ling Xiao shook his head. Lord Alchemist Yan, Supreme God pellets are not bad. However, I can refine them myself if I have the materials. I don't need them. He paused for a while and said, I only have one request. If you have any other attribute Genesis stone, I will trade with you. Ling Xiao had more than one Genesis stone. He had 2. He could use the smaller one to trade for another type of Genesis stone. Although he was reluctant for his ancestors' life for the future of the Xianling continent, he had to bear the pain. The Yan clan people heard Ling Xiao's confident tone and knew that Ling Xiao wasn't lying. Moreover, Ling Xiao was right. The value of the Genesis stone was too high. Besides the Genesis stones that could be exchanged, only a few extinct treasures in this world could be as valuable as the Genesis stone. Therefore, if the Yan clan wanted his Genesis stone, they had to take out a different attribute Genesis stone. Yin Yi faintly smiled. Little friend, aren't you afraid that we will rob you? As a high-level Supreme Master, Yin Yi naturally had the right to say such words. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and said, I believe that the Yan clan won't do such a thing to their guest. He paused for a while and said, however, since I dared to come to your Yan clan as a guest, I'm naturally prepared. Some things are better left unsaid. Haha, little friend Ling is indeed extraordinary. This ability to remain calm. This courage is truly not something that anyone can compare with. Come, I offer you 3 cups of wine. Yin Yi said with a bright smile. Then, he drank 3 cups of wine in a row to show his gratitude to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately drank 3 cups and didn't take Yin Yi's words to heart. He dared to come here, so he was naturally prepared. Moreover, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. Yan Xiaokong hesitated for a while and said, Can I exchange any attribute Genesis stone with you? Ling Xiao happily looked at Yan Xiaokong and said, That's right, any attribute is fine. Alright, I have an Earth attribute Genesis stone here. I will exchange with you. Come with me, Yan Xiaokong said in a deep voice. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the house, preparing to bring Ling Xiao to get the Earth attribute Genesis stone. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately stood up and followed behind Yan Xiaokong. After a long while, Ling Xiao followed Yan Xiaokong to another place. After that, he was temporarily stopped by the members of the Flame Clan and asked to wait here. Ling Xiao didn't mind. As long as Yan Xiaokong could get the Earth attribute Genesis stone, it was fine. Not long after, Ling Xiao sensed a boundless power surging in that direction. The power of the Earth attribute spread out in front of him, causing the entire world to tremble. Many people in the surroundings were alarmed by the commotion. The direct descendants of the Yen race were mostly fire elemental martial practitioners, but some of the imperial tribute elders and branch disciples that they had recruited were also earth elemental. They lived nearby. It would be strange if they weren't surprised that there was a change in the power here. However, after they heard the other elders' orders, they all quieted down. Chapter 1454. Yan Xiaokong was the supreme alchemy god, and the Fire Clan was the #1 ancient clan in the Heaven Sparrow territory. Naturally, they had some hidden resources. They had gotten this Earth Genesis Source Stone since a long time ago. They had been waiting to see who had the Fire Genesis Source Stone to exchange for it. Unfortunately, even if someone had a Fire Genesis Stone, they wouldn't trade it. Only those Earth Supremes who needed the Earth Genesis Stone would be willing to trade. Since they couldn't trade for this Earth Genesis Stone, they simply left it for the elders and the disciples of the branch families to use for cultivation. However, this Earth Genesis Stone wasn't very useful to their clan. It could even be considered as a chicken rib. Now that Ling Xiao had the Fire Genesis Stone, Yan Xiaokong naturally wanted to trade it immediately. The Earth Genesis Stone was much bigger than the Fire Genesis Stone that Ling Xiao had. It didn't look any different from an ordinary rock, but with a closer look, one would find that there were strange markings on this Earth Genesis Stone that seemed to be formed naturally. It constantly absorbed the Earth Genesis Stone with a heavy aura. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He had obtained 2 Genesis Stones in one trip to the Heaven Sparrow territory. This was a great harvest. Previously, he wanted to trade for an Earth Genesis stone with the barbarian tribe, but they refused. Now he obtained it from the Fire Clan. This was a great turn of events. Yan Xiaokong readily took out the Earth Genesis stone and looked at Ling Xiao. Take out your Genesis stone. Don't tell me that you didn't bring it with you. Yan Xiaokong was determined to get the Fire Genesis stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the Earth Genesis stone right away. Sir Alchemy God, Yan is really straightforward. Ling Xiao replied and took out the small Genesis stone that he had obtained. Yan Xiaokong, Yan Yi, and the others saw this Fire Genesis stone, and their eyes immediately lit up with joy. Although this Genesis stone was a little smaller than their Earth-class Genesis stone, it was much bigger than the one they had in their clan. If the two Genesis stones were placed together, it could make the fire-class power of the Fire Clan even thicker. This was a great treasure to the half-incipient God Realm experts who wanted to break through to the Supreme Realm. However, Yan Xiaokong was a cunning old fox. He suppressed his impulse and said to Ling Xiao, "Your Genesis stone is much smaller than mine. Our Fire Clan is at a disadvantage." Ling Xiao chuckled. "Yeah, I also think that my Genesis stone is a bit unpresentable. I can't take it out on this Genesis stone anymore. Clan will exchange it later if I find another Genesis stone of the same size." Who was Ling Xiao? How could he be controlled by Yan Xiaokong? As expected, the moment he said this, Yan Xiaokong immediately changed his words and said, forget it. I'll befriend you, little friend Ling. Our Yan clan will suffer a bit and exchange with you." Then he gave the Earth Element Genesis stone to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and immediately sent his Fire Genesis Source stone to Yan Xiaokong. The two of them received the Genesis stone and laughed cheerfully. After that, Ling Xiao temporarily stayed in the Yan clan. Yan Xiaokong seemed to have the intention to test whether Ling Xiao was the alchemy god or not. He even specially proposed to spar with Ling Xiao in alchemy. It would have been better if they didn't exchange pointers, but after they did, he realized that Ling Xiao's understanding of alchemy was not inferior to him, the famous supreme alchemy god. Ling Xiao's techniques were even more unfathomable and more perfect than him. This time he was completely convinced that Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemy god. From that moment on, all members of the Yan clan regarded Ling Xiao as their distinguished guest. He also treated Ling Xiao as an equal. To show his sincerity, Yan Xiaokong gave Ling Xiao some supreme materials. He hoped that after Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people and the Medicine Union, he would mention the friendly alliance. Of course, Ling Xiao agreed. He believed that the Kim people and the Medicine Union wouldn't mind if he could befriend a force like the Yan clan. Ling Xiao stayed in the Yan clan for half a month, and then said goodbye. He had to return to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Although Yan Xiaokong had asked him to stay, Ling Xiao had made up his mind, so he didn't force him anymore. Ling Xiao left the Yan clan. With his current speed, he didn't need the space formation. He could directly shuttle through space. His speed was much faster than the space formation. This was the real power of a supreme incipient God Realm expert who had left the mortal body. If a supreme incipient God Realm expert wanted to go to another area, even if he didn't use the territory entrance, he could go through the space passage. At this moment, Ling Xiao was very happy. When he returned, he could ask De Gujin for a reward. At that time, it wouldn't be too much to extort some supreme materials from him, right? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, supreme divine materials were too hard to come by for him. These were all things that could only be encountered in the outer realm. After he dealt with all his problems, he might have to wander around the outer realm and experience the true sky universe world. However, as soon as Ling Xiao left the Yan clan's territory, he found that someone was following him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Could it be that the Yan clan wants to deal with me after I leave? It shouldn't be." Ling Xiao could feel that the two experts chasing him were at the supreme incipient God realm. However, they were at the same level as him, so they weren't enough to pressure him. Ling Xiao sneered and mumbled, "Hero that comes to my door. Let me have a good practice." After he had reached the supreme incipient God realm, he had only dealt with 2 level 11 flaming beasts in the Nirvana space. He hadn't fought a supreme incipient God realm expert yet. Today it was a good chance. He had to cherish it. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. He immediately dashed out of the 9 heavens. His current monstrous body was already comparable to a peak low-grade ancient god artifact. Those barriers were nothing to him, and the astral winds and turbulence outside the 9 heavens wouldn't hurt him at all. The two people chasing after Ling Xiao discovered that Ling Xiao had suddenly rushed out of the outer realm, so they also rushed out. After Ling Xiao flew out, he didn't leave but waited for the two experts. Ling Xiao had met them once, but he didn't pay much attention to them because they weren't members of the Yin clan. They were the supreme incipient god realm experts that the Yin clan had invited to help them. One of them was a peak low-grade supreme expert while the other had just entered the supreme realm not long ago. His realm wasn't stable yet. They were called Huyu and Yin Donggao. Huyu had a medium build and average looks, but he had a thick black beard on his face, making him look like a powerful and ferocious man. He used to be a genius from a powerful faction, but he was harmed by some villains, and was expelled from his sect. Later on, he obtained a fortuitous encounter, and became one of the 1,000 divine kings that shook the world for a period of time. At that time, he returned to his sect and killed all the people who had tried to harm him, and his name began to spread far and wide. Yen Donggao was an older generation figure from a large faction in the Tianke domain, and he had spent all of his foundation to break through to the Great Master stage. It was impossible for him to rely on his own Tianbin pill to break through to the next level, so he had joined the Yin clan's crusade against the Thousand Beast Alliance, in hopes of obtaining the supreme god pellet that Yin Xiaokong had concocted for him, so that his strength could reach the next level. The reason why they had come to find Ling Xiao was because they were supreme experts who cultivated Earth class. Their target was the Earth class Genesis stone that Ling Xiao had obtained. Of course, they had heard this news from the Yin clan's people. Originally, this news couldn't be spread out. However, Yin Xiaolong didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Thus, when Huyu and Yin Donggao asked about it, he told them the news and even instigated them to attack Ling Xiao. "Why are the two of you chasing me?" Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest, and calmly asked the two of them. Huyu smiled faintly and said, "We just want to make friends with you. As long as you give us something, I, Huyu, will treat you as a brother in the future. How about it?" "Oh, what do you need?" "As long as I have it, I will try my best to satisfy your needs." Ling Xiao replied, "Give us the Genesis stone you obtained from the Yin clan. Since you don't cultivate Earth class, it won't be of much use to you. We can give you some supreme divine materials and divine crystals as compensation. How about it?" Yin Donggao smiled from the side. At the same time, he and Huyu had separated and surrounded Ling Xiao from two different directions. It seemed that if Ling Xiao didn't agree, they would immediately attack him. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect these two to come for the Earth-class Genesis stone. When he exchanged the Genesis stone with the Yin clan, besides a few supreme experts of the Yin clan, no one else was there. Unexpectedly, this news still spread. He was sure that there were people in the Yin clan who didn't want him to take the Genesis stone away easily. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "If you want my Genesis stone, sure. You can exchange it with other Genesis stones. It seems that you still don't understand our intention. Hand over the Genesis stone, and we will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Huyu grinned fiendishly. He released the aura of a peak low-level supreme expert, and pressed towards Ling Xiao. Yen Donggao also released his aura and locked Ling Xiao. He didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. "Hee, could it be that you think you can eat me?" Ling Xiao was still calm and unruffled. He wasn't worried at all. These two couldn't pose any threat to him. If he was just a low-level supreme expert at incipient god realm, Huyu alone could take him down. After all, he had just entered the Great Master realm. There was still a big gap between him and the peak low-level supreme expert. However, Ling Xiao was the strongest expert in the Heaven territory since the beginning of time. His fighting power wasn't something that Huyu and Yin Donggao could imagine. "Seems like you don't want to do it the hard way?" Huyu frowned slightly. "Brother Hu, why do you need to talk nonsense with him? Wait for me to take him down." Yin Donggao snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's first battle after he had reached incipient god realm had begun. Chapter 1455. Both Ling Xiao's real body and God soul were at low-level great masters. However, his real body was at the initial realm while his God soul was at the peak of low-level great masters. One of them was strong while the other was weak. However, he alone was equal to two great masters. Moreover, he had the ancient emperor's divine technique that could increase his fighting competence dozens of times. If someone wanted to attack him, they would have to be at a higher realm than him. Otherwise, they would never be able to stop him. However, Hu Yu and Yan Donggao thought that Ling Xiao was just a beginner venerable master, and he had lost the support of the 11th level Saint Beasts of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Wouldn't the two of them be more than enough to take him down? Yan Donggao didn't have a good temper. He didn't put Ling Xiao, a kid who was still wet behind the ears, in his eyes. He thought that the reason why Ling Xiao could reach the initial realm was that he had received an incredible inheritance. Moreover, he had just reached the initial realm, so his fighting competence shouldn't be that high. Yan Donggao had reached the incipient god realm dozens of years ago. His realm wasn't stable, and his aura was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. However, he didn't see this point clearly. Even a half-incipient god realm expert's attack was earth-shaking. It wasn't something a half-incipient god realm expert could compare to. Yan Donggao thrust both of his palms. Immediately, a large number of stone thorns appeared in front of him. Those terrifying stone thorns turned into a rain of thorns that bombarded Ling Xiao. These stone spikes covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was enough to destroy dozens of cities. This was just the power of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose. With two opponents at the same realm, it was a good chance for him to test his skills. He just hoped that they wouldn't be defeated that quickly. Ling Xiao didn't increase his fighting competence. He directly wielded the first move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Secret Art to confront Yan Donggao. The golden dragon roared for millions of miles. Its majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers was incomparably domineering. Rumble! Rumble! The towering golden dragon's body directly shattered the many stone spikes. The terrifying dragon roar, and the dragon's palm rushed towards Yan Donggao. Yan Donggao was first dizzy from the sound wave, but those golden dragon palm shadows had already arrived in front of him in an instant. They struck his body, causing his divine body to cave in and blood to spurt out. Yan Donggao screamed again and again as his body was sent flying. Hu Yu was immediately alarmed. Without any hesitation, he made his move. An earth-spiked dragon instantly charged towards Ling Xiao's back. The huge dragon mouth swallowed Ling Xiao, intending to kill Ling Xiao in one move. Hu Yu's strength was several times stronger than Rockingham's, so his attacks were naturally more threatening than Rockingham's. A mere earth-spiked dragon dares to flaunt its prowess in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. His figure flashed, and another wave of golden dragon palm strikes was sent out. The golden dragon's imposing manner was formidable. When it collided with the earth-spiked dragon, it also caused a terrifying commotion. Fortunately, they were in the outer domain. There was no need to worry about the splashing power destroying any boundary. Ling Xiao's golden dragon's aura was extremely vigorous. It directly broke through Hu Yu's earth-spiked dragon, and continued roaring towards Hu Yu. However, Hu Yu didn't stop there. He waved both his fists at the same time, and several more earth-spiked dragons pounced from all directions. Another two earth-spiked dragons charged towards Ling Xiao, containing the impact of countless rocks. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared as he met the incoming attacks head-on. He killed all of the earth-spiked dragons and destroyed the rocks that were blocking the way. It was true that Ling Xiao didn't increase his competence. Anyway, his body was abnormal, so he could deal with Hu Yu's power at the peak of Great Realm. However, he looked a little helter-skelter under the impact. After all, it was Hu Yu's origin of the universe. The power it contained was extremely domineering. Hu Yu looked at Ling Xiao, who could deal with his attacks, and roared indignantly. Struggle before death. Prepare to die. He soared up into the sky and hovered above Ling Xiao's head. His bare hands pulled out more than 10 flows of chaotic space energy. Countless rocks poured out from the space slits. The attacks of the incipient god realm experts were real, and those rocks were real. They weren't just illusions. Their impact was so tremendous that it could destroy a large area and fill the vast sea. Hu Yu was going all out. He was going to kill Ling Xiao with all his might. Rock Donggao didn't stay idle either. He attacked from the side and blocked all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. He didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao changed his attack. The fourth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art, Burning Sun Breaking Sun. Giant fists as bright as the sun dashed over. One fist was filled with flames that could burn the sky, while the other fist was filled with torrential fighting will to break the sun. In the void of outer space, a dazzling and domineering energy burst out, destroying all the rocks that were bombarding them. Ling Xiao didn't increase his fighting competence, but his Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art could shake the peak of Low Realm. When he was at the half-incipient God Realm, he had used the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art to deal with the level 11 holy beasts. He had even fought with the barbarian tribe's supremes, and he wasn't defeated easily. It was enough to show the terrifying power of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art. Hu Yu and Iwo Donggao, whose faces were filled with pain from the force that shot out, were incomparably shocked. He's so powerful. We can't hold back anymore. Kill him as soon as possible. Hu Yu screamed at Rock Donggao and increased his power to attack Ling Xiao. The earth spike dragons were incomparably ferocious. Rocks and stones kept crashing around, completely submerging the area where Ling Xiao was. Rock Donggao also brought out countless stone thorns. Those sharp thorns could definitely pierce through anything and destroy everything. The two low-level Great Masters' energies overlapped. The strong wind in the area was blown away, and the turbulent rocks were forced to fly far away. Good timing. Facing the earth-shattering power, Ling Xiao's warlike blood boiled to the extreme. He roared and punched again with his fiery fists. Boom boom boom. The berserk destructive power continued to clash, and countless turbulent flows of energy collided with each other. The resulting shockwaves grew larger and larger. If this happened in the Earth domain, it would definitely destroy a large area, causing the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians and martial artists. It was also the reason why the incipient God Realm experts couldn't take action in the Heaven territory. Even if they had to fight to the death, they couldn't destroy the habitat of the human clan. It was the same as destroying the future of their descendants. No warrior would tolerate that. More incipient God Realm experts would come to kill the one who broke the rules. The commotion caused by the battle between the three of them was extremely great, but in the boundlessly vast universe of the Outer Realm, it seemed to be slightly insignificant. Hu Yu and Rock Donggao were more frightened as they fought. They thought that they could defeat Ling Xiao easily. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao's fighting will was so terrifying. Moreover, his elemental powers were too much for them to handle. They regretted chasing after Ling Xiao. However, they had to brace themselves to kill Ling Xiao and take the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao had more or less figured out the strength of these two people. They kept using these kinds of attacks back and forth. They were out of tricks. It was time for Ling Xiao to counterattack. Ling Xiao urged the power of the origin of the universe. He gathered the origin energy of the chaotic space basin around him. Countless green vines and flowers appeared. There was also the Gold Wolf King, the Fire Qilin, the Golden Dragon, the True Dragon, the Hailstorm, the Cold Wind, the Volcanic Crater. All of them were created by his origin energy. They carried the aura of the antiquity time, and flew towards Hu Yu and Rock Donggao. Swoosh! Swoosh! Roar! Roar! King God Realm experts could use their god power to create things. However, the objects created by incipient God Realm experts were more realistic. It wasn't easy for warriors under the Great Realm to distinguish them. Hu Yu and Rock Donggao were shocked when they saw all kinds of objects with different powers. They knew that it was the power of Ling Xiao's origin of the universe, but it was too terrifying. The green vines grew crazily towards them. Countless man-eating flowers appeared out of thin air and tried to swallow them. They quickly counterattacked and smashed the green vine's man-eating flowers. However, they didn't seem to be able to destroy them. Soon they grew again. Moreover, the mutant Wolf King and the two divine beasts attacked them from the side. Their powers could be compared to the level 11 existences. The hailstorm blew with the cold wind, and the volcanic crater exploded like a natural disaster. 5 kinds of powers bombarded them. These powers weren't something that Ling Xiao's illusions when he was at the Celestial Master or Emperor Xian could compare to. Hu Yu and Rock Donggao had tried their best to defend. As they had the Earth class, they thought that not many warriors at the same realm could break their defense. However, Ling Xiao's powers were terrifyingly strong. The green vines directly pierced their mountain walls. The Wolf King and the two divine beasts directly broke their defense. The other powers followed and continued to ravage their god bodies. They tried their best to resist, but they were still wounded and bleeding. They looked helter-skelter. They were so scared. They knew that Ling Xiao's power was much stronger than theirs. If it continued, they would be the ones to die. It was like going for wool and coming home shorn. They had suffered a big loss. It was unknown if the two of them had a telepathic connection. After blocking Ling Xiao's attack, they separated and ran away immediately. They didn't feel embarrassed to call themselves incipient God Realm experts, but they ran away like that. It was really disappointing. However, how could Ling Xiao let them do as they wished? If you want to attack me, you should stay and be my puppet. Ling Xiao grinned fiendishly. His God Soul clones appeared. His real body and his God Soul clones separated and chased after them. This time, Ling Xiao didn't reserve his power anymore. His fighting power was dozens of times higher than before. His wind power was urged fully. He chased after them and bombarded them crazily. Emperor Dragon Sky Destruction Technique, 5th move. Tearing Sky Mad Shadow. In this place where astral winds were rampant, the power of this move was amplified by a lot. It directly blasted Hu Yu and Yin Donggao into a state of disorientation. Their divine bodies were damaged again and again, and divine blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 1456. Spare. Spare our lives. Rock Donggao couldn't stand it anymore. He begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Hu Yu couldn't hold it for long. He had to surrender. We admit defeat. Please spare our lives. Hu Yu and Rock Donggao regretted it so much. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could be so outstanding at such a young age. Not only had he reached the supreme incipient god realm, but his fighting competence was also abnormal. He had suppressed them at the same realm. It should be noted that Hu Yu was already at the peak of low-level supreme expert. He was just one step away from entering the new realm and becoming a stronger existence. There was a gap between the new and the old supreme experts. However, it didn't show up in front of Ling Xiao. If they knew that Ling Xiao was so abnormal, they wouldn't dare to mess with him even if they had another supreme expert at the same realm. Would Ling Xiao let them go? The answer was definitely no. Although Ling Xiao always thought that he was a good person, he had never shown mercy to his enemies. Hu Yu and Rock Donggao were bombarded by Ling Xiao's real body and God Soul clones. Their god bodies exploded again and again. At the supreme incipient god realm, their bodies were very strong. Even if they were destroyed, they could recover in a short time. However, it would consume a lot of god power. Ling Xiao had done this to consume their god power and weaken their god soul power. Then he could control them in one fell swoop. They had delivered two excellent puppets to him. Of course, Ling Xiao had to accept them. Now that he had reached the supreme incipient god realm, he needed more helpers to help him search for supreme materials and Genesis stones. At the same time, it was also a way for him to build his own team. It would be more secure for him to travel around the heaven territory, or even the outer space. Hu Yu and Rock Donggao could feel that Ling Xiao wouldn't let them go. However, they couldn't run away. Ling Xiao's speed and power were many times stronger than theirs. In the end, Ling Xiao had bombarded them many times. Finally, they couldn't resist anymore and were dying. They were in despair and had already accepted their fate. However, Hu Yu actually wanted to self-detonate to take Ling Xiao down with him. Unfortunately, before he self-destructed, his soul was first forcibly locked by Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse. That rock god was no exception, and was quickly controlled by Ling Xiao. As he had recruited two incipient god realm experts, Ling Xiao was so happy. With two incipient god realm experts, he was more confident. After Ling Xiao accepted the two of them, he smiled proudly. Looks like it's still the same as before. It's hard to find an opponent in the same realm. After saying that, he flew back to the Thousand Beast Alliance. Far away in the Thousand Beast Alliance, Dugujin had already received the news from Xia Xianxian. At the start, he was very angry that Ling Xiao had brought Xia Xianxian to take such a big risk. If the Yen race really wanted to keep them here, they could forget about escaping. Fortunately, Xia Xianxian had returned safely. Du Gujin was both surprised and happy. After all, the matter had been resolved perfectly, so what else could he say? However, when Ling Xiao returned, Du Gujin couldn't help but reprimand Ling Xiao, saying that he shouldn't have taken Xia Xianxian with him, and warned him not to do anything similar in the future. Ling Xiao didn't take credit for it. Instead, he lowered his stance and didn't mind whatever Du Gujin said. After all, respecting the old and loving the young had always been his traditional virtue. In the end, Du Gujin was also tired of scolding and didn't want to scold Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, he gave Ling Xiao a spatial ring. There were many divine materials inside, including some supreme divine materials. It could be seen that Du Gujin was still very grateful to Ling Xiao for everything he had done for the Thousand Beast Alliance. "Old man, do you have any more divine materials? Do you need me to help you refine some pills?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile after putting away the spatial ring. "Not for now. The 1,000 pills you gave me last time is enough for those brats to squander for some time," Du Gujin said with a wave of his hand. "Old man, have you thought it through? Do I have to return to Tianyuan territory?" Ling Xiao emphasized once again. Go, you brat. You're too bold. I can't let Xianxian leave with you," Du Gujin said. Previously, he was only willing to let Xia Xianxian leave him for the battle against the Yen race. Now that the crisis had been resolved, he naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to take Xia Xianxian away. "And it's better for Xianxian to stay by your side. In any case, it's very easy for me to come and see her now that I'm a sovereign." Ling Xiao replied softly. "It doesn't matter whether you come or not." Du Gujin seemed to want Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would take Xia Xianxian away. Xia Xianxian said tenderly, "Grandpa, don't be in such a hurry to chase Big Brother away. You'll have to beg Big Brother later." Du Gujin said disdainfully, "What a joke. This brat is lucky to have become a sovereign incipient god realm, but he has only just advanced. Why would I ask him for anything?" Indeed, Du Gujin was very surprised that Ling Xiao had broken through to the incipient god realm. At the same time, he was very optimistic about Ling Xiao's future, but it didn't mean that he would pull his subordinates to curry favor with Ling Xiao and let Ling Xiao stay in their Thousand Beast Alliance. Xia Xianxian said with a cunning expression, "Grandpa, if I tell you that Big Brother is actually a real supreme alchemist, will you ask him to refine pills for our Beast Alliance?" "What a joke, even if he is a supreme alchemist," Du Gujin said disapprovingly. However, before he could finish, his face froze. He looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed, "Little girl, you said that he is already a supreme alchemist?" Xia Xianxian chuckled. Her beautiful face was raised high as she said, "Of course, don't you know who Big Brother is? He has already become a supreme alchemy god back in the Nirvana space. He is on equal footing with that old fart from the Yen clan. Grandfather, tell me, do you still want to beg Big Brother?" In her eyes, it was as if all of Ling Xiao's glory was her glory. Her delicate face was filled with pride. Du Gujin looked at Ling Xiao, and a warm smile appeared on his stiff and thin face. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, you are really something. You actually didn't tell Grandpa that you became a supreme alchemist. Do you think that Grandpa is an outsider? To be honest, when I first saw you, I felt that you were talented, handsome, outstanding, and elegant. You are also Xuanxuan's brother and sister, so I have long treated you as my own grandson." Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian had goosebumps when they heard the old man, who had always been strict with himself, praise them. Ling Xiao said in his heart, "When it comes to flattery, this consort is like heaven and earth compared to the old man." Xia Xianxian laughed and said, "Haha, Grandpa, you are so thick-skinned. Didn't you say that you didn't want Big Brother to be your grandson? Why did you change your mind now?" Du Gujin said with a righteous expression, "How could that be? I've never said anything like that. You must have remembered wrongly. A peerless genius like your big brother is the most suitable to be your brother, that is to say, my godson. I am really defeated by you. This is the first time Grandpa has realized that your eloquence is so good." Xia Xianxian said with a mischievous smile, Dugujin felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly waved his hand at Xia Xianxian and said, Go play to the side. I have something to say to your big brother. I was right, didn't I? I said that you would definitely beg big brother for help. Xia Xianxian said to Dugujin, then smiled at Ling Xiao and skipped away. This child has been spoiled rotten. Dugujin watched as Xia Xianxian left and wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he looked at Ling Xiao with a smile as warm as the spring breeze. My good grandson. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were going to become the supreme alchemy god? You're treating your grandfather like an outsider. If something were to happen to you when you go to the Yan clan. The more Dugujin spoke, the more engrossed Ling Xiao became. He couldn't help coughing a few times and said, Cough cough. Old master, let's take a break for now. I plan to return to the Tianyuan region. Aya, how can you be like this? Xianxian doesn't want you to leave. Grandpa also can't bear to part with you. Dugujin obviously didn't want Ling Xiao to leave now. The supreme alchemy god was the most respected person in the heaven region. They could refine supreme divinity pills, and were the most popular people everywhere. Dugujin didn't expect that Ling Xiao would become the supreme alchemy god after breaking through to the supreme divinity stage. This was completely unexpected. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao wanted to call him grandpa, he would have agreed immediately. Now he had no choice but to forcefully recognize Ling Xiao as his grandson. To have a supreme alchemy god as his grandson. What kind of glory was this? Of course, the most important thing was that he hoped that Ling Xiao would temporarily stay and refine some supreme divinity pills for him. Seeing Dugujin's change in attitude, Ling Xiao was speechless. He once again said, Old master, before I leave, I will refine some pills for you. However, I still need you to provide the materials. I have no way of taking them out. Dugujin immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course, we will provide the materials. We will provide them. You wait here for me. I'll go prepare immediately. With that, Dugujin immediately disappeared on the spot. As a mid-level Supreme Divinity stage expert, he definitely had a lot of treasures. However, he was thinking about the benefits of the others in the alliance. He planned to gather most of the Supreme Divinity ingredients and let Ling Xiao refine pills for them. After all, if they missed this opportunity, who knew when Ling Xiao would return to the Wanshou alliance? Watching Dugujin leave in a hurry, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and did not say anything. Anyway, for Xia Xuanxuan's sake, he would definitely refine a few Supreme Divinity pills for Old Master Dugujin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked. This could be considered as doing something that was beyond his power for the Wanshou alliance before leaving. In the future, the people of the Wanshou alliance would be one of his allies. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The supreme alchemy god's status is indeed shocking. Even this old master lost his composure. Looks like I have to make good use of him in the future. Chapter 1457. When Dugujin returned, he gave Ling Xiao another spatial ring. The divine materials inside really surprised Ling Xiao. As expected of a super force that was on par with the Yan clan. They had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the resources they possessed were quite rich. Moreover, they were beast tamers who could control many holy beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. It was naturally not difficult for them to obtain all kinds of divine herbs. You can squander the materials here. I only ask that you refine at least 5 Supreme God pellets for me. This should be enough, right? Dugujin asked. Each Supreme God pellet required countless divine materials. Dugujin did not know the specific recipe, so he gave all these treasures to Ling Xiao. He did not care if he was giving more divine materials to Ling Xiao. He only hoped that these could be exchanged for 5 Supreme God pellets. Ling Xiao looked at the messy piles of materials of various attributes inside, and his eyes lit up. Many of these divine materials were needed for the Supreme God pellets, but there were also many that were not needed. But in terms of quantity and value, it was indeed more than 5 Supreme God pellets. Of course, he could make up for some of the missing divine materials from the obsidian divine cauldron. Since the old man trusts me, then leave these 5 Supreme God pellets to me. Ling Xiao patted his chest and said, Good, if you need anything else, just say it. I will definitely not refuse. Dugujin said happily. Ling Xiao revealed a slightly embarrassed expression and said, "Indeed, I still need some rank 11 beast pellets and some rare spring. You also know that I have just broken through to the Great Master Realm not long ago, so I don't have these kinds of treasures." Dugujin hurriedly replied, Yes, I forgot. I have them here, I'll give them to you now." Thus, Dugujin took out many sacred animal pellets and some rare spring water, and handed them over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked as if he had obtained a treasure. His eyes shone brightly, and his heart was already blooming with joy. What he wanted were those fountains. They were the non-elemental origin spring fluid that could only be generated in the perilous areas. Even the incipient God realm experts were jealous of this divine spring. He never thought that old Master Dugujin would actually have such a big pot. He didn't need so much to refine Supreme God pills, so wouldn't the extra belong to him? Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao was abnormally excited. He secretly sighed in his heart that he was lucky to be an alchemist. This was really popular. Ling Xiao didn't delay any longer, and immediately had Dugujin find an excellent place in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Opening up a new cave dwelling, he entered the state of refining pills. The time needed to refine the Supreme God pellets was much longer than ordinary divine pellets. It would take at least half a month to condense a batch of pellets. Not a single mistake could be allowed during this period of time, because the slightest carelessness or mistake in any of the processes would cause the destruction of numerous rare divine materials. In general, refining Supreme God pellets required power, tenbin patience, and endurance. If any of these were missing, it would be difficult to succeed. Ling Xiao had already successfully refined Supreme God pellets in the Nirvana space. Naturally, he had the confidence to successfully refine Supreme God pellets. He didn't want to waste those divine materials. It would be painful for him. Supreme God pellets were originally nature-defying pellets. They were mixed with several nature-defying divine materials. When they condensed into pellets, the phenomenon condensed above the 10,000 Beast Mountain range was extremely terrifying. All the spiritual beasts in the mountain range were so scared that they fled in a panic. Countless forces from the phenomenon rushed towards the place where Ling Xiao was refining pellets. The destructive power was like a full-force attack from a supreme being. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had asked Dugujin to set up a defensive barrier to isolate the forces from the phenomenon. Otherwise, it would have been a big threat to him. Above the mountain range, two figures hovered in the air. They didn't seem to be afraid of these forces at all. They were the two incipient God realm experts of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, Dugujin and Ma Yanquan. "Senior brother, your kid is so monstrous. Why don't you let him stay and work for our 10,000 Beast Alliance?" Ma Yanquan asked urgently. If their 10,000 Beast Alliance had another Supreme God alchemist, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. They could definitely surpass the Yen clan. Some things can't be forced. This kid is a real dragon in this world. How can our 10,000 Beast Alliance trap him? Dugujin said quietly with a penetrating gaze. Ma Yanquan didn't notice it. He was still looking at the mountain in the distance. That girl Xian isn't young anymore. It's time for her to get married. Her beauty is unparalleled. She's a good match for that kid. There are some things that you and I can't just take for granted. We have to make them feel that both parties are willing. Xian treats that kid better than I do. She doesn't mind, but the problem is that the kid only treats Xian as his little sister. Dugujin said with some emotion. Then he added, "Actually, it's good that they are like this. In this long journey of life, they don't necessarily need to be cultivation partners to care for each other." Ma Yingquan thought for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Senior brother, you're really insightful." In the mountain cave, Ling Zhao's upper body was naked. He was sweating profusely, as if he was having a hard time. Refining sovereign divine grade pellets is truly tiring. Ling Xiao sighed as he stored the sovereign divine pellets that he had already refined. Although he could refine these supreme divine pellets, the amount of energy needed to refine the supreme divine grade pellets that were about to become demons and the rank 11 beast pellets that were filled with violent energy was astonishing. It was not something that an ordinary supreme being could endure. It was no wonder that even if there were divine alchemists who became supreme being incipient God realm, it would still be difficult for them to become alchemists. For an ordinary alchemist to reach this step, their strength would need to be at least at the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm. Only then would they be able to endure the consumption of energy to refine Supreme Divine grade pellets. Even with Ling Xiao's extraordinary strength, the Supreme Divine pellets he condensed were not like ordinary divine pellets that could be condensed at once. He could only condense one, and the pellet did not reach the ideal level of perfection that he wanted. It was enough to show that it was not easy to become a Supreme Being alchemist god. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the Supreme Being alchemist god, which allowed him to avoid many detours. Furthermore, his own strength was not something that could be achieved by ordinary people. After Ling Xiao refined one pellet, he did not immediately continue. He had to rest for a day or two to adjust his condition before refining the next pellet. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Ling Xiao had finally refined the 5 Supreme Divine pellets that Dugujin had requested. He also refined another 2 Supreme Divine pellets for himself in case of emergencies. It was a pity that although there were many leftovers from the divine materials that Dugujin had given him, he was still missing a few Supreme Divine grade pellets. Otherwise, he would have wanted to refine a few more to increase the strength of his puppets. It would also be good for him to rely on. However, although the Supreme Divine pellets were heaven-defying, if one wanted to use them to advance to the next level, he would have to reach the late or peak of the previous level before he could break through. For example, Hu Yu, who was a low-level Supreme Being, would definitely be able to advance to the next level after taking a Supreme Divine pellet. But for someone like Yen Donggao, who had just entered the Supreme Being realm, it was almost impossible for him to advance to the next level after taking a Supreme Divine pellet. At most, he would only be able to reach the low-level Supreme Being realm. This was not to say that the Supreme Divine pellets were not effective. It was just that after reaching the Supreme Being stage, the amount of energy needed to advance to the next level was enormous. One Supreme Divine pellet would not allow them to easily advance to the next level. Furthermore, each type of advancement pellet could only be taken once. The second time it was taken, it would no longer have any divine effect. Ling Xiao walked out of the cave residence with satisfaction. He could finally return to the Tianyuan domain after completing his mission. He wanted to return to the Medicine Alliance to exchange for the God's Badge first. Because of Xia Xuanxuan's existence in the Thousand Beasts Alliance, Ling Xiao had treated the Thousand Beasts Alliance quite well. Not only did he stop the Yen clan's allied forces from attacking, he even helped them refine the Supreme Divine pellets. The Thousand Beasts Alliance could not help but remember his kindness. Hence, when Ling Xiao handed the Supreme Divine pellets to Dugujin, Dugujin brought Ling Xiao to the Thousand Beasts Alliance's headquarters and gathered all the Saint Beast Masters and above. He solemnly announced that Ling Xiao would forever be a distinguished guest of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. He also introduced Ma Yingquan, Shen Kunbeo, and a few other Supreme Being cultivators to Ling Xiao. Dugujin's actions were firstly to rope in Ling Xiao and raise Ling Xiao's reputation. Secondly, it was to ensure that the Thousand Beasts Alliance would respect Ling Xiao the next time they met. Of course, it was also to make Shen Kunbeo let go of his prejudice against Ling Xiao. He was afraid that the alliance leader would still hold a grudge against Ling Xiao for disrespecting him in the past. Now that Shen Kunbeo knew that Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemist god, how could he dare to hold a grudge against him? He was not worried that Ling Xiao would speak ill of him in front of the old alliance leader. In other words, Ling Xiao had already become an existence that he looked up to. He was someone who could stand on equal footing with the old alliance leader. Naturally, he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. Furthermore, one of the supreme divine pellets that Ling Xiao had refined for them belonged to him. He was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Alliance leader Shen, I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao raised his wine cup and said sincerely to Shen Kunbeo. Although he was the supreme alchemist god, he would not put on airs. After all, Xia Xianxian would still be living here in the future. It would be a good thing to have someone to take care of her. Shen Kunbeo revealed a panicked expression and said, Lord Ling is too serious. Kunbeo no longer remembers what happened in the past. I still have to thank Lord Ling for helping our Thousand Beast Alliance. After Ling Xiao and Shen Kunbeo toasted each other, it could be considered that they had put an end to their enmity. There were no more grudges between them. And because of Ling Xiao, Xia Xuanxuan's position in the Thousand Beast Alliance had become even more secure. Shen Kunbei would not dare to have any dissatisfaction with her anymore. During Ling Xiao's trip to the Heavenly Sparrow domain, he first helped Xinyu Yi and the Xinyu tribe. Then he went to the Thousand Beast Alliance to save Yin Yang, met Xia Xianxian, entered the Nirvana space, became the Supreme Alchemist God, collected the Genesis Stone, and resolved the battle between the Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance. Ling Xiao felt that this trip could be considered a fruitful one, and a new journey was about to begin. Chapter 1458. Under Xia Xuanxuan's reluctant gaze, Ling Xiao still left the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. But when he left, Ling Xiao brought the big vermilion bird along with him, while the little vermilion bird stayed with Xia Xianxian. The big vermilion bird mainly wanted to meet the fire Qilin that Ling Xiao mentioned to discuss the extermination of the Golden Crow clan. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't bring Xia Xianxian was because he didn't have time for romance. He had to return to the clan as soon as possible and hand over the Genesis Stone he had obtained to see if the clan had gathered the other kinds of Genesis Stones. If they hadn't gathered all of them, with his current strength and status, he would be able to help. Of course, the most urgent thing for him now was to return to the Medicine Alliance and change the Divine Apothecary badge. Only the Divine Apothecary who was recognized by the Medicine Alliance would have more appeal. But when he thought of going back to see Yin Dijiao again, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. Her beauty, her gentleness, and every glance she gave him had already entered deep into his heart. In his mind, she was his confidant, the kind that he could talk to about anything in his heart. If he really wanted to take another step forward, it would be impossible unless he stayed in the Medicine Guild. The three Hall Masters treated her as their successor. How could they let her leave the Medicine Alliance? Ling Xiao threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Saving the old ancestor was his first priority. With his Supreme Being strength, he could directly fly back to the Tianyuan district from the outer domain. But there were many dangers in the outer domain, and he didn't want to be too ostentatious for the time being. He would wait for a period of time until he completely stabilized his Supreme Being realm. From the 10,000 Beast Alliance to the domain gate of the Tianyuan district, Ling Xiao only took about a month's time. This speed was much faster than the time he used the spatial formation. Of course, this was mainly because the vermilion bird's speed was too fast. It wasn't his credit. On the way, Ling Xiao also sent Xinyu Xiangma back to the barbarian tribe's territory. Towards Xinyu Xiangma, Ling Xiao had a strong possessiveness towards her. He would never forget this sexy woman who made him unable to sleep. He promised Xinyu Xiangma that he would come back to see her after he finished what he had to do. Before Ling Xiao left, Xinyu Xiangma once again took the initiative to make love to Ling Xiao. She wanted to have a good time with Ling Xiao before she would stop. Looking at Ling Xiao's receding figure, she clutched her chest and murmured sadly, "My dear warrior, you must come back to see me. I will wait for you for the rest of my life." Ling Xiao naturally could not see Xinyu Xiangma's true feelings for him. After he passed through the domain gate, he hurried back to the Medicine Alliance without stopping. This time, when he reached the 9 heavens of Tianyuan City, several powerful auras rushed out from the surroundings. The 4 incipient God Realm experts were the guardians of Heaven Origin City and Palace City. Normally, they would not appear and would hide in the city. Ordinary people would not be able to detect them. Now that Ling Xiao had brought the vermilion bird with him, they were the first to notice and immediately rushed out to stop him. Ling Xiao had been too hasty and had forgotten to let the vermilion bird return to its human form. When he reached the city, he felt that he had been too rude. "Who dares to invade my Tianyuan city?" An elderly voice faintly echoed in the sky. The 4 old men surrounded Ling Xiao from several directions. When they saw that Ling Xiao's mount was a mighty vermilion bird, their faces became incomparably shocked. At the same time, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. No matter what kind of divine beast it was the number one and only. Whoever could have won represented the supreme glory. They did not expect that this young man could obtain the vermilion bird's approval. They thought to themselves, "Who is this young man after all? Could he be someone from the Heaven Sparrow territory?" After all, It was common knowledge that the vermilion bird had only appeared in the Heaven Sparrow Territory's Nirvana space. It had not been discovered anywhere else. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 people in front of him and discovered that the energy fluctuations coming from them were all different. They were earth, wind, fire, and water. Among them, the old man who had just spoken was a mid-level supreme being, while the other 3 were low-level supreme beings. Ordering them to secretly guard Heavenly Origin City and Palace City was indeed a sign of great importance. It was likely that nothing in Heavenly Origin City could escape their eyes and ears. Ling Xiao was already wearing the Medicine Union's elder robe with the divine badge hanging in front of his chest. He cupped his hands towards the 4 and said, "For lords, I am Ling Xiao. I was careless and rushed into the city. Please forgive me, elders." "You are the guest elder Ling Xiao?" the leader of the mid-level supreme beings asked in a low voice. His gaze swept over Ling Xiao and his eyes flickered with astonishment. Ling Xiao was their Medicine Union's guest elder. Of course they knew that. However, they only knew that Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist and a newly advanced half-incipient God realm expert. However, they did not expect him to become a supreme being in just 10 years. Moreover, he had brought the vermilion bird back with him. This surprised and puzzled them at the same time. After all, Ling Xiao was one of the Kim people's men. They could understand if he had a true dragon, but how could he obtain the vermilion bird's approval? Since they did not understand, Ling Xiao naturally would not explain it to them. Ling Xiao showed his elders token to prove his identity. The 4 supreme beings did not continue to make things difficult for Ling Xiao. Instead, they warmly conversed with him. After all, Ling Xiao had become a supreme incipient God realm expert at such a young age. Moreover, he was a divine alchemist. This time he might have come to ask the 3 hall masters for advice on alchemy and become a divine alchemist. If he really succeeded, Ling Xiao's status would definitely rise. Therefore, it would definitely be beneficial for them to establish a good relationship with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao chatted with them for a while, he asked the vermilion bird to transform into its human form. It was ready to follow him to the Medicine Union's headquarters, Palace City. However, the mid-level supreme being called Wu Xianlai took the initiative to accompany Ling Xiao into Palace City. This made Ling Xiao feel a little overwhelmed. After all, he was not a direct descendant of the Medicine Union. Even if he had become a supreme expert, he was still at a low realm. How could he receive the attention of a supreme expert who was at a higher realm than him? Of course, Ling Xiao did not know that when he had broken through to the peak of half-incipient God realm, Second Hall Master Lian Hao had already informed him that Ling Xiao was the most important person. This was because Lian Hao and Zhuo Xinghong had already known that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to become a divine alchemist. If Ling Xiao had not been loyal to Kim people, they would have agreed to marry Yin Dai to him and let him stay in the Medicine Union forever. Wu Xianlai had already learned everything about Ling Xiao from the 2 hall masters. That was why he had paid so much attention to Ling Xiao. With Wu Xuanlai's accompaniment, Ling Xiao attracted everyone's attention as soon as he entered Palace City. I wonder why Elder Ling has come to the Medicine Union this time? I want to see if Old Wu, can help. After Wu Xianlai chatted with Ling Xiao for a while, he became more casual. After all, Ling Xiao was not a direct descendant of the Medicine Union. Usually he did not need to stay here. Now that he suddenly came back, there must be something. Of course, Wu Xianlai was just asking casually. There were some things that he could decide, but there were also some things that he did not have the right to casually say. Haha, it's really nothing important. I just want to see the 3 hall masters to see if I can exchange my divine alchemist badge. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. You want to exchange for the divine alchemist badge? Wu Xianlai was stunned before he could finish his words. He stopped and looked at Ling Xiao, asking seriously, Elder Ling, what divine alchemist badge do you want to exchange for? How can I exchange it? This is the glory of a lifetime. Wu Xianlai looked at Ling Xiao's eager eyes as if he had thought of something, but he was not sure. Ling Xiao laughed and said, This is outdated, so I want to exchange it. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my identity. Ling Xiao's words were reserved, but his intentions were clear. Wu Xuanlai's eyes narrowed for a moment, then burst out with a bright divine light. Mo! Could it be that elder Ling you are already a divine alchemist? He, this can only be done with the approval of the 3 hall masters. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. How could Wu Xianlai not understand the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words? His old eyes were filled with excitement and admiration. If he had treated Ling Xiao as a promising young man just now, then he now treated Ling Xiao as someone like him. No, it should be an even more honorable existence than him. Wu Xianlai never thought that when he put down his status to accompany Ling Xiao, he would accidentally get to know a newly advanced sovereign alchemist god. To him, this was also a glorious thing. I will go report this matter to the 3 hall masters. I'm sure they will be very happy after hearing this. Wu Xianlai said and rushed towards the main hall. After all, with Ling Xiao's identity, he couldn't directly enter the main hall to meet the hall masters without a report. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and returned to his residence in Palace City. At the same time, the news of Ling Xiao's return reached Yan Daijiao's ears. The veil on Yan Daijiao's face had already been removed 10 years ago, and she didn't wear it again. Her perfect face could make any woman feel ashamed of themselves. She was still wearing a loose alchemist robe, but this robe still couldn't hide her curvaceous, sexy, and beautiful figure. At the same time, it set off a different kind of temperament, easily causing people to have the urge to salivate. 10 years ago, she revealed her feelings to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao ruthlessly tore apart her sincerity, causing her heart to ache. She hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. 10 years had passed, but she still couldn't forget about Ling Xiao, because he was the first outstanding man that she had taken a fancy to. The hatred in her heart towards Ling Xiao had long since turned into endless longing. She knew that the reason why Ling Xiao rejected her was because Ling Xiao's ambition wasn't here. He didn't want to be greedy for everything in the Alchemy Guild. She originally thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't return to the Alchemy Guild. Now that she heard the news of his return, a thick smile appeared on her delicate face, and at the same time, a few drops of tears fell. Chapter 1459. Tears of Joy. This was undoubtedly the best way to describe Yin Dijiao at this moment. She felt that Ling Xiao had definitely come back to see her. Otherwise, she couldn't think of any reason why he would come back to the Medicine Guild. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't see Ling Xiao. She began to feel angry in her heart. However, she also felt that without her permission, outsiders weren't allowed to enter her residence. Perhaps Ling Xiao had some misgivings about this. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, she still took the initiative to go find Ling Xiao. She had come to Ling Xiao's residence countless times, so she was naturally very familiar with it. As long as Ling Xiao didn't leave the Medicine Guild and didn't die, this residence would belong to him. Before Yin Dijiao even got close to the residence, Ling Xiao had already sensed her familiar aura, and had already come to welcome her. Ling Xiao felt very complicated towards Yin Dijiao. On one hand, his feelings for her were very good, but on the other hand, he couldn't give up on his family for her. If he had to choose between the two, Ling Xiao could only choose the latter. Looking at that perfect face, Ling Xiao's heart still pounded. It couldn't be denied that Yin Dijiao's beauty was comparable to Yun Mingqi's, but their temperaments were completely different. After seeing many beautiful women dressed in silk, Yin Dijiao wearing an alchemist's robe gave off a different feeling. Senior sister, long time no see. Ling Xiao calmly looked at Yin Dijiao, who had a hidden bitterness on her face. Yin Dijiao looked at Ling Xiao, who was suppressing her excitement, and replied with a faint smile. Yes, long time no see. After the two of them said this, there was suddenly an awkward silence, as if they didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, the two of them asked in unison, "Are you still well?" The two of them were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at each other and laughed together. All the barriers between the two of them seemed to disappear with this laugh. I'm not well at all. Didn't you think about me after all these years? You only came to see me now." Yin Dijiao immediately lost control, and threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. She pounded Ling Xiao with her fists and cried. She seemed to want to vent all of her dissatisfaction towards Ling Xiao in one go. When the people around them heard this, they sneaked a peek and shrank their necks, immediately disappearing and hiding, not daring to sneak another peek. Ling Xiao's clothes were torn by the tears, and the softest part of his heart was touched. He finally reached out and slowly embraced the woman in his arms. But when his hand landed on her waist, she pushed it away. You want to take me, Pingy? No way. You're such a jerk. You only know how to bully me. Indai's delicate face was flushed red. After saying that, she turned around and left as if she was running away from this place. Only a baffled Ling Xiao was left. He laughed involuntarily and said, "Is this my punishment?" No matter what, he was now a supreme, and the time he needed to travel between the Earth regions had been greatly reduced. If Indijao was willing to be with him, then he would let nature take its course. Just like how he treated Xinyu Xiangma, he could visit her often. He believed that she would be satisfied. After he became a supreme and incipient God realm expert, his attitude had changed. He didn't need to put women into his harem like he used to. In fact, it wasn't easy for a restless person like him to stay in one place forever. After he brought his women to the heaven domain, he basically didn't have time to take care of them. This made him feel really guilty. Therefore, if Indijao really wanted to be with him, then she would have to endure the feeling of parting at any time. Unless she also became a supreme one day, then it would be much easier for them to communicate. They could take the initiative to meet each other to resolve their lovesickness. But then again, martial cultivators were the best at enduring loneliness. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for them to quickly increase their strength if they were too attached to the mortal world. After Wu Xianlai returned to report that Ling Xiao had requested an audience, Zhuo Xinghong immediately asked Wu Xianlai to invite Ling Xiao to the palace. However, when Wu Xianlai came to find Ling Xiao, he saw the scene of Indijao throwing herself into Ling Xiao's arms. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He didn't think that their medicine alliance's goddess would be completely captured by Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao got together with their goddess after his identity was recognized, then Ling Xiao's position in the medicine alliance would definitely skyrocket. Although he was a mid-level supreme and had a lot of authority in the medicine alliance, he wasn't an alchemist. His disciples and grand disciples didn't have high positions in the medicine alliance. If he could befriend Ling Xiao this time, his branch might be valued in the medicine alliance. After Yan Dijiao left, Wu Xianlai appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He pretended not to see what had just happened and said with a warm smile, "Elder Ling, the Hall Master and Second Hall Master aren't here. Only the Third Hall Master is here. When he heard that you requested an audience, he immediately let you go. Come with me." Ling Xiao said politely to Wu Xianlai, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Wu." "There's no trouble. We're both members of the Medicine Alliance. You can just call me Old Wu from now on. Don't be so distant," Wu Xianlai said with a smile. "Elder Wu, you're too polite. How could this junior dare to be rude?" Ling Xiao replied. "Then it's settled. If you look down on this old man, then this old man naturally won't try to curry favor with you," Wu Xianlai said. Since Wu Xianlai had said it like this, Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to be spoiled. He immediately said, "All right, then I'll call you Old Wu. You can just call me by my name, Ling Xiao." "Ha, good, that's more like it. No matter what, we're all members of the Medicine Alliance. Don't treat me like an outsider." Wu Xianlai laughed happily. Following that, Ling Xiao followed Wu Xianlai to the Medicine Alliance's main hall. Ling Xiao once again saw Zhuo Xinghong. He discovered that this time, Zhuo Xinghong didn't descend with his divine soul avatar, but with his real body. When he saw Ling Xiao and Wu Xianlai, he actually stood up from his seat and greeted them with a smile on his face. "Greetings, Third Hall Master." Ling Xiao and Wu Xianlai still bowed respectfully and greeted him. After all, Zhuo Xinghong was a supreme medicine god who had been famous for a long time. He was also a late-stage middle-stage supreme being, so he deserved their greetings. "No need. Ling Xiao hasn't heard from you for a few years. It seems like you haven't returned to the Sky Dragon region. A few years ago, there were even people from the Sky Dragon region who came to find you," Zhuo Xinghong said very politely. Just now, when he heard Wu Xianlai report that Ling Xiao was here to verify the position of the medicine god, he was truly shocked. Although back then, both he and his second senior brother felt that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to reach this step, they also felt that it would be at least a few hundred or 1,000 years later. But how long had it been? Ling Xiao had already reached the realm and glory that they had spent more than 10,000 years to reach. This truly made him sigh with emotion. Right now, he couldn't help but admire his second senior brother's decisiveness back then. He had already given Ling Xiao a guest elder, and Ling Xiao could be considered a member of their medicine alliance. When Ling Xiao's identity as the supreme medicine god was announced, their medicine alliance guild would have an additional medicine god, and their influence would rise once again. At that time, even more alchemists would come to join them, and even more experts would come to join them. Their medicine alliance guild's position would become even more unbreakable. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the people from Dragon Gate would come to find him. It was probably because someone wanted to confirm whether or not he was unwilling to return to Dragon Gate. Looks like I have to go back as soon as possible after verifying my identity. Ling Xiao made up his mind. Following that, he explained the reason for his return to the guild to Zhuoxinghong. When the elder came to report just now, I was still suspicious. Now that I see that you have reached this step, it seems like you are already full of confidence. However, I still want to say that if you are not a middle-stage sovereign, it will not be easy to become a medicine god. Zhuoxinghong still reminded Ling Xiao in a very kind manner. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Third Hall Master, you are right, but I accidentally refined a sovereign-grade pill in advance, so I boldly came to verify my identity. Ling Xiao's performance was rather confident, which shocked both Zhuoxinghong and Wu Xianlai. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao was only here to give it a try, but they never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be able to refine a sovereign-grade pill. Zhuoxinghong saw the firm confidence in Ling Xiao's eyes, and immediately followed Ling Xiao's wishes, allowing Ling Xiao to refine a sovereign-grade pill in front of him and the many divine alchemists in the guild. Only by obtaining their approval would Ling Xiao's title as the supreme medicine god be well-deserved, and only by obtaining the approval of everyone in the heavenly region would he be even more convincing. Otherwise, even if he let others announce that he was the supreme medicine god, not many would believe him. However, with the verification of the Medicine Alliance, it was different. After all, the Medicine Alliance was the #1 power in the heavenly region, and they treated all the alchemists fairly and seriously. Zhuoxinghong arranged a place for Ling Xiao to refine pills, and at the same time, had people gather all the divine alchemists and a few disciples who were valued highly to attend the ceremony. Yan Daijiao would naturally come to watch the ceremony as well. She looked at the majestic Ling Xiao on the pill refining platform, and her face inexplicably flushed red. It was obvious that she was still feeling shy about the matter of hugging Ling Xiao before. However, when she found out that Ling Xiao wanted to verify the identity of the supreme medicine god, her heart was filled with indescribable joy and admiration. Back then, she was said by her 3 masters to have the highest chance of becoming the supreme medicine god the fastest. However, when compared to Ling Xiao, she seemed to have lost all of her halo. However, Ling Xiao was not someone else, but the man she had taken a fancy to, so her heart was filled with pride. At the same time, she also made up her mind to catch up to Ling Xiao's footsteps as soon as possible. At that time, she and Ling Xiao would become the supreme medicine god, and they would become a pair of enviable immortal companions. Wouldn't that be a beautiful story? Thinking of this, she inexplicably felt happy and sweet. At this time, the people who should be gathered had all arrived, and Ling Xiao had also begun to verify the glorious title of the supreme medicine god. Chapter 1460. Ling Xiao was handsome and had a dignified appearance. His movements in alchemy were skillful and elegant, and his whole person exuded the imposing manner of a grandmaster. The dozens of people watching from all sides held their breath as they watched Ling Xiao concentrate on alchemy. Their eyes did not blink, as if they did not want to miss a single movement. In the past 10,000 years, there were only 3 people who had verified the position of the supreme alchemy god. Apart from Ling Xiao, one of them had failed, and the other 2 had refined several times before barely managing to refine a sovereign divine-grade pill. One of them was an old ancestor of an alchemy family in the Tianyuan domain, and the other was a supreme alchemy god from the Heavenly Tiger domain. Both of them were from the older generation, and they had only managed to take that step through difficult struggles. Compared to Ling Xiao, who had reached this realm at such a young age, it was simply incomparable. If Ling Xiao succeeded in his verification this time, he would be able to suppress all the supreme alchemy gods in terms of age alone, becoming the first person in history, and be recorded in the annals of history. Many of the people present knew of Ling Xiao, but not many were familiar with Ling Xiao. They only knew that Ling Xiao was a member of the Dragon Gate of the Heavenly Dragon Domain. However, they all knew that 30 years ago, Ling Xiao was only a peak divine king. Unexpectedly, after 30 years, he had already thrown them to the back of his mind and directly became a supreme being. Moreover, he still had to verify the position of the alchemy god. Apart from deep envy and jealousy, they really did not know what to think. And divine alchemist Guanxia, who had long been familiar with Ling Xiao, was secretly pleasantly surprised in his heart. Back then, it was he who arranged Ling Xiao's residence, and he was also the one who bestowed Ling Xiao the title of guest elder as a reward. Now that Ling Xiao was really going to become the supreme alchemy god, with his relationship with Ling Xiao, it was definitely a great fortune for him to receive guidance from Ling Xiao in the art of alchemy. It took a long time to refine a batch of supreme alchemy pills, but none of them felt impatient. They watched Ling Xiao perform every refining process in an orderly manner, which made them secretly praise him. And when they saw Ling Xiao display some alchemy palm techniques that they had never seen before, they almost cried out in surprise. They could not understand which clan Ling Xiao's alchemy technique came from. It did not seem complicated, but it was very practical and could speed up the refining of divine herbs and beast cores. Of course, this was on the premise that they still had more exquisite fire control skills. A slight carelessness could cause them to fail on the verge of success. Could this be an alchemy method created by Divine Master Ling herself? They all had a heavy question mark in their hearts. Divine Yin Daijiao was a divine alchemy master. Zhuoxiao Luofan could not be compared to divine alchemy Xiao. Their descendant, Yin Daijiao, was also one of the inheritors of the ancient god cauldron cleansing Luofan, but it was still difficult for her to compare with Ling Xiao. Truly an unimaginable brat. Zhuo Xinghong secretly sighed in his heart. For this alchemy, Ling Xiao's mental strength was unprecedentedly focused. This was the verification of his lifetime's glory. He wanted to pass on his first try and didn't want to repeatedly refine pills in front of everyone. That would ruin his reputation as the #1 alchemy god's inheritance. Generally, it would take a supreme alchemy deity half a month to refine a divine formation pill. However, with the help of his soul force, Ling Xiao was able to shorten the time by 1/3. It only took him 10 days to enter the final process of condensing the pill. At this moment, Ling Xiao's divine power had been greatly consumed. After all, he had to refine those supreme divine grasses, which were almost demon-like divine grasses with a certain level of intelligence. To refine them, he had to consume a lot of energy. Moreover, he had to be careful and cautious. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the power contained in the rank 11 beast core. Even if the Heaven Fire's power had increased a lot, it still took a lot of divine power and soul force to refine it. Condense. After Ling Xiao poured some of the spring water into the medicinal cauldron, he raised his palms and sucked in the rich origin power and origin power. When the huge amount of power gathered, he roared and forcefully pushed the power into the medicinal cauldron. Pung pung. A powerful force was squeezed into the medicinal cauldron, instantly causing a series of muffled explosions. It was like a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground, shocking everyone. At the same time, a strange phenomenon appeared on the top of the 9th heaven. A terrifying heaven's power was approaching. However, in this alchemy place, several supremes of the Medicine Guild had set up a barrier to prevent the strange phenomenon, which prevented them from posing any threat. Swoosh! Swoosh! When Ling Xiao moved his hands away from the mouth of the medicinal cauldron, beams of divine light emerged from the divine cauldron. At the same time, an intoxicating medicinal fragrance spread everywhere. Then, a pellet floated up from the medicinal cauldron, as if it had its own intelligence. It was a real supreme divine pellet. It was full of dazzling light and thick origin aura. People couldn't help but want to rush over and eat it. Apart from Zhuo Xinghong, who revealed a look of astonishment, everyone else's gazes became scorching hot. A supreme divine pellet was a divine item that many half-incipient god realm, or Supremes wanted to snatch. Today it was displayed in front of them. They were so eager to refine a supreme divine pellet. If they could one day refine such a grade of pellet, their lives wouldn't be in vain. However, they also knew that when they reached that step, it would be the greatest glory of their lives. It was a pity that there were many alchemists in the heavenly region, but there were only a few who could reach that step. They didn't know how long it would take for them to reach that step. Maybe it would be difficult for them to reach it in their entire lives. Ling Xiao put away the supreme divine pellet and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He exhaled and sighed inwardly. Fortunately, I condensed it in one go. This supreme divine pellet is really not easy to refine. Ling Xiao packed everything up and handed the supreme divine pellet to Zhuo Xinghong. Third Hall Master, please check and accept it. Zhuo Xinghong took Ling Xiao's supreme divine pellet. With one glance, he could tell that Ling Xiao's supreme divine pellet had been successfully condensed. The title of Supreme Alchemy God was well deserved. The color of the pellet is thick and the medicinal fragrance is pure. It's definitely a good divine pellet. The only flaw is that the pellet's shape isn't round enough. However, it's already very good. In the future, you will definitely surpass us old guys. You are indeed worthy of the title of Supreme Alchemy God, Zhuo Xinghong said with certainty. In his heart, he compared himself to Ling Xiao when he became the Supreme Alchemy God. The Supreme Divine Pellet he condensed was just a half-finished product. How could he be like Ling Xiao, who condensed a complete pellet in one go? From this, it could be seen that his level at that time was much lower than Ling Xiao's. The only flaw was that Ling Xiao's pellet shape was a little rough. The condensation was not smooth and round enough. This was also related to the fact that Ling Xiao had not become the Supreme Alchemy God for a long time, and his control was not perfect enough. However, it did not prevent him from achieving success today. Immediately after, Zhuo Xinghong distributed the supreme divine pellets in his hands to the divine alchemists present. Although these divine alchemists were unable to condense a supreme divine pellet, as one of the examiners, they could also appreciate the supreme divine pellet. This was definitely very exciting for them and had a great effect on them. Zhuo Xinghong had already made a conclusion, so the others naturally did not have any objections. They all nodded to congratulate Ling Xiao. Lord Alchemy God Ling was able to condense a supreme divine pellet in one go. He is indeed a role model for our generation. I have no objections to the Third Hall Master's evaluation. This pellet's condensation is indeed very good. The slight fatigue is completely harmless and did not affect the medicinal efficacy. Divine Alchemist Ling Xiao should also be called Lord Ling Xiao from now on. Yes, I agree with the conclusion of the Third Hall Master and the other Divine Alchemists. Congratulations, Lord Ling Xiao. I also agree with everyone's evaluation. Lord Ling Xiao is truly a Timbin talent. He is truly worthy of our generation's reliance. Many Divine Alchemists said respectful words. In the end, they all bowed slightly towards Ling Xiao, acknowledging Ling Xiao's supreme and glorious identity as the Supreme Alchemy God. Zhuo Xinghong returned the supreme divine pellet to Ling Xiao and solemnly said, "From today onwards you Ling Xiao will be known to the world as the Supreme Alchemy God. You Ling Xiao will be famous in the heaven domain. As an elder, I hope you can continue to work hard and make the art of alchemy perfect and carry it forward." Ling Xiao replied seriously, "Yes, Third Hall Master. Ling Xiao will definitely continue to work hard." Zhuo Xinghong patted Ling Xiao's shoulder in satisfaction and said, "Although you are a member of Dragon Gate, you are also an elder of our guild. In 3 days, we will hold a grand conferring ceremony for you. At that time, we will bestow you with the Alchemy God badge and make you an honorary deputy hall master of our guild. What do you think?" When Zhuo Xinghong said this, everyone present was completely stunned. Even Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. To be conferred the title of Alchemy God was a matter of course, but to suddenly be conferred the position of honorary deputy hall master of the Alchemy Alliance was truly shocking. One had to know that in the Alchemy Alliance, other than the 3 hall masters, no one had ever heard of a deputy hall master position. However, Zhuo Xinghong made such a decision. It was truly shocking. Ling Xiao hurriedly revealed a terrified expression and said, "Third Hall Master, how can this be? It's true that Ling Xiao is a member of the guild, but he doesn't have the qualifications to take this position. Ling Xiao's meaning was very clear. He was only a member of the Alchemy Alliance, but he didn't make any contributions to the Alchemy Alliance. How could he take up such a great responsibility? Let's not talk about whether he was willing to take up the position. The others in the guild would also be dissatisfied with him. You have to listen carefully. It's an honorary deputy hall master, not a real deputy hall master, Zhuo Xinghong said with a smile. He paused for a moment and explained, "This is similar to your position as a foreign retainer. It's just borrowing your name, Ling Xiao, to spread the name of our guild. You can also enjoy the various privileges of our guild. Of course, you have to make some contributions to the guild sometimes. If there comes a day when your heart is no longer with our guild, this title will naturally be useless." Chapter 1461. Ling Xiao nodded. He knew that Ndijiao's words were correct. He decided to quickly find the temple master and ask for an explanation. Ever since the day Ling Xiao had returned and been hugged by Ndijiao, he had begun to see his feelings for Ndijiao. He had also begun to have his own thoughts. However, he knew that this would only happen once in his life. He didn't want to be stared at by others like this all the time. Those gazes made his hair stand on end. Ndijiao wrinkled her nose and replied, "There should be, but I can't make the decision. I have to ask my senior brother." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Now that you're the deputy temple master, you can go to the temple and ask your master directly. However, the Genesis stone is a rare divine item. I'm sure there won't be many of them, so don't have too much hope." Moreover, Ling Xiao was already so outstanding at such a young age. In the future, he might even surpass him and reach the level of his senior brother's unfathomable alchemy skills. However, he would be able to enjoy the various benefits of the guild, and of course he would also have some limited privileges. Everyone wanted to admire the appearance of this new supreme alchemy god. What kind of monstrous existence was he? He felt like he was floating in the air, enjoying this wonderful feeling. Ling Xiao earnestly said, "You should obediently stay here for now. When I have time, I'll come and see you. It's good for us to stay like this. Otherwise, when you become the supreme alchemy god, I'm sure your three masters won't be able to restrain you and won't care about you anymore. Once you reach that realm, the distance between the two regions won't be that far. 2 months will be enough for us to meet again." He paused for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. If two people love each other for a long time, why would they stay together day and night? What do you think? Their expressions were filled with admiration and admiration. There weren't many people who could be granted a position by the temple master, and there was no one who could reach such a high position in such a short period of time. Good. Our guild finally has a fourth supreme alchemy god. This is truly worthy of celebration. Zhuo Xinghong happily laughed. However, Ling Xiao did it. How could they not be envious? Generally speaking, the honorary vice temple master was revered by everyone in the guild. Aside from refining supreme-grade divine pills for the guild occasionally, the honorary vice temple master didn't have to do much. Ndijiao was very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's avoidance of the question, but she also knew that although their relationship had taken a big step forward, there was still a barrier that hadn't been broken. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to stay for her. With Ling Xiao's status, he should have been able to move to a better place to live. Since the third palace master thinks so highly of me, then I'll seem arrogant if I continue to refuse. Ling Xiao will definitely contribute to the guild. Ling Xiao replied to Zhuo Xinghong. Right now, everyone in the courtyard was relying on Ling Xiao to become a paragon alchemy god, and his status had already risen. From then on, Ling Xiao became the guild's honorary vice temple master, and received the respect of everyone in the guild. What path? Ndijiao asked with a hint of anticipation. The so-called honorary vice temple master was only a title in the alchemy guild, like a guest elder. In reality, he didn't have much power. His appearance had already been recorded by many people using recording crystal beads. In the future, no matter where he went, anyone with a bit of knowledge would recognize him as the paragon alchemy god, Ling Xiao. That's right, Dijiao. I want to search for the Genesis stone. Can I ask the palace master if the guild has it? Ling Xiao asked. A kiss to seal their love. Am I not considered a subordinate of the guild? Ling Xiao asked with a mischievous smile as he rubbed his nose. Indigiao's heart trembled slightly when she heard Ling Xiao's final sigh. She tightly hugged Ling Xiao and said, "You are right. If two people love each other for a long time, why would they stay together day and night? However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop thinking about you. I must work hard to become the Paragon Alchemy God as soon as possible. At that time, I will find a successor for the three masters. Then they won't keep staring at me." Their gazes toward Ling Xiao became incomparably respectful. Indigiao was unbuttoning Ling Xiao's shirt when she suddenly heard Ling Xiao's words. Her face immediately turned red as she met Ling Xiao's gaze and tenderly said, "As long as you want to be, you can do it anytime. I'm just afraid that you don't have the guts. It's good that you know. You are now the honorary Vice Temple Master. From now on, your words and actions will represent the honor of the guild. You have to pay more attention," Indigiao softly advised. Ling Xiao didn't refuse Indigiao's service and responded with a smile. "It's all right. It's mainly because the people in the city are too enthusiastic. I'm a bit overwhelmed by the favor." At the end of the day, Ling Xiao undressed and returned to Palace Hall City. After news of this spread, even more people came to Heavenly Origin City. The Dragon Gate in the distant Heavenly Dragon region also encountered the same thing. Countless people from the various superpowers came to visit, and many of them came bearing valuable gifts just to see Ling Xiao. Indigiao nodded repeatedly and said, "And the three masters have treated me with great kindness. I naturally can't leave them, or else I'll become a disloyal and unfilial person." She then sighed and said, "It would be great if I were a girl from an ordinary family. That way, I would be able to follow you regardless of everything." As his relationship with Indigiao improved, Ling Xiao also changed the way he addressed her. After staring at Indigiao for a while, Ling Xiao immediately retreated in defeat and said, "Speaking of which, I've never seen the first temple master before." By the time Ling Xiao returned to the palace, Indigiao was already waiting for him. 3 days later, Zhuo Xinghong personally presided over Ling Xiao's reward ceremony in Palace Hall City. On this day, Ling Xiao's glorious title of Alchemy God began to spread throughout the Heaven region. "Haha, that won't do. Now that you have a successor, you have to properly show filial respect to the 3 temple masters. Otherwise they'll skin me alive," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was so afraid that they would all swarm over him and swallow him alive. What would he do then? Zhuo Xinghong had made such a decision because he wanted to tie Ling Xiao to their guild. However, Ling Xiao considered that he wouldn't have much time in the Alchemy Alliance in the future, so he withdrew from the reward and continued to live in his own remote and exquisite courtyard. When everyone saw Ling Xiao's youthful and handsome face, they were all shocked. Many young girls even screamed crazily. If he could obtain 1 or 2 more Genesis stones of different attributes from the Alchemy Alliance, it would definitely be a great harvest for him. It would be worth it even if he had to refine a few more Supreme Divine Grade pills for the Alchemy Alliance. They were the first batch of people to follow Ling Xiao here, and they would also be the first batch to receive his favor. They were incomparably happy. "Congratulations, Ling Xiao, Lord Alchemy God has been awarded the position of Vice Temple Master." Everyone present congratulated Ling Xiao in unison. However, before this, Indigiao wanted Ling Xiao to resolve the relationship between him and her. As the #1 faction in the Heaven region, the Alchemy Alliance would definitely have Genesis stones. They felt that they would be willing to become Ling Xiao's personal maidservants. Then she hooked her arm around Ling Xiao's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed her jade lips against Ling Xiao's thick lips. Zhuo Xinghong had already said this, so Ling Xiao had no reason to refuse. She snuggled into Ling Xiao's embrace and affectionately said, "You already know my heart. I'm afraid I'll only love you in this lifetime. What do you think I should do?" The news of a supreme alchemy god who was over 100 years old and had obtained the approval of the Alchemy Alliance's temple master immediately swept through the Heaven region. Indigiao didn't understand what Ling Xiao wanted to say, so she asked, "Then what else do you want?" Ling Xiao gently hugged her shoulder and said, "Yin Jiao, you're the Alchemy Alliance's goddess, so you're destined to be a member of the Alchemy Alliance for the rest of your life. You can't leave the Alchemy Alliance. Otherwise, you'll be letting down the 3 temple masters' nurturing, right? She was like a young wife waiting for her husband at home. When she saw Ling Xiao, she immediately welcomed him with a satisfied smile. She took off the luxurious cloak from Ling Xiao's body and said, "How is it? Does it feel good to be the center of attention?" The Great Master has already left the Alchemy Alliance for many years. I don't know when he'll return, Indigeo replied. He really wanted to see the face of the Heaven region's chief alchemy god. His alchemy skills could be said to be the best in the Heaven region, and no other alchemy god could compare to him. Perhaps only the Alchemy Alliance's goddess, divine alchemy god, was worthy of such a handsome young man. It was also because of his existence that the Alchemy Alliance had developed to its current scale and had never fallen. Instead, it had become more and more prosperous. Aside from feeling a bit of pity, Ling Xiao didn't know what else to say. However, they also knew that this was only a beautiful dream. How could they even enter the alchemy god's eyes? Ling Xiao looked at Indigeo, who was right in front of him, and smelled the intoxicating fragrance on her body. He said, "Only an honorary vice hall master?" Unless her 3 masters were willing to let her follow Ling Xiao, they would have no choice but to treat each other politely. "Ling Xiao, you're the best. If the 3 masters hear this, they will definitely be very happy." Indigeo looked at Ling Xiao as she emotionally said. Ling Xiao had never thought that he would one day be able to act like a high and mighty emperor, enjoying the admiration of the world. He couldn't help but feel a bit of vanity in his heart. After all, just by standing in the city, he could already sense all kinds of rich Genesis energy. This wasn't something that could be gathered by the 5-colored divine heaven stone in the Origin Tower alone. He believed that the Genesis stone was the only way to have such an effect. This was the chain reaction caused by a supreme alchemy god, and it wasn't something that others could compare to. Haha, if you were a girl from an ordinary family, you probably wouldn't have met me. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. Then he continued, "Actually, we have no other choice. There's only one path we can take." Chapter 1462. Ling Xiao and Indigeo were in love with each other, but Ling Xiao didn't take advantage of this opportunity to devour her. After all, they hadn't reached the stage yet, so he had to let the 3 hall masters know first. If he were to sever the relationship first, and if the 3 hall masters found out and didn't want Indigeo to be with him, wouldn't he be forced to stay here by the 3 alchemy gods? Of course, this wasn't what he cared about the most. What he truly cared about was this relationship. The relationship between him and Indigeo was very pure, and there was no deliberate possessiveness. Just like a confidant, he was satisfied to have someone to talk to at any time, and didn't need to care about anything else for the time being. Indigeo also had no distracting thoughts. As long as she could spend more time with Ling Xiao, chat more, and occasionally exchange pill refinement insights, she would feel very fulfilled and satisfied. After Ling Xiao and Indigeo spent some time together, he received the divine alchemists, founding elders, and high-ranking elders who had come to congratulate him. Ling Xiao was very amiable towards them, and didn't put on any airs as the alchemy god. He also exchanged some pill refinement insights with the chief divine alchemist, Tung Guji, and Guanxia, whom he had known for a long time. The 2 of them were naturally filled with joy and gratitude towards Ling Xiao. This was equivalent to Ling Xiao personally giving them pointers, increasing their confidence in becoming a divine alchemy god in the future. As Ling Xiao met with the majority of the visiting elders in an amiable manner, his reputation within the guild began to solidify, and he was recognized and respected by the entire guild. At the same time, they saw goddess Indigeo treat them like the hostess of Ling Xiao's courtyard, shocking them even more. They all guessed that alchemy god Ling and the goddess were going to get together. If that was the case, then their alchemy guild would undergo a new phase, and their reputation would definitely shake the Heaven region. The reason why Indigeo didn't want to avoid arousing suspicion was because she wanted to borrow someone else's mouth to convey her feelings for Ling Xiao to her master. She wanted to see their reaction first. In the following days, Ling Xiao didn't return to the Sky Dragon area immediately. He proactively found 3rd Hall Master Xue Xinghong to ask about the Genesis Source Stone. In the Great Hall that resembled the sky, Ling Xiao could already sit down and talk to Zhuo Xinghong. You want to find the Genesis Source Stone? Zhuo Xinghong looked at Ling Xiao with surprise after Ling Xiao told him his purpose. It was true that the Genesis Stone was the top divine material that every incipient God realm expert wanted to have. However, it was extremely rare and it was really hard to get it. Many superpowers didn't even have one, yet Ling Xiao had asked him directly. This made him think that Ling Xiao was a little naive. Even if the guild had it, they wouldn't take it out easily. Ling Xiao nodded and said seriously, "That's right. I need it urgently. It's very important to me. If you had the half-incipient God realm, I could understand that you need the Genesis Source Stone to break through. However, you need the Genesis Source Stone now. You can only use its power to accumulate energy faster. It can't help you break through. Moreover, you know how rare the Genesis Source Stone is. Even if the guild has it, they won't let you use it easily. Even if you're a deputy hall master, it's no exception. Anyway, many of our elders need it to accumulate energy or break through to the next realm," Zhuo Xinghong explained. If it were someone else who came to ask him, he would have directly sent them away. Why would he explain it to them so patiently? He knew that Indijiao had fallen in love with Ling Xiao and was struggling with how to deal with their relationship. If Ling Xiao could stay in the medicine union and inherit their position, it wouldn't be a bad idea. "I know your difficulties, Hall Master. However, I really need it. That's why I took the liberty to ask you. If the guild has extra Genesis Source Stones or ones that aren't that useful, you can exchange them with me or our Kim people. If you can't, then forget it," Ling Xiao said. The Medicine Union was the #1 force in the Heaven Territory. With his status as the Supreme Alchemist and the Deputy Hall Master, it wasn't enough for them to take out the Genesis Source Stone. However, the Kim people behind him might have the ability to do so. Zhuo Xinghong hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would be so persistent. However, he wouldn't be easily moved by Ling Xiao. Instead, he changed the topic and asked about Ling Xiao's background. Ling Xiao didn't understand why Zhuo Xinghong cared about him. However, he didn't want to offend Zhuo Xinghong, so he answered all the questions and didn't try to hide anything. After Zhuo Xinghong had a rough understanding of Ling Xiao's situation, he changed the topic. "Right now, DGAO is living in the same courtyard as you. Although you guys aren't sharing a room, to outsiders, you've already become my guild subordinate. What do you think we should do?" The news of Indijiao living in Ling Xiao's courtyard had already spread like wildfire. Back then, Ling Xiao had advised Indijiao not to be impulsive and not to let her emotions affect her decisions. However, she ignored her reputation and stubbornly stayed in Ling Xiao's courtyard. Although they hadn't slept together, those who were observant could guess what their relationship was. Ling Xiao always thought that a gentleman should be magnanimous, but now that Zhuo Xinghong was questioning him like this, he felt a little guilty. Senior Sister Jiao and I are just comparing alchemy skills," Ling Xiao replied after hesitating for a moment. Is there a need to stay at your place normally just to compare alchemy skills? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Zhuo Xinghong sneered. The three of them were disciples nurtured by the 3 supreme medicine gods in the heaven domain, but they actually put on an appearance that they wouldn't marry anyone other than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao actually dared to play it off half-heartedly, so he was naturally angry. Of course, this was also to let Ling Xiao know how much they valued Indijiao. They wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to abduct her easily, and they had to get a clear explanation from Ling Xiao. Otherwise, where would they put their old faces? Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "Actually, Dijiao and I get along quite well, and we consider each other to be bosom friends for life. We didn't do anything impolite." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Third Hall Master, you definitely don't want Dijiao to leave you and the guild, but I can't stay here forever, so the situation is like this." What else could he say? Sooner or later, he knew that there would be a day where he would be questioned, so he might as well lay it out and talk. He was already prepared to accept Zhuo Xinghong's torrential accusations. However, Zhuo Xinghong only smiled bitterly. "You're honest enough. Dijiao has been stubborn since she was young and has her own opinions. We old guys are not inflexible people and can understand your difficulties. Otherwise, I would have ordered you to get out of Palace City long ago." He paused for a moment before continuing. I've been thinking of a way to satisfy both sides. Now that you two have reached an agreement, I'll be straightforward. If you marry Djao, I'll give you a Genesis stone. How about it? Zhuo Xinghong's words were straightforward and domineering, as if he wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to refute. Ling Xiao was suddenly in a dilemma. He could marry Djao, but he couldn't stay in the Alchemy Guild. He had already made it very clear just now. Did Zhuo Xinghong not understand what he meant? Just as Ling Xiao was about to answer, Zhuo Xinghong interrupted. Don't be in a hurry to answer, let me finish. After a pause he continued. You marrying Dai Jiao will only make her feel more at ease, so that she can focus on cultivating and improving her strength. She won't be like she is now, so she won't be able to watch over you and forget that she's the successor of our guild. At the same time, I won't force you to stay in the guild. You can come and go as you please, and you can even bring Dai Jiao back to the Kim people to stay for a few days, but Dai Jiao must take over our position in the future, and you can support her from the side. After all, when Dai Jiao is also the supreme medicine god, the two of you will be enough to make the guild stronger. Of course, everything must be done in the interests of the guild, and we can't abolish all the rules of the guild. We must let the legacy of the guild continue. These conditions are already very lenient for you. If you don't agree, then you will no longer be a member of the guild, and you will not be allowed to step into the Tianyuan region. Zhuo Xinghong's tone was full of certainty and threat. He wanted to completely resolve the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao. After hearing this, Ling Xiao's heart was moved. Zhuo Xinghong's conditions were indeed generous and considerate of his feelings. If he still didn't agree, then he would seem very insensible. Since the third hall master has said so, if Ling Xiao still refuses, then he isn't a man. I will marry Dai Jiao. Ling Xiao agreed. He thought to himself, I have to sacrifice my body for the Genesis stone. Why am I so bitter? If Zhuo Xinghong heard Ling Xiao's inner grievances, he would definitely slap this brat away. Their dignified medicine guild's #1 forces goddess had already been wronged into marrying him. Yet he still dared to complain. This was something that others couldn't even beg for. Following this, Zhuo Xinghong continued to talk about some related matters. That was, Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao's marriage could only be known by a limited number of the guild's upper echelons. It wouldn't be announced to the public. The purpose of doing this was to allow Yin Djiao to maintain her image as a goddess, and not let the other members of the guild fantasize about her. At the same time, it also allowed Ling Xiao to hide behind the scenes. If the guild underwent any major changes in the future, then Ling Xiao could stand up and support Yin Djiao. That way, there would be unexpected results. This was just to prepare for a rainy day. After the two of them came to an agreement, they sent Yin Djiao up to the palace to seek her opinion. When she heard that Ling Xiao was willing to marry her, her face flushed red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Zhuo Xinghong and Ling Xiao. This was equivalent to tacitly agreeing to Zhuo Xinghong's arrangement. She was actually very happy. She had finally waited for the moon to finally see the clouds. Thus Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao's marriage was quietly held within the palace city. The people of the Tianyuan region didn't know that their #1 goddess of the Tianyuan region was going to marry someone. Chapter 1463. Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao's wedding was simple and low-key. Apart from second hall master Lian Hao, who had rushed back, there were only a few influential founding elders, and a few miracle apothecaries who had come to bear witness. No one else knew that Yin Djiao was married to Ling Xiao. Of course, everyone in the guild already knew that only a hero like Ling Xiao was worthy of their goddess. Moreover, Yin Djiao had already moved into Ling Xiao's courtyard. Their relationship was self-evident. After all, there were many cultivation companions in the heavenly realm who did not need to hold any wedding ceremonies. As long as the rice was cooked and both sides did not have any objections, they could be considered to be cultivation companions. No one would say anything about it. Of course, if it weren't for Ling Xiao's outstanding performance, their goddess moving into Ling Xiao's courtyard would definitely become a topic of gossip. The other members of the guild would be dissatisfied. Now Ling Xiao was their honorary vice hall master. His position was high and his power wasn't small. Moreover, his background matched their goddesses. They had nothing to say. Of course, in their eyes, if Ling Xiao could stay in their guild forever, that would be the best result. Under the supervision of the two hall masters, Ling Xiao and Yin Dijiao quietly got married and entered the bridal chamber. A beautiful bridal chamber was always something people looked forward to the most. Ling Xiao was no exception. However, this guy seemed to have a lot of experience in the bridal chamber, right? All the guards and maids in Ling Xiao's courtyard had been removed. Without their orders, no one dared to take half a step inside. In the master's room, Yin Dijiao was wearing a bright red dress and a red headscarf like an ordinary person. She looked like a shy bride as she sat on the edge of the bed. Ling Xiao quietly walked to her side with a satisfied and happy expression on his face. To be honest, he already had a lot of women. He didn't want to break through this layer of relationship with Yin Dijiao, but some things couldn't be helped. For the Genesis Stone, he had decided to risk his entire life's happiness. Ling Xiao removed Yin Dijiao's red veil. As he looked at the flawless, rosy face before him, he was completely captivated. To be able to marry such a beautiful and fairy-like woman as his wife, it was indeed a great fortune. Dai Jiao, you're so beautiful. Ling Xiao caressed Yin Dijiao's tender face and praised. Yin Dijiao grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and softly said, "If you think I'm beautiful, then you shouldn't have made me wait for so long." After a pause, she added, "But this is good, otherwise I'm not sure if I've really fallen in love with you." "Yes, it is my Ling Xiao's good fortune to have you follow me." As Ling Xiao spoke, he lightly pinched Yin Dijiao's sharp chin and moved his handsome face closer. Yin Dijiao was clearly a little nervous, her curled eyelashes trembling slightly. I'm a little scared." Yin Dijiao turned her face away shyly. "What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I'll be very gentle," Ling Xiao said as he caressed Yin Dijiao's beautiful hair. "And come." Yin Dijiao lightly nodded and actually closed her eyes. She lightly clenched her fists, looking as if she was at his mercy and not at his mercy. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled and said, "Relax, how about we have a chat first? Otherwise, you won't be able to experience the wonderful feeling of a spring night that is worth 1,000 gold." Looking at Yin Dijiao's current appearance, it was as if he was a big pervert who wanted to devour a little lamb that couldn't escape. Why did he feel that it was very evil? Yin Dijiao's interest was piqued when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said, Good. Tell me, who is the prettiest among your wives? Who listens to you the most?" Ling Xiao was instantly speechless. He didn't expect Yin Dijiao to have such a mischievous side. She actually asked him such a boring question. That's not easy to say. Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat awkward expression. I just want to understand the situation of my sisters. Are you planning on not letting me see them for the rest of my life?" Yin Dijiao pouted. "All right, let me think about how to answer first," Ling Xiao helplessly replied. In terms of looks, Yun Mengqi was the most beautiful out of all the women, and the most obedient one was naturally Bai Yuxi, who had always treated him like a young master. However, the other women were also extremely beautiful, and they were all obedient to him. He had no choice but to carefully consider before answering Yin Dijiao's question. Otherwise, when they met in the future, she would reveal his true identity. That would be a great offense. Under Yin Dijiao's coaxing and pestering, Ling Xiao could only slowly answer her question. Thus, the night of the bridal chamber became a matter of chatting and laughing. From time to time, sounds of laughter could be heard from the bridal chamber, as if there wasn't the slightest hint of love. The night gradually deepened, and the moon quietly disappeared into the clouds. The two chatted for most of the night. Finally, their clothes gradually loosened, and the candle extinguished. Immediately after, in the darkness of the night, a sound of friction could be heard from the master's room. "Don't be nervous, open your legs a little, I'm going in. Husband, you have to take good care of me. And don't worry, I'll be gentle, and I'll love you properly. It hurts." The soft chirping of an oriole continued to ring out, echoing endlessly in the room. Night fell, and the sun rose. The east was already bright, and the sun was setting in the west. 3 days and 3 nights passed, but the newlyweds in the room didn't even take half a step out of the room. Inside the room, they were only wearing undergarments, leaning against each other, and whispering to each other. Their faces rippled with indescribable happiness. After the spring rain, the man's heroic appearance was flourishing, and his casual clothes made him seem unrestrained and unrestrained. The woman, on the other hand, had become even more beautiful after being moisturized, causing people to drool at first glance. She was only wearing undergarments, revealing her sparkling and translucent jade-like skin. Her rosy white skin made people want to pounce and take a few bites. Her bloated bosom gradually revealed its fair and tender skin, making it even more dazzling and alluring. It was just that the sight of a perverted pig touching such a full bosom was so glaring and annoying. "Husband, don't mess around, it's so itchy." Ndgao revealed a bashful expression. "Take advantage of the time you have to touch it to your heart's content. Otherwise, who knows when you'll be able to touch it again?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "So annoying, you've already touched it for 3 days and 3 nights. If you don't leave now, Master and the others will laugh at you." Ndgao pouted. "We're newlyweds, so they can understand," Ling Xiao said lazily. He felt a little intoxicated by Ndgao's gentleness. In terms of skills in bed, Ndgao naturally couldn't compare to Xin Yu Xiangma, but her joyful cries were like the cries of an oriole, causing one to feel a natural impulse. It was like a poison that would take one's life. So much so that he didn't want to leave the room for 3 days and 3 nights. He only wanted to familiarize himself with these heavenly notes. Fortunately, their strength was extraordinary, and they were also alchemists. After Ndgao's first night, the slight pain from losing her virginity was resolved with a few pills. Otherwise, how could she have endured his torment? "Are you planning to return to the Dragon Gate?" Ndgao tightly snuggled up to Ling Xiao and asked with a hint of reluctance. Ling Xiao replied, "Not so soon. At the very least, I have to refine some pills for the guild before I can leave." "Really? Then stay a little longer. I can't bear to part with you," Ndgao exclaimed with joy. Ling Xiao lightly scratched Ndgao's nose and said, "Silly girl, if you can't bear to part with me, then accompany me to the Dragon Gate. In any case, the third hall master said that you only need to remember to return to the guild. It's not like he wants you to stay here for the rest of your life." Ndgao's beautiful eyes brightened at first, but then dimmed. She said, "I know you have important things to do, so I won't pester you for now. I should speed up my cultivation and become the alchemy god as soon as possible. Only then will I feel that the distance between us has shortened." She paused for a moment before continuing. "If you forget about me after you return to the Dragon Gate, I'll summon the entire guild to destroy your Dragon Gate." Ling Xiao's heart chilled. He looked at Ndgao's ferocious aura and knew that she was capable of doing such a thing. "What nonsense are you saying? I'll come and see you when I have time," Ling Xiao said as he kissed her. Then he said, "It's time to get up. I'm going to take some alchemy missions and refine a few more sovereign divine grade pills. I have to return to the Dragon Gate as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll think that I'm having too much fun and forgetting home." Ling Xiao got up as soon as he said this. He didn't continue to stay in bed. On the contrary, Ndgao didn't really want to get up. Every time she thought about how Ling Xiao would soon leave, she felt especially sad. After all, he was just a newlywed, yet he was about to be separated. How could she not be sad? However, she knew that Ling Xiao had more important things to do, so she couldn't say anything more. She should be more considerate of him and share his burden. Ling Xiao left the courtyard and immediately applied for a mission from the 2 hall masters. He was going to refine 10 sovereign divine grade pills for the medicine union. 10 sovereign divine grade pills didn't sound like a lot, but it should be known that it wasn't easy to find a supreme divine material. Even if the medicine union had a lot of resources, they would only provide a few sovereign divine grade pills for auction every few years. From this, it could be seen that it wasn't easy even for a supreme being or incipient god realm expert to gather a portion of sovereign divine grade pills. The 2 hall masters knew that this was the first time Ling Xiao was making a contribution to the medicine union. After he handed over the 10 sovereign divine grade pills, it would be time for him to leave and return to the Dragon Gate. They had no reason to refuse. After all, they had already settled the matter of Ndgao and tied Ling Xiao to the medicine union. After Ling Xiao obtained the divine materials from the 2 hall masters, He entered into a state of alchemy in the secluded area that the Alchemy Association had opened up for him, striving to refine these 10 supreme divine grade pills as soon as possible. Just when Ling Xiao wanted to return to the Dragon Gate as soon as possible, something big happened in the Kim people. When Ling Xiao returned, a raging wave of anger erupted. Chapter 1464. Ling Xiao stayed in the Medicine Union for about half a year. Aside from alchemy, he also spent as much time as possible with Indijiao. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see this gentle woman again after returning to the Sky Dragon territory. During this time, Ling Xiao had already handed over the 10 Supreme Divinity grade pills to the guild. At the same time, he had also received a considerable reward from the guild. Besides, Zhuo Xinghong had fulfilled his promise. He gave him a Genesis Stone of Water class. Although this water attribute Genesis Stone was a little small, it was complete and had no flaws. It could be used to form a Genesis formation. Now he had 3 Genesis Stones. Adding the metal attribute Genesis Stone that the Kim people had, they had a total of 4. The Kim people had been searching for more than 30 years for Genesis Stones, so they should have found something. They were very close to collecting all 9 Genesis Stones. Ling Xiao had been having sex with Indijiao for several days. His legs were a little weak. On this day, he finally steeled his heart and prepared to return to the Sky Dragon territory. He had been gone for too long. He had to go back and give an explanation to his clansmen. He had to go back and see if his relatives had adapted to life in the heaven domain. He also had to see how the descendants of the soul race were doing. These were all things he was worried about at all times. DGAO, I have to go back. You have to focus on cultivation. As long as your strength increases, alchemy will be easy. Don't rely on elixirs to increase your strength. Ling Xiao said to Indijiao. Indijiao nodded reluctantly and replied, I know what to do. Don't worry and go back. Remember to come back to see me. If you really have too many things to do, please send someone to send me a letter. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist looking for you. Ling Xiao nodded and said, And I'll miss you. When I'm done with my business, I'll accompany you to travel around. That should be fine, right? You said it. I will always remember your promise and wait for you to fulfill it. Indijiao said very seriously. Ling Xiao hugged her and kissed her on the forehead. Then he was about to leave. Indijiao finally couldn't help but sob lightly. Her appearance was truly moving and pitiful. When Ling Xiao heard her crying, he almost didn't want to leave. Fortunately, he knew that now wasn't the time to be sentimental. He gritted his teeth and immediately left the city, heading back to the Sky Dragon domain. After leaving Tianyuan City, Ling Xiao immediately summoned the Vermilion Bird and rushed toward the domain gate at full speed. The Vermilion Bird's speed was as fast as lightning. It was so fast that it dispersed the clouds in the sky. About a month later, he arrived at the domain gate that led back to the Sky Dragon territory. Ling Xiao did not stop and immediately used the domain gate to travel back. In the past, Ling Xiao had followed Ling Fei to the Tianyuan city for the sake of the Divine Alchemist competition. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the Tianyuan city, he had stayed here for several decades. Presumably, the people of the Dragon Gate and the clan thought that he had been tempted by the Medicine Union's offer and didn't want to return. Regardless of whether the people of the Dragon Gate or the clan misunderstood, Ling Xiao felt that he had a clear conscience. After returning to the Sky Dragon domain, Ling Xiao felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Perhaps he had already regarded this place as his second home. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The Vermilion Bird's strength was also incomparably vigorous. It would not be a problem for it to fly for a year and a half without rest. When Ling Xiao passed by the Blazing Flame merchants, he very much wanted to see Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. However, he suppressed his impulse and did not go see them for the time being. He was already carrying a lot of love debts. It was better to take care of the clan's affairs first before thinking about other matters in the future. After rushing continuously for 2 months, the Dragon Gate's territory was finally in sight. This time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be as rash as when he had rushed to Tianyuan City. He hurriedly asked the Vermilion Bird to stop and let it transform into its human form before entering the city through the gate. There was no need to alarm the elder guarding the city. The vermilion bird, who had rarely spoken, stared at the dragon-gazing mountain range and said faintly, "What a rich dragon aura. What a good dragon vein terrain. No wonder the golden dragon could live here." There was some inexplicable connection between divine beasts. It was normal for it to be able to sense the existence of dragon aura. "The golden dragon lives here. I also brought my brother Qilin here. Don't be too disappointed when you see him." Ling Xiao replied. Back then, the prodigal only had the strength of a peak intermediate 10th level. After leaving for a few decades, it would be good if he could advance even one level. Compared to the vermilion bird's strength, he was still too far away. Ling Xiao originally wanted to temporarily put the vermilion bird into the medicine cauldron, but it refused to go in again no matter what. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let it stay close to him. The vermilion bird's female form was too perfect. It was like a mature and charming woman. That devilish figure with the golden ratio was too tempting. Her exposed jade-like skin displayed an infinite charm, making one's imagination run wild. It was too dazzling as it followed behind him. As soon as it entered Heavenly Dragon City, it immediately attracted 200% of the people's attention. The surrounding men all cast lustful gazes at it. They really wanted to immediately pounce on it and pamper it. However, the aura that Ling Xiao faintly overflowed made them all feel a heavy pressure. No one dared to take liberties with the transformed vermilion bird. However, because of this, people finally began to notice Ling Xiao's existence. They all suspected that he was the newly promoted alchemy god, Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had revealed his face to the public in Heavenly Origin City's main hall. The guild's members had long since recorded his appearance with a record crystal pearl, and publicized it in the various regions. Dragon Gate was a famous city in the Heaven Domain, and it was a city directly under the jurisdiction of the force that Ling Xiao was in. Naturally, it had long received news about Ling Xiao becoming the alchemy god. Now his legendary deeds had spread all over the streets and alleys of this place. It was just that Ling Xiao himself didn't know about it. However, Ling Xiao's eyes and ears were extraordinary. He only needed to listen casually to know what the people around him were talking about. "Brother, did you notice that young man seems to be the newly promoted alchemy god, Lord Ling Xiao?" It's very similar. Isn't he still in the Medicine Alliance? Could it be that he's going back to Dragon Gate? I don't think he looks like Lord Ling Xiao. Look at him, he's not wearing an alchemist robe. Which alchemist doesn't wear that kind of robe all day to show their identity? Maybe it's just a coincidence. That's hard to say. Several decades ago, Lord Ling Xiao was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo, the youngest Senjin of Goguryeo in history. It's not strange for him to wear a martial robe. I really want to go pay my respects to him. It would be great if he's willing to let me follow him. Why don't we go and ask? In any case, there's nothing to lose. However, the woman beside him is really beautiful and sexy. It's just that her eyes are too cold. It's really unbearable. Just when some people wanted to confirm whether this young man before them was really the legendary alchemy god, Ling Xiao, they suddenly lost sight of Ling Xiao and the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao didn't want to be surrounded by them, and he temporarily didn't have the mood to deal with them one by one. Ling Xiao brought the vermilion bird directly to the city lord's mansion. The Heavenly Dragon City Lord naturally knew what kind of person Ling Xiao was. When he saw Ling Xiao, he almost prostrated on the ground and licked Ling Xiao's feet. Ling Xiao was currently the only alchemy god in the Heavenly Dragon territory. His return would affect many people's hearts. Recently, there were countless people who came to send congratulatory gifts. All of them wanted to form a good relationship with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao dismissed the city lord with a few words, he hurriedly used the space formation to return to Dragon Gate. In fact, with his supreme being strength, he could directly reach Dragon Gate's location. However, he didn't want to be too high profile. Otherwise, people would think that he was ignoring all rules for the sake of the alchemy god. When Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate, the news of his return immediately spread to every corner of Dragon Gate like the wind. Dragon Gate had long received the messenger sent by the Medicine Alliance to announce that Ling Xiao had become the alchemy god, and had even become their guild's honorary vice hall master. At that time, the entire sect celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, Ling Xiao was a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect. This glory naturally belonged to the Heavenly Dragon sect. Those who had friendly relations with Ling Xiao in the past were all secretly delighted. Ling Xiao's status had multiplied, and they might be able to benefit from it. As for those who had offended Ling Xiao, they were incomparably overshadowed, especially the former followers of the Divine Body faction. Although the internal problems of Dragon Gate had been stabilized, the cracks that had once existed would not be easily healed. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was the one who had fought with the Divine Body faction the most. His achievements made the position of Kim People's faction even more unbreakable. Today, when Ling Xiao had returned, some people were happy while others were worried. However, they were more happy than worried. The Gate Master of Dragon Gate, Ling Feiwu, led a group of high elders to welcome him. Not only that, but many half-incipient God Realm experts and even the original elders were also alarmed. Ling Xiao didn't have time to return to his place before he felt a mighty aura coming from all directions. He could only stop and wait for their arrival. After all, he wasn't the same as before. Sometimes he had to show his attitude as the alchemy god. Altogether, there were more than 300 people. Many high elders who had gone out, or hadn't received the news hadn't come yet. Otherwise, there would be more people coming to welcome Ling Xiao. As for the ordinary King God Realm elders, of course, they weren't qualified to join the welcoming team. Ling Feiwu led these people to stand in front of Ling Xiao. Then he bowed to Ling Xiao in an extremely rude manner. They all bowed to Ling Xiao and said in unison, "Welcome back to the sect, Alchemy God." Chapter 1465. Welcome back the Supreme Alchemy God to the sect. Their voices pierced through the 9 heavens, and were deafening with an incomparably awe-inspiring aura. Other than a few founding elders, everyone else bowed to Ling Xiao. Even the high and mighty sect master Ling Feiwu was no exception. One could see how much people respected and worshipped Ling Xiao after he became the Supreme Alchemy God. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary Supreme Alchemy God, but the youngest Supreme Alchemy God in history. He was already a legend that would be recorded in the annals of history, so his return naturally caused the people of the Dragon Gate to be extremely excited. The people of the Dragon Gate already knew of Ling Xiao's brilliance. His battle prowess surpassed his peers, and there was no one in the Dragon Gate who did not admire him. Moreover, he also seized the title of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, and rose to more than 400 ranks. Moreover, he was also the most outstanding divine alchemist in the sect. These honors had already made Ling Xiao famous in the Dragon Gate. However, in the past, there was endless internal strife, so no one deliberately displayed their fanatical worship of Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the heaven domain in one fell swoop, no one could suppress the excitement of worshipping him. Those characters who had always been high up in the sect, including those from the Godly Physique faction, also had to lower their arrogant heads in front of him to express their willingness to worship. Ling Xiao's mood was also a bit surging. He remembered that when he first arrived at the heaven domain, he was captured by others to mine in the mines, and was even sent to the prison arena to fight. In the eyes of others, he was worthless. And after he arrived at the Dragon Gate, many people continuously provoked him, forcing him to resist. Now he finally made a name for himself. No matter who it was, they could forget about suppressing him. Those who wanted to provoke him had to carefully measure whether or not they had the qualifications to do so. Surrounded by the crowd, Ling Xiao walked towards the main hall of the Dragon Gate. Along the way, members of the Dragon Gate kept crowding around him. Whether it was the Divine King, the Holy Emperor, or other weaker disciples, all of them wanted to touch Ling Xiao's face. In an instant, there were thousands of people following Ling Xiao, and the number was still increasing. By the time they arrived at the main hall, the main peak was already surrounded by a dense crowd of people. No one deliberately dismissed them. After all, Ling Xiao's return was a very glorious thing. It was something to be happy about. There was no need to do anything else to dampen the mood. However, after Ling Xiao entered the main hall, an elder finally dismissed them and announced that Ling Xiao would be given a reward ceremony, so that they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to see Lord Ling Xiao. Most of the people had left. Only a small number of them could enter the main hall to see Ling Xiao. Those people were all high elders at the Senjin of Goguryeo or above. Many of them were half-incipient God Realm elders, and some great beginning elders. Except for Ling Feiwu, who was sitting on the main seat, Ling Xiao and the other great beginning elders were also there. Ling Feiwu's position was even higher than theirs. The other half-incipient God Realm elders, and the Senjin of Goguryeo weren't qualified to sit there. Great Uncle Ling Xiao, we're all proud and happy that you can come back. Ling Feiwu smiled at Ling Xiao. Recently, as the Gate Master of the Dragon Gate, he had been striving hard to manage the Dragon Gate. It was even more prosperous than when Ling Chun was there, and he seemed to have put on some weight. He remembered the time when he and his great-uncle had challenged the God Investiture Altar and won the title of the Senjin of Goguryeo together. That experience was still vivid in his mind. Dozens of years had passed, and his great-uncle Xiao had left him far behind. As the sect master, he could only serve his great-uncle carefully. He believed that when his great-uncle returned to the clan, his great-uncle's position would be on the same level as the chief. It's true. Elder Ling Xiao is the first Supreme God Alchemist of our Dragon Gate. He's also the only Supreme God Alchemist in the Sky Dragon territory. He has helped our Dragon Gate gain great glory. If Elder Ling Xiao needs anything, just tell me. I, Old He, will do my best to help you, said a low-level incipient God Realm expert. This man wasn't sitting in the front, but he wasn't sitting at the back either. His name was He Dong, one of the Elder Feng of the Dragon Gate. Besides him, the others were also the Elder Feng. The real elders of the Dragon Gate hadn't shown up yet. The incipient God Realm experts of the Godly Body faction mostly stayed in the Dragon Gate, while the incipient God Realm experts of the Kim people stayed in the territories behind the Dragon Gate. They wouldn't show up easily. Usually they were in seclusion for a long time, or their souls were wandering around. As Ling Xiao had come back too suddenly, their disciples didn't dare to tell them that he had come out of seclusion. If Ling Xiao had just the title of the incipient God Realm expert, he wouldn't have asked the elders of the Dragon Gate to come out and greet him. His title as the alchemist was the main reason why they wanted to flatter him. Not bad. Elder Ling Xiao is the alchemist of our Dragon Gate. You didn't forget your roots and come back to the Dragon Gate. We're all happy. We will count on you to contribute more to the Dragon Gate. We will wave the flag for you. I don't know how to be polite. I just hope that Elder Ling Xiao can refine a Supreme God pellet for me. I will be your guide in the future. Old Gu, you don't know how to talk. If you want Elder Ling Xiao to refine the Supreme God pellet for you, you should at least prepare some Supreme materials. If you can prepare my share, it will be the best. The incipient God Realm experts talked to each other, showing their deep desire to please Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao clasped his fists and smiled. Elders, you don't need to be so polite. I will tell you now. If anyone in our Dragon Gate has the Supreme God pellet, as long as you can prepare 2 or more portions, I will refine the Supreme God pellet for you to strengthen the prestige of our Dragon Gate. As soon as Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, everyone in the hall exclaimed in unison, "Good." The gazes they shot at Ling Xiao had become extremely burning and urgent, and all of them were thinking about how they should prepare those divine materials, so that their strengths could improve by another level. It should be noted that the number of Supreme God Alchemists was too small. They didn't even have one in the Sky Dragon territory. Moreover, the Supreme God pellet was extremely rare and precious. Not everyone had the chance to get one. Ling Xiao's words were like a reassuring pill to them. They sighed inwardly. It's so good to have the Supreme God Alchemist with us. After exchanging some pleasantries with the people present, Ling Xiao planned to return to his mountain to see his family. However, at this moment, he felt many powerful auras coming to the hall. Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly, "What a powerful aura!" He found that the auras of these people were much stronger than him. He was afraid that these people had the competence of the middle-level Supreme Master Realm. Everyone present was moved. They all stood up and waited for the person to enter the hall. They could guess that only the founding elder of the Divine Body faction dared to ignore all the rules like that in the sect. In the next moment, 6 old men appeared at the entrance of the hall. They walked into the hall together. The 2 old men with powerful auras were surprisingly Fang Bu'er's martial uncle, Ji Chunchao, who was also Ji Tianfang's father. The other old man was Fongbuer's teacher Wei Tuesday. These two were the most important, and also the strongest people of the Divine Body faction. They had reached the peak of the middle-level Supreme Master Realm. They were the old incipient God Realm experts of the Dragon Gate. The other four were also at the Supreme Incipient God Realm. All of them looked old and dignified. From their auras, Ling Feiwu and the others felt as if they were trying to force the Emperor to abdicate. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. When Ling Feiwu was about to speak, Ji Qinchao and Wei Tu's gazes fell on Ling Xiao first. Ji Qinchao was the first one to ask, "You must be the new Supreme God Alchemist, Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao met Ji Qinchao's eyes and answered faintly, "That's right. I'm Ling Xiao. Greetings, elders." Ling Xiao was neither servile nor overbearing. His face was calm as if he wasn't frightened by their surging auras. "Haha, you're indeed a talented man. It's our Dragon Gate's good fortune to have you in our Dragon Gate." Wei Tu, who was standing next to Ji Qinchao, laughed. While he was smiling, the other incipient God Realm experts also retrieved their auras. Their faces were kind and friendly. They had only come to see what kind of person the newly promoted Supreme Alchemy God was. If they were to be scared by them, then it would be an undeserved reputation. Now, it seemed that Ling Xiao was indeed a talented man with a bright future. When they thought about how their disciples and grand-disciples had fought against such a character, they felt that they had overestimated themselves. At the same time, they felt lucky that they hadn't completely fallen out with Kim people. Otherwise, it would have been their loss. From today onwards, whether it was for their own sake or for the sake of their disciples, they had no choice but to curry favor with the people of the Jin clan and this new alchemy god. Ji Qinchao smiled. "My son Tianfeng has always regarded you as his idol. He has been working hard to cultivate. At that time, I heard about your existence, Ling Xiao. In just a blink of an eye, you're already on the same level as us old fogies. It's really amazing. I suggest that the sect master should reward Elder Ling Xiao well." Ling Xiao smiled. "Elders, you flatter me. Ling Xiao only has a little ability. In the future, I still need to rely on the elders to take care of me." "Alright, there's no need to be so polite. We're all from the same sect, and from now on, we'll be as close as brothers. Let bygones be bygones. Those juniors are immature, please don't take it to heart, Elder Ling Xiao." Wei Tu smiled and then said, "I've already sent my disdainful disciple, Fongbuer, to the Western Paradise." Wei Tu's last words were more or less like slapping his own face. However, it was undeniable that he had given enough face and put down everything in the past. When the sect had settled the internal strife, Wei Tu had left Fongbuer on his mountain and forcefully protected Fongbuer's life. Now that Ling Xiao had returned in glory, his status was no longer the same as before. In order to make Ling Xiao eliminate all his hatred towards the Divine Body faction, Wei Tu had no choice but to personally make a statement. Regardless of whether or not Fongbuer had been killed by him, his words had already made it clear that Fongbuer would never appear in front of them again, and there would never be another person like Fongbuer who wanted to seize the position of sect master. Chapter 1466. The appearance of Ji Fengchao and Wei Tu made the atmosphere in the hall not as warm as before. However, Ling Feiwu was very excited and happy. Although he had taken over Ling Chen's position and became the master of Dragon Gate, he still couldn't let down his guard against the Divine Body faction. He always felt that they would provoke them again. He also wanted to visit the founding elders of the Divine Body faction and have a talk with them. Unfortunately, she hadn't even met him once, causing him to be helpless. Today, as Ling Xiao returned, with his identity, the Dragon Gate would not have any internal strife in the next 10,000 years. If Ling Xiao continued to be strong and stayed in the Dragon Gate, no one would dare to provoke the prestige of the Kim people. He couldn't help but sigh. With Granduncle Ling Xiao's return and the stability of the sect, our Dragon Gate's prestige will be even greater. The people in the hall didn't stay for long. After deciding on the conferring ceremony for Ling Xiao, they all left. The moment Ling Xiao wanted to return to his mountain, Zhengqin came to Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "Elder Alchemist God, from now on, you will be in charge of our Dragon Gate's Alchemist branch." Zhengqin now admired Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. It was all thanks to Ling Xiao that he could reach the supreme incipient god realm for so many years. If Ling Xiao hadn't joined the Alchemist Guild and become its guest elder, the Dragon Gate wouldn't have received so many supreme god pellets, and one of them was given to him. It was because he had worked hard for the Dragon Gate for many years. While he had provided so many divine pellets, he had also trained many excellent alchemists. He deserved a supreme god pellet, which helped him reach the supreme god realm. However, when he became a low-level supreme incipient god realm expert, he failed to refine a supreme god pellet, which was a big blow to him. He thought that with his many years of experience, he would naturally become an alchemy god, but unfortunately, he was too naive. Now that Ling Xiao had surpassed him in one fell swoop and became the youngest supreme alchemy god, he couldn't help but admire him. Hee, Elder Zheng, you are too polite. You have always been the chief alchemist of the sect. Although I was lucky enough to take that step earlier than you, there are still many things that you need to handle well. I will just assist you from the side. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Before Zheng Qin could say anything else, he said, Elder Zheng, I'll go back to see my family first. When I'm free, we can discuss alchemy again. Zheng Qin was pleasantly surprised as he replied, Good. This old man will welcome alchemist Ling's arrival at any time. The fact that Ling Xiao did not become arrogant after becoming the supreme alchemy god made Zheng Qin very happy. He was also glad that he had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god, being able to discuss alchemy with him was undoubtedly something worth being excited about. It was also something that he felt the most urgent. If he could also become the supreme alchemy god, although he would not be as glorious as Ling Xiao, his status would still be greatly improved. Many people wanted to talk with Ling Xiao alone, but they were all rejected by Ling Xiao. He called the most beautiful vermilion bird, who had been ignored, and rushed to his mountain peak. When he returned, many people had already gathered on his peak. Some were his relatives, some were the original elders and deacons of his peak, but most were people from other peaks. They all came to get close to the people at his peak, and wanted to improve their relationship with Ling Xiao through their relationship. As soon as they saw Ling Xiao, they all bowed to greet him. Ling Xiao had to wave his hand to let these people disperse first. What was the point of making a ruckus here? He flew to the front of his palace and looked at his familiar relatives and lovers. They were all very happy. Meng Xian couldn't help but grumble at Ling Xiao. She said that he always left for decades and didn't care about them at all. Ling Xiao didn't have any dignity as a supreme alchemy god in front of his mother, so he could only obediently listen to her scolding. Grandpa, how can you not look old at all? When we stand together with you, others will think that you are my older brother or younger brother. A clear and beautiful voice appeared. This was a woman dressed in a more elegant manner. Her delicate face was exquisite and perfect, and her skin was so tender that it seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her beautiful hair was adorned with a butterfly ornament that exuded a lovely spirit. A purple dress wrapped around her graceful figure to the fullest. Ling Xiao looked at this strange yet familiar woman and couldn't help but smile. Little girl, are you little Yu? That's right, she was Ling Zhao's granddaughter, Ling Yu. Ling Yu wrinkled her jade-like nose in dissatisfaction. Grandpa, you are too heartless, you actually can't recognize me. At this time, an extraordinarily handsome young man said, Grandpa has a new love, so he forgot about you, his granddaughter. What's so strange about that? This young man had a hint of ridicule on his face, and a devilish smile similar to Ling Zhao's. He was Ling Zhao's grandson Ling Zhe. Haha, a girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Little you little girl, have grown up and become even more beautiful. Little Zhe is also not bad. He has half of your grandpa's demeanor from back then. Ling Xiao happily laughed. Then he glanced at his women and pointed at the vermilion bird divine beast. It is anti-vermilion bird, but it has come to find Zizi for something. Don't make wild guesses. Ling Zhao's tone was serious. Ling Xiao and the other women also knew that they were overthinking, and the trace of unnaturalness on their faces disappeared. Immediately after, Ling Xiao first arranged for the vermilion bird divine beast to a quiet place, so that he could properly reminisce with his family. Ling Xiao went to his palace. Sitting on the seat of the Peak Lord, He looked at everyone in the hall. They were all his relatives and lovers, and there were no outsiders present. Among these people, Mad Monk, Evil Emperor, Ling Zhan, Feng Lingtian and a few others were not present. They were all cultivation madmen, and had all gone out to cultivate. Sitting below him were his mother, Feng Xianyan, Yun Mingqi Kai Xieyue, Yuro Fei, Ji Beixin, and a group of female generals. Seeing that their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, Ling Xiao also felt a lot more at ease. Among these women, other than Yun Mingqi and Yuro Fei, Feng Xianyan was the one who had advanced the fastest. Her heavenly gu body was almost on par with the divine body, and from the strength of a saint, she had directly reached the strength of a high-level holy emperor. She had advanced a level every few years, and she had not taken any pills to advance. At this rate, within 100 years, she would have the chance to aspire to the divine king realm. At that time, she would only be 200 years old. To be able to reach the divine king realm, she would definitely be a first-class genius in the heaven domain. Next was Dongfang Jing. She had actually surpassed many women who had always been at a higher level than her, and reached the strength of a middle-level holy emperor, displaying her pride as the proud daughter of the Dongfang family. As for the others, there were 2 or 3 people who had the strength of a low-level holy emperor, and most of them were in the high-level saint realm. If they wanted to take the step to the holy emperor realm, they would still need some time and comprehension. As for Ling Zhao's wife, Tenbin Bai Yueme, she had also caught up and reached the peak of the saint realm. She was only one step away from the strength of a holy emperor. Ling Yu had also turned over a new leaf, and improved a lot. She and her sister Ling Ying had also reached the strength of a middle-level saint. On the contrary, among so many people, the potential that the twins Ling Yu and Ling Zhe had displayed made people look at them in a new light. They had both reached the strength of a low-level saint. They were only in their early 50s, and to be able to reach this stage, they were not inferior to Ling Xiao back then. However, after reaching this stage, it would become more and more difficult to advance. It would be extremely difficult for them to catch up to Ling Zhao's advancement. The reason why they were able to increase their strength by a large margin was because the environment of the heaven realm was simply too suitable for cultivation. It was countless times better than the profound spirit continent back then. Ling Xiao roughly told them the reason why he had disappeared for so many years, so that they wouldn't let their imaginations run wild. It was also difficult for them to understand that Ling Xiao had relied on his own hard work to achieve today's supreme glory. They wouldn't have too many complaints towards him, and would only blame themselves for dragging Ling Xiao down. They had already tried their best to catch up to Ling Zhao's footsteps, but they were pulled further and further away by him. It was truly a huge blow to them. However, they should be satisfied. To be able to reach such a realm at their age, they could be considered pretty good geniuses in the heaven realm. Although they couldn't compare to the true disciples of the Dragon Gate, they weren't too far off. After all, their starting point was much later than theirs. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao providing them with countless cultivation resources, they wouldn't have been able to catch up to the footsteps of the people of the heaven realm. Ling Xiao found out from their mouths that the clansmen he had brought to the heaven realm were all living very well. They had the care of the people of the Dragon Gate, and were temporarily living in the outskirts of the city, slowly growing stronger. Of course, there were also restless people who wanted to travel around, wanting to find the opportunities they wanted. As for those Ling family disciples who were brought by Ling Xiao to the Kim people's territory to pass the bloodline test, they received great nurturing, and their advancement speed was also extremely fast. In short, they had already adapted to the living atmosphere of the heaven realm, and understood the situation of the heaven realm. They could settle down here with peace of mind. After Ling Xiao dismissed them, he summoned his group of subordinates who had followed him since he was in the profound spirit continent. Han Kai, Yi Yunfeng, Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth, Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and many other valiant generals. After they came to the heaven realm, they realized how weak they were. In the past few decades, they rarely went out, and all of them were working hard to break through in seclusion. Han Kai was the oldest. Although his physical fitness had been adjusted by Ling Zhao's pills and the God's Spring, his advancement speed was the slowest. Right now, he was only at the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. If he wanted to reach the Divine King realm in the future, it would undoubtedly be the most difficult. However, he was very satisfied with his current life, because his lifespan had already increased infinitely, and his alchemy skills had reached a whole new level. He could now refine Great Sage Dan, and could continue to develop his alchemy skills. Chapter 1467. Honkai was obsessed with the art of alchemy. In the Dragon Gate, there were many great saint masters and divine alchemists. He was rejuvenated and very satisfied with the current situation. Yi Yunfeng was the one who cultivated the most desperately among Ling Zhao's direct descendants. His cultivation level was mid-stage Mystic Emperor, and he directly reached the peak of the Saint Realm. He was not inferior to Ling Zhao's women. Originally, he could have reached the Holy Emperor realm earlier, but he followed Ling Zhao's instructions. He would never use elixirs to advance. He must rely on his own strength to advance step by step. He would only take elixirs when he reached the most critical juncture. In any case, there was no shortage of cultivation resources in the Heaven region. It was relatively easy to become a Holy Emperor. With an unlimited lifespan, it would not be difficult to continue breaking through and advancing. For example, they had the protection of the Supreme Alchemist God, Ling Xiao. In the future, they could at least reach the Divine King realm. As for the Supremacy realm, it would depend on their own potential and comprehension. Cruel Leopard once yearned for the Saint realm. After his rebirth, he was already a low-level saint when he followed Ling Xiao in the Central region. Now that he came to the Heaven region, he stimulated the potential of this body, and reached the mid-stage Holy Emperor realm in one fell swoop. He was only a little weaker than Feng Xianyan, and the same strength as Dongfang Jing. Although Mad Tooth found a good body in the Central region, and was reborn, he still needed to recultivate his strength. Now he was just a little stronger than before, only at the mid-stage Saint realm. Poison Scorpion cultivated poison techniques. His aptitude was slightly weaker than the others. He had only just reached the Saint realm. Lone Eagle cultivated two attributes at the same time, but he worked very hard and had already surpassed Poison Scorpion to become a mid-stage saint. Li Kuanghu and Leng Shi also had the same strength as Lone Eagle. The 8 great generals also became low-level saints. Ling Zhao's master Mu Huai, and his great-grandfathers Ling He and Ling Song, had all improved significantly. Every single one of them looked much younger than they used to be. Among these people, the one who advanced the fastest was not them but Yuan Zhantian. He had already reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm a few years ago. Even Feng Xianyan, who had the Heaven Gu body, was overshadowed by his brilliance. Yuan Zhantian was eccentric and rarely socialized with others. Because of this, some disciples of the Dragon Gate sect disliked him. At that time, he had just broken through to mid-level Saint Emperor, but a few inner sect disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect ridiculed him for looking like an ape-man. Yuan Zhantian did not want to lower himself to their level, but these people had gone too far and provoked him. Yuan Zhantian did not want to lower himself to them, but these people went of. Among these disciples, there were 3 mid-level Saint Emperors and 1 high-level Saint Emperor. However, Yuan Zhantian still managed to defeat him. Among these disciples, there were 3 middle Holy Emperors and 1 high Holy Emperor, but he was still beaten down by Yuan Zhantian. Because of this, he caused quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, Ling Gang stepped in and suppressed the matter. However, Yuan Zhantian's battle attracted the attention of many Divine King Elders. They could see that Yuan Zhantian was the successor of the sacred battle ape, and his battle Tenbin was definitely the best in the world. Many of them cherished his talent, and wanted to take him in as their disciple. Unfortunately, they were heartlessly rejected by Yuan Zhantian. They could not do anything about it. After all, Yuan Zhantian was someone from Ling Xiao Peak. Ling Xiao was a special elder in the sect. Moreover, he was appointed as a guest elder of the Medicine Guild. This made the people of the Dragon Gate wary of Ling Xiao. No one would want to provoke Ling Xiao, who had unlimited potential as a Sunjin of Goguryeo and a godly apothecary. They should be glad that they did not force Yuan Zhantian at that time. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets today. Now, Yuan Zhantian was no longer in the Dragon Gate. He had left Celestial Dragon City alone. No one knew where he was going, and he had not mentioned it to anyone. Before he left, he gave a jade tube of life to Yi Yinfeng. He would give it to Yi Yinfeng when Yi Yinfeng returned. Yuan Zhantian's action was to let Ling Xiao know that he was still alive. One day, he would come back to challenge Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not surprised to hear that Yuan Zhantian had left Celestial Dragon City. Yuan Zhantian was a man who feared nothing. Although it was easy for him to stir up trouble, Yuan Zhantian was not the kind of person who would die young. With his battle prowess and potential, he would one day shock the entire Qingyun realm. Yuan Zhantian's departure reminded Ling Xiao of Xianyao. When Xianyao left, his strength was not that great. Ling Xiao did not know how he was doing now. Had he found the opportunity he needed? Compared to Yuan Zhantian, Ling Xiao was much more at ease with Xianyao. He knew that Xianyao had always kept a low profile and was good at playing tricks. There should not be any danger for him to deceive innocent girls. If Xianyao heard Ling Xiao's thoughts, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. He was going to search for opportunities and experience the local customs of the Heaven Domain. How did he become deceiving innocent girls? After Ling Xiao reviewed his team, he still felt that their advancement speed was still a lot slower. He planned to take good care of each of them when he returned. He would reforge their bodies and aptitudes so that they could become God Kings sooner. Only then would he be at ease to let them roam the Heaven Domain. He would let them explore the world by themselves, so that they would have the ability to be independent. Senior Brother Han, how have you been since you came here? Ling Xiao respected Han Kai and took the initiative to ask. Han Kai gently stroked his old beard and smiled. Good, very good. When I was in the Central Territory, I thought that my alchemy skills were invincible. But after coming to the Heaven Domain, I realized that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. That's good. When I have time, I will take you to Old Zheng so that you can exchange pointers with him. I believe it will be very beneficial for you, Ling Xiao suggested. Han Kai was overjoyed. Great. I have admired Divine Alchemist Zheng Ken for a long time. If I can exchange pointers with him, it will be my honor. He knew that Zheng Ken was the chief divine alchemist of the Dragon Gate. His fame was known by everyone in the Dragon Gate. More than 20 years ago, Zheng Ken had become a supreme incipient God realm expert. His prestige was like the sun in the sky. Han Kai knew the alchemists here and had long admired Zheng Ken. He was in existence infinitely close to the supreme divine alchemist. He had long wanted to exchange pointers with such a person, but with his status, how could he be qualified to meet such a person? Now that he heard Ling Xiao help him solve this problem, of course he was very excited. However, Hua Xiaogui said, Old Han, are you mistaken? Didn't you hear that boss is now a supreme divine alchemist? He is much stronger than divine alchemist Zheng. You are giving up what is close to you and seeking what is far away. I really don't understand what you are thinking. As soon as Hua Xiaogui said this, Han Kai's expression froze. Then he heavily patted his forehead and shouted, Oh, it seems that this old man is really muddle-headed. Hua Xiaogui's advancement speed was slower. He had to take care of alchemy. Now he had only advanced from the mid-level heavenly venerable to the high-level mysterious emperor. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the saint realm. It was the same for Tang Lugua and him, but it did not mean that they would not have great achievements in the future. After all, they had to take care of another noble identity. Boss is now a supreme divine alchemist. In the future, with his protection, it will not be a problem for us to eat and drink well. Yi Yunfeng laughed from the side. You can't say that. I don't have that much time right now, and there are many things I need to do. I'll introduce you to Elder Zheng, senior apprentice brother, and little turtle. He's been a divine alchemist for many years, and he already has the potential to become a divine alchemist. With his guidance, it'll be 100 benefits and no harm, said Ling Xiao. He still had to find other source stones to complete the great plan to repair the Xianling continent and save his ancestor. Boss, you can't just care about Old Han and little turtle. I also want to know a divine tool master. Can I? Tang Lugua said with some embarrassment. Of course, there is no problem. Later, I will introduce you to Divine Master Zhang to learn. Ling Xiao agreed. Then he said to the others, there should be suitable divine king teachers on the peak. When the time comes, I will ask them to give you some pointers and prepare for you to break through to the Divine King realm. If you do not reach the Divine King realm, you will not be considered an expert. Everyone present was moved when they heard this. That step was the most difficult for them to cross. They all knew how many Holy Emperor in the Dragon Gate had been stuck at this level for countless years, and could not break through. Fortunately, they had Ling Xiao. With the help of his Divine King Elixir, it was not that difficult to break through. They only needed to keep increasing their strength. The minimum requirement was to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor. At that time, they would take the elixir and break through would be a matter of course. After Ling Xiao chatted with them for a long time, he let them disperse and met with Chang Haoyou. Right now, Chang Haoyou was already the head steward of Ling Xiao's mountain peak, and he was deeply trusted by Ling Xiao. Chang Haoyou was already at the middle level of the God King realm, and was not far from the peak of the God King realm. He had chosen to follow Ling Xiao a long time ago, and now, everyone finally knew how correct his choice was. And the moment he heard that Ling Xiao had become the sovereign medicine god, he was so happy that he could not sleep for a few days. In his heart, he was even more determined to follow Ling Xiao forever. Senior brother Chang, has anything happened in the sect recently? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Chang Haoyou. Chang Haoyou revealed a respectful expression, and reported some of the things that happened in the past few years to Ling Xiao. Right now, Chang Haoyou was Ling Xiao's spy in the Dragon Gate. When Ling Xiao was not around, Chang Haoyou could help him record everything that happened. After listening, Ling Xiao understood that these things did not have much to do with him, so he felt a lot more at ease. However, when it came to the clansmen that Ling Xiao brought up, other than those who had been accepted into the clan, those who did not have obvious bloodline power were arranged to live outside the city. There were some minor disturbances, but they had already been dealt with. Now no one would be stupid enough to provoke Ling Xiao's people. Ling Xiao originally wanted to stay on the mountain peak for a few more days to accompany his women, but Ling Fei's sudden arrival forced him to rush back to the clan, because he heard something that made him very sad and angry. Chapter 1468. Ling Wei was dead. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he almost exploded. Perhaps Ling Wei didn't have many interactions with him in his life, but he and Ling Xiao had the same bloodline. He was willing to call him great-grandpa. The feeling that blood was thicker than water could never be erased. Ever since he recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan, he saw every clansman around him as his family. Ling Wei, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the other elders all treated him very well, which made him respect them from the bottom of his heart. Ling Wei was a genuine incipient God realm expert. How could he die all of a sudden? Ling Xiao couldn't accept this fact. He shouted at Ling Fei, "Brother, why did it happen? How did my great-grandpa die?" Ling Fei said with a sorrowful face, "Old Wei was fighting with someone when he was searching for the Genesis stone. He was killed." Then his eyes sparkled with murderous aura. "The Winged Man tribe killed him." "The Winged Man tribe?" Ling Xiao shouted through his gritted teeth. Then he said coldly, "One day, I will wipe out the Winged Man tribe." However, no matter how angry Ling Xiao was, it was useless. He and Ling Fei returned to the clan. The clan was making the best plan to deal with the Winged Man tribe. They must make the Winged Man tribe pay with blood. Ling Xiao and Ling Fei hurried to the clan. At the same time, they brought the divine beast Vermilion Bird. Ling Xiao had arranged for the wastrel to live in the dragon-gazing mountain with the Gold Wolf King, the mutant liger, and the dragon horse. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't bring them was that they couldn't help him at that time. It was better to let them grow freely in the mountain. When Ling Xiao reached the clan, he didn't immediately meet the clan leader with Ling Fei. Instead, he brought the Vermilion Bird to look for the prodigal first. They had always been active near the Golden Dragon. Although that place was more suitable for metal-type spirit beasts, the prodigal always had beast cores to swallow. Furthermore, it had become friends with the 13th prince, so it didn't mind staying there. The mythological beast Vermilion Bird seemed to sense some kind of pressure as it followed Ling Xiao deeper in. It couldn't help but transform into its true form, and let out a loud cry. Whoosh! Intense flames spread out in all directions, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise rapidly. Roar! Beastly roars rang out from the depths of the mountain range. and huge figures rushed out from the bottom of the mountain range. There were close to 100 golden water dragons, and every one of them showed signs of transforming into a dragon. Their draconic aura was evident, and their dragon scales shone brightly. Behind them, there were also many powerful metal-type holy beasts that surrounded Ling Xiao and the mythological beast Vermilion Bird. Among these holy beasts, there were 3 water dragons and 2 mutated metal-type holy beasts that had reached the 11th level. Dozens of them had already surpassed the 10th level. These were the guardian holy beasts of the Golden Dragon's territory. They were all attached to the Golden Dragon. In their eyes, the Golden Dragon was royalty and was worthy of their loyalty. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that bringing the mythological beast Vermilion Bird would cause such a huge commotion. Just as he was about to talk to these water dragons, an even more terrifying roar came from the depths of the mountain range. This was the true roar of a dragon. The Golden Dragon's Golden Dragon had come out from the dragon's nest. More than 10 golden dragons with their intimidating auras dashed towards the area in just a blink of an eye. Looking at these giant creatures that were thousands of meters long, their golden scales lit up the sky of the mountain range. It was a magnificent scene. The warriors in the Kim people's territory were frightened by the dragon roars. They became restless. Lingbo, Lingqiu, and more than 10 incipient God Realm experts dashed towards the Golden Dragon's territory. They were worried that something big had happened. Ling Xiao also roared and screamed in fear. "Guys, don't act rashly. It's just a friend I've brought here." He was scared out of his wits. If those holy beasts swarmed him, he could only run for his life. "Boss, why are you here? Why did you bring the fiery Vermilion Bird here? It dares to provoke our royal prestige. How dare it?" One of the golden dragons spoke human language. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into its human form. It was the 13th prince who used to follow Ling Xiao. "It's a misunderstanding. Listen to me first. Tell them to retreat," Ling Xiao said hurriedly. At this moment, the golden dragon of the Azure Dragons roared. All the flood dragons and the other holy beasts disappeared into the mountain range. "Vermilion Bird Queen, why did you come to our tribe?" the Azure Dragon asked in a low voice. Ling Xiao had never seen this Azure Dragon before. It must be the old Dragon King of the Golden Dragon. The divine beast Vermilion Bird retrieved its aura and said to the Azure Dragon, "Your Majesty the old Dragon King, I'm sorry to disturb you. I don't know how many years it has been since I last met you dragons. I'm just excited." Pausing for a while, it continued, "I'm here to see the prince of the Fire Qilin tribe. I heard that he's a guest in your tribe." As soon as it finished speaking, another roar sounded from below. "Empress Vermilion Bird, what business do you have with me?" A ball of fire brought with it a brilliant light and directly swept to Ling Xiao's side. Wasn't it the prodigal fire unicorn? It had a dragon head, dragon horns, a lion's body, a ponytail, and eagle claws. They formed the image of an extraordinary divine beast. Its aura was much stronger than before. Surprisingly, it had surpassed the peak of medium-level 10th God Realm and reached high-level 10th God Realm. The gathering of 3 different divine beasts made the Kim people's supreme and incipient God Realm experts jealous. "Boss, you're finally back. Next time you want to go out, you must take me with you. It's so boring here," the prodigal said to Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao affectionately touched the prodigal's forehead and smiled. "Okay, I'll take you with me next time." Then he pointed at the divine beast Vermilion Bird and said, "Auntie Vermilion Bird wants to see you. You should have a good chat with her. I won't disturb you. I'll find you later." Then he left the divine beasts and flew towards Lingbo, Lingqiu, and the others. "Good boy, you're finally back. It's fine if you're back. Why did you make such a big noise? I thought someone dared to offend our Kim people." Lingbo smiled at Ling Xiao. They had received the news that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god. They had been worried that Ling Xiao had been roped in by the Medicine Alliance and didn't want to return to their clan. A few years ago, they had sent people to the Medicine Alliance to find Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they only heard that Ling Xiao had gone to the Sky Sparrow area. They didn't know whether this news was true or not. In short, as long as Ling Xiao didn't return, they would feel uneasy. Now Ling Xiao had finally returned. These old fellows should be relieved. Chief, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Ling Xiao bowed to Ling Bo and the others. Then he said, my great-grandfather. Is he really dead? As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others' expressions slightly changed. Looking at their ugly faces, it was obvious that this matter was very difficult for them. In terms of seniority, Ling Wei was much older than Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others. Ling Wei had always had the image of a good person in the clan, and he was relatively popular. His sudden death had aroused the anger of everyone in the clan. We'll talk about this when we get back, Ling Bo said and led the way back to the clan's territory. At this time, Ling Qiu whispered to Ling Xiao, Little Xiao, did you tame the vermilion bird? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, No, it just wanted to discuss something with the divine beast Qilin. The divine beast Qilin happened to be my brother. I was just a middleman. Ling Qiu sighed and said, It's a pity. If it could be used by you, it would be a blessing for the Kim people. He paused for a while and said, If it's possible, try to build a good relationship with it. I've heard that there's a Genesis stone in the Nirvana space of the Tianke territory. If it could enter the Nirvana space and get the Fire Genesis stone, it would be great. Another old man of the Kim people said, Yes, little Xiao, if you can find a Genesis stone, it will be a great merit for you. Recently, the Gold Tribe had been trying to find ways to collect all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. They wanted to find someone to set up the Genesis Great Formation to save their ancestor. To them, each kind of Genesis stone was precious. As long as they could get it, they had to use any means to get it. Ling Xiao said faintly, I've got the Fire Genesis stone. What? The Gold Clan's supreme martial artists stopped in their tracks and cried out in shock. They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of disbelief. They had spread the news around the Heaven territory that they were willing to pay any price to exchange for each kind of Genesis stone. They had also sent the Supremes of the incipient God realm to the dangerous areas in outer space to find them. After dozens of years, besides the metal Genesis stone that their tribe had, they had only gotten a water Genesis stone from the Black Turtle sect. It was obvious how hard it was to find these Genesis stones. And today, Ling Xiao had brought them a Fire Genesis stone. It was really surprising. Ling Xiao said, I met the vermilion bird by chance. It brought me to the Nirvana space. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through to the incipient God realm that fast. Haha, God is helping us, the Kim people. We already have the metal, water and fire Genesis stones. I believe it won't be difficult to get the other 6. Ling Bo couldn't help but laugh. Yes, we also know that the Winged Men tribe also has the Light Genesis stone. After we kill those damn birdmen, we will get the Light Genesis stone. Ling Qiu grinned fiendishly. Now that Xiao has returned, with his fame as the supreme alchemy god, he can help the outer hall attract more powerhouses. If we can get a few supreme rogue cultivators to join us, then we won't have to fear those birdmen anymore. Another elder of the Gold Clan quietly replied. At this time Ling Xiao said with surprise, Has our tribe got the Water Genesis stone? Yes, I got it from the Black Turtle sect. Is there a problem? Ling Bo replied. Chapter 1469. Ling Xiao felt that he had suffered a big loss this time. He had sacrificed his luck to become the Medicine Union's subordinate to get the Water Genesis stone, but now he couldn't use it anymore. Ling Xiao forced a smile and patted his forehead. It seems like I can only keep it for myself. Ling Bo arched his brows. What? You found the Water Genesis stone too? It's impossible, isn't it? Each kind of Genesis stone existed in those spaces with pure attributes. It wasn't something that ordinary people could get. Even the incipient God realm experts couldn't find them. If they were careless, they would die in those dangerous spaces. He believed that Ling Xiao had the divine beast vermilion birds help to get the Fire Genesis stone. It wasn't strange. However, if Ling Xiao got the Water Genesis stone, it would be unbelievable. Ling Xiao chuckled. Let's go back to the conference hall first. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others returned to the conference hall with doubts. As soon as Ling Xiao stood still, he took out the 3 Genesis stones and placed them in front of everybody. Swoosh swoosh. Flows of Genesis power flashed, filling the simple hall in just a blink of an eye. As soon as people sat down, they jumped up as if their butts were on fire. They looked at the 3 different colored Genesis stones in front of them in fright. Looking at the 3 different sized Genesis stones in front of them, their jaws dropped so much that they could fit a fist inside. The power of the Genesis stones was so strong that it had almost shattered this place. Ling Xiao had to collect them. I got the Fire Genesis Source Stone from the Nirvana space. I used another Fire Genesis Source Stone to exchange for the Earth Genesis Source Stone from the Fire Clan. I got the Water Genesis Source Stone from the Medicine Alliance. Since the clan already has the Water Genesis Source Stone, I'll keep it for myself. Ling Xiao explained, and then gave the Fire and Earth Genesis Stones to Ling Bo in a spatial ring. This. Kid, you really surprised us. You alone found 3 Genesis Stones of different attributes. It seems like the entire Gold Clan is not as fast as you. You really make us old men feel ashamed. Ling Bo pulled himself together and said with emotion, "You are so good at finding 3 Genesis Stones of different attributes." Ling Qiu was also very pleased. That's right. It was the right decision to bring you back to our clan. You've surpassed all our expectations. With you here, we old men don't have to worry anymore. The other elders also began to praise Ling Xiao. They looked at Ling Xiao with incomparably kind and gratified eyes. They knew that because of Ling Xiao's existence, the Jin clan would once again rise to power. Chief, elders, I want to know how my great-grandfather died. Ling Xiao gave the Genesis Stone to Ling Bo and changed the topic. Ling Bo frowned. As he was about to speak, an elder of the Gold tribe sighed and said, Elder Wei died because of me. If I didn't have the guts to suggest that Elder Wei go to the Winged Man race to trade for the Light Attribute Source Stone, he wouldn't have died. Damn the Winged Man clan. I will take revenge for Elder Wei sooner or later. Ling Xiao looked at the elder. He knew that his name was Ling Min. Now he had reached the peak of low-level supreme expert. Shi Yin guessed that his great-grandfather, Ling Wei, was at least a mid-level supreme expert at incipient God realm. The 2 of them had gone to the Winged Man clan, but they had to return with losses. The Winged Man clan was worthy of being the strongest ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area. Their foundation was much more terrifying than the Kim people. If they hadn't disdained to join forces with other clans, they would have had their own territory in the Sky Dragon area. Ling Min told Ling Xiao what had happened, which made Ling Xiao even angrier. He was the reason why the Winged Man clan dared to attack the incipient God realm experts of the Kim people. Ling Min said that when they first arrived at the Winged Man clan's territory, although the Winged Man clan was arrogant and rude, they didn't want to kill them. They just didn't want to trade the Genesis Stone with them. However, after a prince called Jet appeared, he hated the Kim people a lot. Thus, the Winged Man clan changed their attitude toward them. Then the incipient God realm experts of the Winged Man clan besieged them. To protect Ling Min, Ling Wei was killed by the enemy's incipient God realm experts. Ling Xiao was enraged. Prince Jet was one of the ancient warriors who had besieged him when he returned to the Heaven territory from Mysterious Spirit Continent. Eventually he had escaped. He didn't expect that Prince Jet would become the reason why his great-grandfather was killed. Anyway, Ling Xiao had killed the 2 incipient God realm experts of the Winged Man clan, which had caused this disaster. In other words, Shi Yin had indirectly killed his great-grandfather. Ling Xiao blamed himself a lot. He swore in his head, I must flatten the Winged Man clan. Ling Xiao wanted to postpone the big grudge against the Soul Clan. He wanted to wait until the descendants of the Soul Clan grew up. Then he would give them the chance to rebuild the reputation of the Soul Clan. But now, it seemed that destroying the Winged Man clan was his top priority. Then he would kill the Dark Shadow clan. After his competence had reached another level, he would kill all the incipient God realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan. The Soul Clan would slaughter the rest of the people. Of course, besides these 2 clans, the Demon Tiger clan was his main enemy. Chief elders, we have to take revenge for my great-grandfather. Ling Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. Ling Bo nodded. You're right. We're waiting for the others to come back. We will discuss how to destroy the Winged Man clan. They have many incipient God realm experts. It's too bad that our forefather is trapped. Otherwise we wouldn't have to be so passive. Ling Hongyu was the strongest existence of the Kim people. He was at the peak of the Supreme Realm, and he was a famous existence on the supreme list. With him here, the Kim people were like the anchor that no one dared to provoke. However, they had lost Ling Hongyu. Although the Kim people still had many incipient God Realm experts, none of them had Ling Hongyu's competence. Their competence had decreased by 1 level. Currently, the Kim people had sent many incipient God Realm experts to outer space to find the Genesis Stone. They hadn't returned yet. With only a dozen of them, they didn't know whether they could survive or not if they wanted to deal with the Winged Man clan. Ling Xiao also knew that the battle between the 2 great ancient clans couldn't be decided rashly. Moreover, he had seen the intimidation of the Winged Man clan. Even if he could use his soul power to attack, he couldn't deal with them easily. Also, the hidden soul clones couldn't hide in front of them. The Kim people had the ability to increase their fighting competence. However, the speed of the Winged Man clan wasn't something the Kim people could compare with. Moreover, their recovery speed could be compared to the ancient emperor technique of the Kim people. It might even be faster. Thus, they had to have a long-term plan to deal with the Winged Man clan. Pausing for a while, he continued, "Little Xiao, now that you've become the supreme alchemy god, all of us are happy for you. From now on, you are qualified to attend the meeting hall to discuss every important matter. You will be appointed as one of the Grand Elders. You will also have the right to assign the young men of our clan. Of course, we hope that you can use your abilities to contribute more to our clan. We don't want you to take risks. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the development of our clan. From now on, our clan doesn't need me, Ling Bo, but we can't lose you, Ling Xiao." Ling Bo's words were solemn. Moreover, he said it in front of more than a dozen Grand Elders. It meant that he had given Ling Xiao a new identity in the clan. Ling Xiao was immune to these new identities. As his realm and competence had reached this level, he could get whatever he wanted easily. He didn't have many surprises. However, what Ling Bo said was correct. If Ling Bo fell, there would be a new chief. However, if Ling Xiao fell, the Kim people would never have another supreme alchemy god. Ling Xiao was somewhat moved by Ling Boning's words. In his heart, he also decided to refine a batch of pills to increase the strength of the Jin clan. This way, they would have a higher chance of winning the war against the Winged clan. "Chief, elders, if you have enough divine materials, just give them to me. I will refine some supreme god pellets for our clan. It won't be a problem for us to have more experts at incipient god realm." Ling Xiao promised them seriously. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He had to make more contributions to the clan. Only then he could be worthy of the people who called him Great Uncle Ling Xiao. When the others heard Ling Xiao's words, they all smiled happily. Among the people present, only a few of them had broken through to the Supreme Being realm because of the help of the Supreme God Pellet. Most of them had relied on their own hard work and luck to reach this step. Wanting to advance another level was extremely difficult. Anyway, if they wanted the Supreme God Pellets, they had to go to other areas to auction them. Moreover, they might not be able to get them. Today, the effect of Ling Xiao becoming the Supreme Alchemy God was revealed. As long as they had the divine materials, would they need to worry about not having the Supreme God Pellets? It's gratifying for Xiao, or to say such words. We'll announce to the public that we're purchasing all sorts of divine materials, and we must gather as many as we can for the Sovereign God Pellet. When our clan's strength increases, it'll be the time to defeat the Winged Clan. Ling Bo said in a clear voice. Ling Qiu also said, "We can't treat little Xiao badly. If you have any requests, just tell us. We will try our best to satisfy you. For the time being, I only have 2 requests. Elders, please help me set up a restriction array that can isolate the impact of the Sovereign Divine Pellet's phenomenon. Otherwise, every time I condense my pellet, there will be a terrifying divine might that even the Dragon's Gaze mountain range won't be able to withstand," Ling Xiao said. Pausing for a while, he continued. "Also, we don't need to hold the conferring ceremony. We don't need those titles. At the same time, ask Fei Wu to announce to the Heaven Territory that any half-incipient God Realm, or Supreme Incipient God Realm expert, who needs the Supreme God Pellets should join our Dragon Gate. They will become our offering elders. In the future, we will give them the Supreme God Pellets." Chapter 1470. Ling Xiao's reminder had won the admiration of all the people present. If they had considered Ling Xiao as a junior before, and they still needed to pay attention to him, now they had to consider him as someone on the same level as them. He was even more important than them. Ling Xiao's 2 requests weren't difficult for them at all, but the last request made them feel very excited. If they could recruit more incipient God Realm experts, even though they were under the name of Dragon Gate, they could still work for Kim people. This was a good thing, as they could strengthen their forces quickly. In the Heaven Territory, the forces that had the Alchemy God Realm experts also used this method to attract people's support. Otherwise, how could they expand so much? After all, many half-incipient God Realm experts were stuck and couldn't break through. And those Supremes needed a long time to break through one level. Therefore, using pellets was the best shortcut for them. This was also the reason why so many people wanted to use pellets to break through, even though they knew that using pellets to break through would affect their foundation. After all, the stronger they were, the harder it was to break through one level. If the foundation was shaken, they could make up for it in other ways. However, if they only had the foundation, it would be hard to break through without any opportunities. This was also the reason why the profession of alchemist was so popular among warriors. After Ling Xiao left the conference hall, he found Ling Fei and gave a Supreme God pellet to Ling Fei to thank him for taking care of him these years. Moreover, in this clan he and Ling Fei had the best brotherly relationship, so it was normal to give this Supreme God pellet to Ling Fei. Ling Fei excitedly took the Supreme God pellet and said, "Brother, what do you want me to say?" When he and Ling Xiao went to the Medicine Guild to buy 5 Supreme God pellets, Kim people took 3, and the outer disciples took 2. Although Ling Fei was one of the contributors who bought the Supreme God pellets, he wasn't qualified to get one. After all, he had just reached the half-incipient God realm, so he should give it to the elders who needed it more. Therefore, Ling Xiao's Supreme God pellet was like coal in the snow to Ling Fei, so he was very grateful. "Brother, don't say anything. We are brothers in this world. What I have, you will have too," Ling Xiao said seriously. Ling Fei laughed. "Good, we are brothers in this world. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely help." However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the Supreme God pellet he gave to Ling Fei was given by Ling Fei to someone he didn't expect. And that person directly broke through from the Peak God King to the incipient God realm, reappearing among the important members of the Kim people. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect, but it was still a good thing. Ling Xiao felt very heavy because of Ling Wei. When he returned to his residence, his heart was even more restless. Any Supreme God Realm expert had an endless lifespan. Ling Wei was one of the strongest elders of the Kim people, but he was killed because of Ling Xiao. No matter what, he had to take revenge. Ling Xiao stayed in the clan for 2 days. He wanted to wait for the wastrel and the vermilion bird to find him. Unexpectedly, they didn't come back. Thus, he returned to the Dragon Gate to enjoy some peaceful time with his fellows. Then he would fight again. Recently, he had been running around everywhere. He didn't have much time to spend with his wives. He felt guilty. Fortunately, they stayed together, and with his mother, Meng Xiyun, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Feng Xianyan had a generous heart, so she could live peacefully with the others. His backyard had always been very peaceful, and there was no trouble. However, they were divided into several groups, each with their own plans and ideas. As he was back, he needed to communicate with them to avoid any estrangement. On his lone peak, there was a large courtyard specially built for his women to live in. There were many elegant rooms in the courtyard, and in front of the courtyard, there were many spiritual flowers and plants. Beauties occasionally passed by, and there was also the sound of a zither that sounded like a spring. It made the courtyard extremely harmonious and beautiful. Waves of laughter accompanied the sound of the zither, making people feel incomparably comfortable. As soon as Ling Xiao landed in front of the courtyard, his gloomy mood eased a lot. Looking at the beautiful women inside, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with pride. To be able to have them by his side, it was truly a blessing that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Ling Xiao's arrival made the women in the courtyard happier. Besides cultivating, they just stayed together and chatted to kill time. Such days always felt like they were missing something. Now, they knew that they were missing the man they loved the most. As long as he was there Their lives would be more fulfilling and happy. Ling Xiao lived a befuddled life for a month. He had Feng Xianyun who he could talk to at any time, Yun Mingqi who moved him the most, Kai Sheyue who loved him the most, Ji Beixin and Bai Yuxi who were most obedient to him, and Yu Firu, Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang who made him crazy. When he was lying down, there were people taking off his clothes. When he was lying down, there were people giving him massages, and when he was sitting, there were people serving him wine and delicacies. It was the luxurious life of any emperor. Each of them had peerless beauty and had the side he liked the most, which made him cherish them even more. At this time, under a spirit tree in the courtyard, Ling Xiao was lying on his side on a soft couch, with 2 or 3 beautiful women accompanying him. From time to time, they would bring him spirit fruits and wine. Next to him, there was a beautiful woman playing music, and in front of him, there was a graceful dance. This kind of life was simply the envy of others. The sound of the zither stopped, and a burst of crisp applause sounded. Xian Air's zither music has already reached the stage of perfection. It can hypnotize people's hearts and kill enemies without a trace. Ling Xiao praised with a smile. Husband, you are too kind. I am still far from it. Ji Beixin was still soft and gentle, and there was a faint smile on her face as she replied. When she was in the Xianling continent, she could compete with Feng Xianyun in terms of cultivation speed, because she had the power to break the seal. When she reached the peak of the mystic Tharch, she did not have this kind of convenience, but when she had intercourse with Ling Xiao, she received the innate Yin Wind power, which made her physique different from ordinary people. Her cultivation speed was not much slower, and she had already reached the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. If she did not spend a lot of time studying zither music, her achievements would probably be much higher. After listening to your zither music for a month, my mood is much better. Now I will give you an ancient zither. I hope that you can bring more joy to the other sisters. A zither appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and he placed it in front of Ji Beixin. This zither was obtained when Ling Xiao was fighting for the position of Sun Jin of Goguryeo at the God Seal altar. He had killed one of the peak divine kings and obtained it. It was an existence of a half-ancient divine artifact. Zither tools were not common, and zither of this level were even rarer. Ji Beixin received it as if she had received a treasure. She caressed the zither and smiled like a blooming flower. Thank you, husband. Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, said with a coquettish expression. Husband is so biased. Yu Laiyan said. Husband will not be biased. He must have already prepared the gifts we want. However, I don't know if you have one or not. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang had always been at odds with Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin, as if they were natural enemies. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's return, they wouldn't have been able to stay together. Yao Qingmin glared at Yu Laiyan provocatively, then went to Ling Xiao's side and lightly shook Ling Xiao's arm, saying, Husband, look, she's always bullying me. Are you going to help me? Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Feng Xianyun, who was at the side, said softly, You guys talk less. When has husband ever treated you unfairly? Ling Xiao laughed. Yuner is right. You are all my flesh and blood. Even if I mistreat myself, I won't mistreat you guys. Husband's mouth is still as sweet as ever. Come, eat a fruit as a reward. Luo Meiying scolded from the side and stuffed a holy fruit into Ling Xiao's mouth. Following that, bursts of laughter and chatter could be heard. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his current life, but there was one thing that made him feel regretful. Yun Mingqi was still unable to integrate into this large group. She stood at the peak of the mountain, wearing a light muslin, allowing the light wind to blow, like a fairy of the Guanghan. Ling Xiao landed beside her, and gently pulled her into his embrace. He said softly, Mengqi, what are you thinking about? Yun Mingqi nestled against Ling Xiao's chest and closed her eyes, as if she was enjoying this feeling. She said softly, I miss Master and the others. Yun Mingqi was already at the peak of the middle-level divine king. She had a water attribute divine body, so her speed of advancement was within expectations. The master she spoke of was naturally the master of the profound sky region's lotus sect. Ling Xiao sighed. These years have been hard on you. He paused for a moment, then said, At least wait until you reach the high-level divine king before you go back. Otherwise, your master and your senior sister will blame me. Don't worry, I won't tell on you. I just feel that. I feel that staying by your side with nothing to do is a bit boring. Yin Mingqi said. If Ling Xiao always left like this for dozens of years, she might as well return to the Lotus sect. She could live a bit more freely there. But here, she was unable to put down her pride and mingle with others. She was not happy at all. If that's the case, then I'll send someone to escort you back to the Lotus sect for a while. Perhaps it will be beneficial to your cultivation there. Moreover, with my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to rush to the profound sky region to find you. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before making his decision. Although he loved Yin Mingqi very much, he respected her choice. She returned to the Lotus sect for 2 reasons. First, her cultivation speed would increase, and second, she wouldn't need to be so depressed. After all, he still didn't have time to accompany her. He still needed to find the Genesis Stone and exterminate the winged race. She couldn't help him, so he might as well let her go and let her return to the Lotus sect for a few days. He could bring her back at any time. Chapter 1471. In the martial world, one had no choice. Yin Mingqi was the love of Ling Xiao's life. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, but things couldn't be perfect for both sides. For the forefather, Ling Xiao had to agree with Yin Mingqi's decision. After all, people who had reached their realm had an endless lifespan. They would have a lot of time to be together in the future. They couldn't let a momentary entanglement affect the big picture. Do you want me to leave you immediately, so that you can continue to have fun here? When Yin Mingqi heard that Ling Xiao had agreed, she was a little unhappy. Although she had never acted like other women who relied on Ling Xiao, her love for Ling Xiao had never decreased. Even if she had to die for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't even frown. Ling Xiao gently pinched her nose and said, "What are you thinking about? You know that I need to gather enough Genesis stones and return to Xianling continent to save the forefather. If I don't, I won't make it in time. I will be a sinner in the clan. So, our temporary separation is for a better reunion in the future." He paused for a while and said, "I didn't know where you were before, so I had to find you even if I had to travel thousands of mountains and rivers to be with you. Now that I know where you are, it's easy for me to find you with my strength." Yin Mingqi understood Ling Xiao's difficulties. She was touched by what Ling Xiao had done for her. She hugged Ling Xiao and kissed his thick lips. Yin Mingqi didn't immediately return to the Xian Sky region. She wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to go on another long journey, or to cultivate in seclusion before she left. Because this time, she was actually going to a forbidden place in the Xian Sky region. The extreme cold Deadland was located in the northernmost part of the Xian Sky region. It was the coldest place in the extreme cold Deadland. Millions of miles were frozen, and not even a single blade of grass could grow. It was rumored that the desolate antiquity sacred beasts with ice and water attributes roamed here. The absolute cold death grounds was one of the 8 forbidden grounds of the human race. No one dared to approach that place rashly. The reason why Yin Mingqi wanted to go there was because she wanted to find her own fortune. She wanted to catch up to Ling Xiao's advancement speed, so that she could help Ling Xiao as soon as possible. She didn't want to be a burden to Ling Xiao. She didn't want to stay in one place all day. She couldn't accompany him to conquer the world. If Ling Xiao knew that Yin Mingqi had such a plan, he wouldn't have let her go no matter what. That damned place was even more terrifying than the chaotic burial space. It was only 1 rank lower than the Nirvana space, and it was ranked 4th among the 8 great forbidden lands. Ling Xiao had entered the forbidden area twice, so he knew very well how terrifying it was in that kind of danger zone. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause his soul to scatter and scatter. After accompanying the girls for more than a month, Ling Xiao finally received news from Ling Feiwu. The clan and sect had already prepared more than 20 sets of Supreme God pellets, and they needed him to refine them. Other big forces also sent congratulatory gifts to Ling Xiao. They wanted to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao went out to meet the leaders of the super forces. It was necessary to have a good relationship with them. However, he also wanted to set his own rules. If they wanted him to refine the Supreme God pellets, they had to follow his rules. Otherwise, they would have to find someone else. Those who came to send gifts included the Sword-Washing Manor, the Divine Axe Gang, the Sun and Moon Sect, the Blazing Flame Merchants, and other superforces. Moreover, each of them was led by a supreme god realm expert. Otherwise, even if the Sun Jin of Goguryeo came, Ling Xiao didn't need to give them face. After all, the gap between the Sun Jin of Goguryeo and the supreme god realm wasn't small. Of course, these superforces wanted Ling Xiao's friendship. They hoped that Ling Xiao could refine the supreme god pellets for them. Or, if the supreme god pellets were to be auctioned in the future, he could trade with them first. Moreover, all of the treasures that they sent over were rare and precious, and all of them were exalted grade divine treasures. Otherwise, how could they have the nerve to hand them over? When Ling Xiao met them one by one, they were all polite. Their words were full of flattery. No one dared to put on airs in front of him. After all, he was the only supreme god realm expert in the Sky Dragon region. It was impossible to estimate how many incipient god realm experts a supreme alchemist could create. Until now, the Dragon Gate had been recognized as the #1 force in the Sky Dragon region. Today, with the addition of the supreme god realm expert, the Dragon Gate's power was like the sun. The other forces in the Sky Dragon region didn't dare to complain anymore. After sending away groups of people who came to send congratulatory gifts, Ling Xiao met the emissary of the Raging Flame Merchant Union alone. The envoy of the Blazing Flame Merchants wasn't a stranger. It was Lai Ruyu, who had always been interested in Shi Yan. Her aunt, Lai Hongying, also came with her. As for Zhou Zhijing, she didn't come. Of course, besides the two of them, there was also a middle-aged man. He looked somewhat similar to Lai Wudi, but his dignified appearance was even more overbearing than Lai Wudi. He was Lai Wudi's father and Lai Ruyu's grandfather, Lai Fun. He was a middle-level supreme god realm expert. Besides these three people, there was another person that Ling Xiao didn't expect. It was Yen Yu's Sun Jin of Goguryeo, who used to be Ling Xiao's brother in the Investiture God Altar. When they were in the Investiture God Altar, Yen Yu had fallen in love with Lai Hongying at first sight. However, Lai Hongying wasn't interested in him. However, when they were competing for the ranking of the Sun Jin of Goguryeo, Lai Hongying had been defeated by Yen Yu. Thus, her feelings for Yen Yu were planted in her heart. How they got together later on was the story between Yen Yu and Lai Hongying. Lai Ruyu had become thinner. Her originally bright and beautiful face had become melancholy. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable resentment. Fortunately, she had not lost any weight in the areas that should have been prominent. Otherwise, it would have been a pity. The lively and cheerful beautiful fairy now looked like an infatuated girl. She gave people a touching feeling. The way she looked at Ling Xiao was so complicated. She used to want to catch him, but he always avoided talking about it. When he really wanted to accept them, he didn't seem to care at all. He disappeared for so many years and didn't even look at her. It would be a lie if she didn't have resentment in her heart. Ling Xiao wasn't a rookie in Jianghu. He could understand Lai Ruyu's feelings. Right now, he couldn't not look at her. He could only wait until he had time to have a good chat with her. "My lord, please take a seat." "Ruyu, Ingu, big brother Yen, long time no see. I didn't expect you all to come together. Then you should stay here for a few more days." Ling Xiao first cupped his hands towards Lai Fun, and then greeted the other three acquaintances. After not seeing them for so many years, Ling Xiao was also very happy in his heart. It's said that the newly promoted Supreme Alchemy God is the youngest top character in history. Seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation. Lai Fun's voice was loud and clear. He looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of praise in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a good character and extraordinary bearing. On the way here, he had already heard the evaluation of Ling Xiao by the three people beside him. He was worthy of the title Peerless Evildoer. Ling Xiao modestly said, "My lord is flattering me. I am just a bit luckier than others." "Ling Xiao, my father rarely praises people. Don't brush away his good intentions," Lai Hongying said carelessly. Yen Yu said in a low voice, "Hongying, don't be rude. You have to call Ling Xiao Lord Alchemy God." Yen Yu's temperament was originally straightforward, but facing Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of excessive etiquette. Instead, he seemed to be much more restrained. He knew many people. The higher one's position was, the more they cared about face. Ingu is right. I will accept Lord's praise. Ling Xiao laughed lightly and then said to Yenyu, Big brother Yen, you and I are brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? Have you forgotten about this little brother of yours after not seeing each other for so many years? Ling, how could Lord Alchemy God forget? Yenyu replied with some excitement. To let a supreme alchemy god call himself his little brother, he would probably be grinning from ear to ear for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao walked over and patted Yenyu's shoulder. If you call me Lord again from now on, you and I are no longer brothers. Ling Xiao spoke seriously, which made Yenyu quite moved. He almost had the urge to immediately worship him and pledge his life to follow him by his side. Good brother, it was the fortune of 3 lifetimes for me to know you back then. Yenyu was no longer arrogant. He lightly pounded Ling Xiao's chest and laughed. Lai Fun, who was standing to the side, narrowed his eyes and praised in his heart. This brat is really good at winning people's hearts. I'm afraid his future achievements will be even greater. I already said that Ling Xiao would recognize you as his brother. You are just a coward. I really regret marrying you back then. Lai Hongying glared at Yenyu with some dissatisfaction. When Ling Xiao saw Yenyu and Lai Hongying, as well as Lai Fun and Lai Ruyu, he guessed that Yenyu had already been recognized by Lai Hongying and obtained the consent of the Blazing Flame merchants. When he heard Lai Hongying say it in front of him, he was still happy for Yenyu and Lai Hongying. Haha, so the 2 of you have already succeeded. Congratulations. No matter what, I have to make up for your gifts. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Of course, you are the supreme alchemy god. Don't be too shabby. Lai Hongying was very straightforward and never beat around the bush. Ling Xiao didn't mind at all and smiled. Of course, I'll refine 2 supreme divine pills for you 2 later. Good things come in pairs. That should be fine, right? Everyone present was instantly stunned. Lai Hongying originally only wanted to tease Ling Xiao, but she never expected that Ling Xiao would really take it seriously. Moreover, he even made such a promise. It truly overwhelmed them. Alchemy god Ling, don't scare them. This gift is too precious for them to bear, Lai Fan said. Then he took out a space ring and handed it to Ling Xiao. This is a small gift from us Blazing Flame merchants. Please accept it, Alchemy god Ling. I hope that when you have a request in the future, Alchemy god Ling will consider our merchant union first. We will be very grateful. Lai Fan had a high status in the Blazing Flame merchants, but in front of Ling Xiao, he really couldn't put on airs. After all, they had come with a request. Ling Xiao didn't accept Lai Fan's space ring and instead said faintly, Sir, I can't accept your gift. In fact, I am also a guest elder of the Merchant Union. If it weren't for the Merchant Union, it would have been difficult for me to return to the clan. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruyu. She and I have known each other for a long time. Chapter 1472. At the end of the day, Ling Xiao was able to return to the Kim people because of the Blazing Flame merchants, and when he was with the Blazing Flame merchants, they had never mistreated him. Ling Xiao had always remembered this kindness. As the saying went, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Ling Xiao was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, so he naturally wouldn't put on airs in front of the Blazing Flame merchants. When Lai Ruyu heard Ling Xiao say this, her heart couldn't help but feel warm. However, her melancholy expression remained, and she said with some grievance, Who's acquainted with you? Now that she was already at the peak of the low-level godly king realm, she was only a step away from the mid-level godly king realm. The body of the fire god indeed lived up to its name. Although she had spent most of her time on cultivation, she had always been thinking about Ling Xiao, missing this simple-minded person. She was the dignified young lady of the Blazing Flame merchants, with unparalleled beauty, and had the richest backing of the world. There were countless geniuses who came to propose marriage to her. However, this person in front of her always turned a blind eye to her, and never took it to heart. This made her extremely sad and uncomfortable. In her heart, Ling Xiao was an unforgivable, heartless man. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, Ruyu, I know you're angry with me, but a lot of things have happened these years, and I've only recently returned to the outside world. I haven't found the time to visit you yet. Ling Xiao saw that Lai Ruyu had become thinner, and she was also depressed. The original lively, cheerful, and mischievous look was gone, and he felt a little guilty. He couldn't help but blurt out an explanation. When Lai Ruyu heard Ling Xiao's explanation, she immediately felt a lot happier. The resentment on her face finally eased up a lot. She said, "You really didn't purposely not visit me?" Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "Otherwise, do you think I got my glory for nothing? I went through a lot of hardships and faced a lot of life and death situations just to get this little bit of luck. Do you think it was easy for me?" Indeed, everything Ling Xiao had now was obtained by risking his life and risking his life. He was not exaggerating. Lai Ruyu's heart softened. Her heart ached and she regretted it. After listening to Ling Xiao's complaints, she knew that she had wronged him. After all, she also knew that among the billions of people in the heaven domain, there were only a few who wanted to reach the incipient god realm, and those who wanted to become the alchemist god were even rarer. If he hadn't experienced extraordinary dangers, how could Ling Xiao have reached this realm at such a young age? Just when Lai Ruyu wanted to say something, Lai Fan took the lead and said with a smile, "I've heard from Ruyu that you are a guest elder of our merchant union, but a guest elder is still a guest elder. With your status, you don't need to care about this status." He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, I can see that you alchemist god Ling are a person of character, so our merchant union will climb up the social ladder. However, you still have to accept this gift. This is a gift to congratulate you for becoming the alchemist god, and for becoming the Vice Hall Master of the Alchemist Union. If you don't accept it, then you will be looking down on our merchant union." Since Lai Fan had said this much, Ling Xiao would be embarrassed if he didn't accept it. "Then I will respectfully accept. If the merchant union needs anything in the future, I will not delay it." Ling Xiao accepted the spatial ring and replied. As long as he had the materials, he was not afraid of refining pills. However, he could only find time to refine pills for a few days. It was impossible for him to always stay in the alchemy room and refine pills to pass the time. As far as he knew, all the alchemists who had reached the saint level and above only spent a third of their time refining pills every year. A third of their time was used for cultivation, and the other third was used for relaxation. After all, they had become high-level alchemists. Their goal was to enjoy the glory that came with this identity, not to endlessly bury their heads in refining pills. What was the point of living like that? Lai Fan smiled in satisfaction. "That's good, but my merchant union is currently lacking a few sovereign god pills. I wonder if alchemist god Ling is willing?" If Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the blazing flame merchants, he would definitely be embarrassed to say it now. After all, when one reached a high position like Ling Xiao, accepting a gift was giving him face. Not accepting a gift meant that he had to do things for him. "Grandpa, you're so thick-skinned," Lai Ruyu said with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "No problem. As long as you have enough materials, leave it to me, but I can't refine it so quickly. It's not easy to refine a single sovereign god pill. Not to mention that I just returned to the sect. I have to first contribute to the sect before I can refine it for you." Lai Fan ignored Lai Ruyu's words and laughed dryly. "It's fine, we have plenty of time. As long as you agree, this old man will thank alchemist god Ling on behalf of the blazing flame merchants." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "You should just call me by my name, Ling Xiao. Ruyu and I are good friends, and Big Brother Yan and Ingu are my big brothers and sisters-in-law, so I don't deserve you to call me that." "What are you talking about? I call him uncle, she calls her aunt, and you call them big brothers and sisters-in-law. You're obviously bullying me. I won't do it," Lai Ruyu said with concern. Although Lai Hongying's personality was carefree, she could see through Lai Ruyu's thoughts with a glance, and said with a smile, "Io, can't we do our own things? Little girl, aren't you afraid of messing up the seniority and affecting your relationship as a couple?" Lai Ruyu's face immediately became tender red. She stomped her feet and said, "Ingu, I'm ignoring you." Ling Xiao saw that the current Lai Ruyu was her true nature, and his mood also became a lot better. Immediately after, he immediately had someone set up a banquet to entertain them. Ling Xiao did this to let the rest of the Dragon Gate know that he viewed the people of the blazing flame merchants differently. In the future, If the people of the Blazing Flame merchants had any requests, he would do his best to help them. Lai Fen was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's conduct, and could also see his granddaughter's love for Ling Xiao. If it was in the past, he would definitely stop Lai Ruyu from interacting with a man who already had many wives and concubines. She was the young miss of the Blazing Flame merchants, a dignified superpower. How could she be someone else's concubine? It was just that the present was different from the past. Ling Xiao's identity was too noble. If he could Lai Ruyu, the benefits to the Blazing Flame merchants would be too great. How could Lai Fen not be tempted? It's better to let the young handle the matters of the young. Lai Fen sighed in his heart. After the banquet, Ling Xiao arranged for them to stay in Dragon Gate for a few days. Of course, Lai Ruyu couldn't have asked for more. The others didn't have any interest in it either. After settling them down, Lai Ruyu could not wait to drag Ling Xiao out, wanting to talk to Ling Xiao alone. Ling Xiao felt very guilty towards her, and felt that it was better to be honest with her again. Anyway, it didn't matter if she was a woman or not, but it was better to have more than less. How could he watch such a beautiful woman, who liked him so much, throw herself into another man's arms and enjoy the pleasure of another man's crotch? Humans are selfish, and men are even more selfish towards women. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to treat her the same way he treated Yan Dijiao and Xinyu Xiangma. He didn't have to take her into his backyard. Sometimes, when they were separated, they might be happier when they reunited. Tell me, do you want me or not? Lai Ruyu's words were direct and domineering. Ling Xiao was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. He smiled faintly and said, "It's not a question of whether I want you or not, but whether you want to stay by my side." After a pause he continued, "I have a lot of women, and they've all been brought here from the Xianling continent. This proves that I'm very universal in love." As he said this, he was mercilessly interrupted by Lai Ruyu. "It's not universal, it's fickle and heartless." Ling Xiao cried out in his heart, "I don't think I've ever provoked a woman." If others heard this, they would drown him with their saliva. This guy's words were always so shameless. "Let me finish first," Ling Xiao said, then continued, "Whether it's a universal love or a fickle heart, I don't mind adding you to the list. The key is that you don't feel wronged. With your status as the Merchant Union's young lady, you can have any handsome young man you want." Lai Ruyu threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and kept hitting Ling Xiao, saying, "I'll beat you to death, you heartless man. If only you didn't appear in my life. I know you're so fickle, so heartless, but I can't forget you. I hate you." Lai Ruyu suddenly vented all her grievances, and her tears almost drowned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gently stroked her hair and said, "You won't have a good life with me. You have to think carefully. If you can return my heart to me, I definitely won't choose to be with you." Lai Ruyu hugged Ling Xiao tightly and cried. What else could Ling Xiao say? How could he return his heart? He cupped Lai Ruyu's face and gently licked away the tears on her face. Lai Ruyu's heart was almost melted by Ling Xiao's actions. The grievances and resentment that had accumulated for a long time were all swept away, and were replaced with sweetness and happiness. "Is this okay?" Ling Xiao stopped and said softly as he looked at her face that was flushed red. Lai Ruyu blinked her phoenix eyes and said, "Not enough." Then, she hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and fiercely kissed Ling Xiao's mouth. "Aya!" Lai Ruyu screamed and immediately separated from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao speechlessly touched his mouth and smiled. "Is this a kiss or a kiss? Why did you use so much force to slam into me?" Lai Ruyu was indeed a woman who had not experienced the ways of the world. She didn't even know how to kiss. She was really as pure as a piece of white paper. Lai Ruyu said shyly, "I'm the one in pain. Your skin is so thick. What are you afraid of?" "All right, it's my fault. Why don't I teach you?" Ling Xiao laughed helplessly and then kissed Lai Ruyu's mouth. "Dream on. I'm ignoring you," Lai Ruyu said angrily and pushed Ling Xiao away. She actually slipped away just like that. Ling Xiao looked at her leaving figure and smiled bitterly. He knew that the pressure on him had increased. These debts of love were not easy to repay. "Looks like I have to be like Master. But I can't do anything about being handsome. What should I do?" Chapter 1473. No matter what, Lai Ruyu, Lai Hongying, and Yan Yu were his guests, so Ling Xiao had to accompany them for a few days. As for Lai Fun, he had old acquaintances in Dragon Gate, so he directly went to talk to the incipient God Realm experts of his generation. Lai Ruyu really wanted to be alone with Ling Xiao, but Lai Hongying and Yin Yu didn't know what to do. They didn't leave even for a moment, which made her very annoyed. Ling Xiao noticed her strange mood, but he didn't point it out. Anyway, he didn't have the mood to talk to her further. Some things shouldn't develop too fast. It wasn't bad to slowly experience the feeling of getting the Supreme God pellet. Several days later, Lai Fan proposed to return to the Blazing Flame merchants to prepare the Supreme God pellet materials for Ling Xiao, so that he could help refine the pellets. Lai Ruyu didn't want to leave Ling Xiao so soon, so she continued to stay. Lai Hongying and Yin Yu went back with Lai Fan first. When the time came, he would ask them to send the Supreme God pellet materials. Lai Ruyu thought that she would have a chance to be alone with Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao left her in his mountain and asked his women to take care of her. Then he hurried back to his clan. Lai Ruyu was really annoyed. However, she also knew how to change her strategy. She planned to get to know Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xian, first. As long as she could please his mother, would she be afraid of not being able to enter the Ling family? Meng Xian didn't reject any of Ling Xiao's women, especially when she saw Lai Ruyu's fairy-like beauty. Perhaps only Yin Mingqi could compare to her. She was naturally very happy. Ling Xiao returned to the clan's land to refine the Supreme God pellet. The other reason was that the prodigal and the vermilion bird had reached some kind of agreement. He needed to understand the situation from the prodigal and see if he could help. Ling Xiao directly flew to where the prodigal and the vermilion bird were. "Boss, you're here." The prodigal pounced towards Ling Xiao and asked. In the mountain range, all spirit beasts preferred to maintain their original forms because they felt more at ease. Ling Xiao responded softly, "Yes, how did your discussion go?" Before the prodigal could speak, the vermilion bird said with dissatisfaction, "Ling Xiao, why didn't you tell me that the Qilin prince was so weak, and that the Fire Qilin clan wasn't here?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and smiled. "Of course, but you only said that you wanted to see it. You didn't ask me, so how would I know that you had so many requests?" The prodigal said, "Don't blame boss, Empress Vermilion Bird. It's not easy for you to destroy the Golden Crow clan. When the other Qilins of our clan move here, we'll definitely be able to fulfill your wish. Our Qilin clan is much more prosperous than your Vermilion Bird clan." The prodigal was very confident in front of the Vermilion Bird, and he didn't look down on the Vermilion Bird at all. The Vermilion Bird said, "You'd better remember what you promised me. I'll definitely help your Fire Qilin clan return to its peak. When that time comes, you must help me destroy the Golden Crow clan." The prodigal replied, "Of course, our Qilin clan doesn't have a good impression of the Golden Crow clan either." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Boss, it's better if you don't get involved in the matters of our Divine Beast clan." The prodigal obviously didn't want Ling Xiao to get involved in this mess. However, the Vermilion Bird said, "He's very powerful and can help us. Moreover, humans are especially cunning and know how to use all kinds of tricks. It might be better if he leads us to destroy the Golden Crow clan." "No, I've already promised you on behalf of my Fire Qilin clan, so I won't let boss help." The prodigal firmly disagreed. At this moment, Ling Xiao said, "Zizai, if you think of me as your big brother, then listen to me. Big brother is no longer the same as he was in the past. No matter how strong his opponents are, he can defeat them. If you're going to fight the Golden Crow clan, then call me along. Otherwise, I won't take you as my brother." The prodigal didn't want to refute Ling Xiao's words, but he still reminded Ling Xiao. The Golden Crow clan's reproductive ability is the most powerful among all the divine beasts. They have a large number, and their combat power is also very terrifying. "Boss, I don't want you to accompany us in danger." Ling Xiao patted its scaled body and said, "What are you afraid of? Boss and you guys will raid their nest and rob their treasures. The Golden Crow clan is most famous for their divine sunstone. To you humans, it's definitely a top-notch treasure. It's not inferior to the energy contained in the origin source," the Vermilion Bird said from the side. "Divine sunstone." Ling Xiao pulled himself together and screamed in astonishment. It was a top-notch divine stone of pure yang, which could be compared to the origin stone. The fire class energy it contained was absolutely the purest. To the fire warriors, it was absolutely the best divine cultivating material. Moreover, it could help people condense the sun god flame. However, it was as hard as climbing the sky to get it because it existed on the sun warriors who hadn't reached the incipient god realm, didn't even have the ability to get close to the sun. Even if they could get there, not many of them could endure the terrifyingly high temperature there. It was the territory of the Golden Crow clan in Legends. It was also the place where the divine sunstone was located. Since the Golden Crow divine beasts lived on the sun for a long time, they had the sun god flame from the origin, which was a top-notch flame that ordinary people couldn't endure. If Ling Xiao was still at the king god realm, he would just be amazed when he heard about the divine sunstone. However, he was now at the incipient god realm. Of course, he wanted this supreme material a lot. Moreover, he cultivated the fire class. If he could get the divine sunstone, his realm would increase one more time. After all, at his level it was extremely difficult to increase his strength. Unless he had some sort of heaven-defying item that he could use, it would probably take at least 1,000 years for him to advance another level. Besides, Ling Xiao knew that the divine sunstone could be used to refine top-notch ancient god weapons. In history, there were only a few divine sunstones. Those were the divine items that the supreme experts had gotten. Nobody could touch them. Ling Xiao was more determined now. He wanted to go to the sun with the Vermilion Bird and the Golden Crow clan to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Even if the Golden Crow clan didn't have a grudge against him, he wouldn't hesitate to help the Golden Crow clan. Originally, the dragons and the Golden Crow clan were arch-enemies. However, the Golden Dragon couldn't get close to the sun. After all, fire could subdue metal. Even though they were divine beasts, they couldn't withstand the extreme heat and the power of the divine sun fire. If the Fire Dragon clan or the Water Dragon clan were here, they would definitely join the Golden Crow clan and the Vermilion Bird clan to deal with the Golden Crow clan. After all, this was a grudge that had accumulated since the antiquity. It wasn't something that could be resolved easily. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao thought that he could ask the Dragon Lady to help them. When they returned to the Xianling continent in the future, the Dragon Lady could bring the Golden Crow clan and the Vermilion Bird to the Dragon King for a talk. After all, water could subdue fire. The Water Dragon clan's power of water could completely subdue the divine sunfire of the Golden Crow clan. However, the Dragon Lady had been arranged by the Dragon King of the Golden Dragon clan to go into seclusion in a dragon pool suitable for her cultivation. She couldn't come out for a while. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only mention it to them. This matter would be delayed for now. After all, they couldn't deal with the Golden Crow clan easily. Ling Xiao wanted to take this opportunity to ask the Vermilion Bird divine beast to stay and protect him. After he found the Genesis stones, he would bring them back to the Xianling continent and contact the two divine beast clans. However, the Vermilion Bird didn't listen to Ling Xiao's arrangement. It wanted to return to the Heaven Sparrow territory. It still needed to gather the holy beasts of the Vermilion Bird clan to help the little Vermilion Bird improve its strength. In the future, when all the Fire Qilins of the Fire Qilin clan came to the Heaven region, they could go and find it. It would definitely help the Fire Qilin clan to become stronger. After all, the Nirvana space where the Fire Qilin clan resided was the most suitable for the Fire Qilin clan to cultivate and advance. Originally, the Vermilion Bird wanted to bring the prodigal along with it. However, the prodigal didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's side, so it had to give up and go back alone. Ling Xiao was very confident in the Vermilion Bird divine beast. He didn't need to worry about the safety of returning to the Heaven Sparrow territory from the Heaven Dragon territory. There weren't many people who could hurt it. When the Vermilion Bird divine beast left, the Dragon King of the Golden Dragon clan came out to send it off. It showed that the relationship between the two divine beast clans was not bad. Ling Xiao watched the Vermilion Bird divine beast leave. Then he went to the alchemy place that his clan had arranged for him. This was a lone peak, and it was already a very spacious cave abode that had been opened up. On top of the lone peak, there was already an inescapable net of restrictions that could block the divine might of the Supreme Dan when it was formed. Before he entered the secluded cultivation, Ling Bo and Ling Xiao appeared in front of him. They gave him many divine materials to ensure that Ling Xiao had enough materials to refine pellets. It could be seen that they were very concerned and looking forward to Ling Xiao's alchemy. Once Ling Xiao could refine more Supreme God pellets, it meant that the competence of the Kim people would increase to another level. They would be more confident in dealing with the Winged Man tribe. Right when Ling Xiao was about to enter the alchemy place, he suddenly thought of something. He asked the other two, "Chief Great Elder, do you know the whereabouts of the other Genesis stones? I'm afraid it's not a good solution if we keep searching aimlessly." Their forefather could stay in Xianling continent for another 2,000 or 3,000 years. It sounded like a long time, but it wasn't a long time for the incipient God realm experts like them. After all, it was normal for them to go to outer space to find the Genesis stones for dozens of years, hundreds of years, or even more than 1,000 years. After all, the outer space was too vast. Even if the incipient God realm experts could fly, they couldn't travel through the endless space. Thus, when Ling Xiao asked them this question, he just wanted to find the Genesis stones specifically. He wanted to know how to get the Genesis stones faster. However, what he could think of course, Ling Bo and Ling Xiao had also thought of this problem. The key point was that even if they knew the whereabouts of the other Genesis stones, they couldn't snatch them. Of course we know this. In fact, we know the whereabouts of some of the Genesis stones. Everybody in the Heaven territory knows them. However, we can't get them, sighed Ling Bo. Chapter 1474. Ling Xiao listened attentively to the places Ling Bo was talking about. It turned out 3 forces in the Sky Dragon area had the Genesis stone. The Kim people had the Metal Genesis stone. The Winged Man tribe also had the Light Genesis stone. The most mysterious Wood Grain tribe also had the Wood Genesis stone. As they were from the ancient antiquity, it wasn't strange that they had the Genesis stones they needed. After all, they had the powerful incipient God realm experts to protect them. After so many years, it wasn't strange that they had some treasures. Today the Gold Clan had 4 kinds of Genesis stones: metal, fire, water, and earth. If they could get the light and wood Genesis stones, they would be close to collecting all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. No doubt, they had to rob the light Genesis stone. The damn Winged Man tribe must be destroyed in the hands of the Kim people. The Kim people had sent people to contact the Wood Grain tribe, but they couldn't find them or they didn't receive any news. Anyway, they were one of the most mysterious clans. Besides the whereabouts of the 2 Genesis stones, they also knew the whereabouts of the Dark Genesis stone. It was in the Demon Tiger tribe in the Sky Tiger area. The Demon Tiger tribe and the Kim people didn't get along well. Undoubtedly, it was hard to take the Genesis stone from them. Moreover, the Demon Tiger tribe was the strongest ancient clan in the Heaven territory. It wasn't hard to imagine their formidable competence. That year, the Kim people had their forefather, Ling Hongyu, to resist the Demon Tiger tribe. But now they had to be low-key and didn't want to provoke the Demon Tiger tribe. The Wind and Lightning Genesis stones were the rarest. They didn't know where they could get them. They just had a rough guess. Let's not talk about this for now. Sometimes, there were some Genesis stones in the perilous areas of outer space. However, it required a lot of luck to find them. They had sent the incipient God realm experts to try their luck. Today, Ling Xiao had returned and used the Supreme God pellets to exchange for the Genesis stones in the Heaven territory. Even if they had the Genesis stones, they wouldn't take them out. They had to find them themselves. After Ling Xiao heard this, he remembered the Genesis stones in his heart. These forces were the targets he wanted to destroy. It seemed like he needed to trouble them in the future. However, the grudge between the Wood Grain tribe and the Soul tribe wasn't that big. Back then, the Wood Grain tribe had bullied the Wood Grain tribe, which was why the Wood Grain tribe had hit them when they were down. So they couldn't be blamed. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao immediately started to refine the Sovereign God pellet. The Dragon Gate and his own clan had sent him quite a lot of materials. In addition to the supreme godly materials sent by the other superforces, he wanted to refine more at one time in case of emergencies. While he was concocting pills, he summoned Jiang Xian and had him observe from the side. Jiang Xian was the most outstanding divine alchemist of the Devil Tiger sect, and he had the strength of a mid-level god king. If he was nurtured properly, he might become a supreme divine alchemist one day. Of course, this would take a very long time. To shorten the refining time, Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger split into two, and started to refine the sovereign god pellets at the same time. If other people saw this scene, they would be startled. At the same time, they would realize that Ling Xiao alone was equal to two supreme divine alchemists. If others were to know of this news, they would probably prostrate themselves in admiration. When Ling Xiao was refining the pellets, he was fully focused. He couldn't be careless. After all, these godly materials were too precious. He would feel heartbroken if he ruined one. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Ling Xiao had refined a total of 40 supreme god pellets. He had almost used up all the godly materials he had. He didn't waste much. This kind of terrifying efficiency and success rate could absolutely make all the supreme divine alchemists speechless. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Ling Xiao to create a god soul doppelganger that was rarely seen in 10,000 years? It should be known that from the ancient times until now, there were only a few people who had a god soul, and there were even fewer alchemists. If they were to compare themselves to Ling Xiao, they were already at a disadvantage. After Ling Xiao finished refining the supreme god pellets, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gave a supreme god pellet to Hu Yan to help him advance to the incipient god realm. Now that the Kim people had made the Winged Men tribe their archenemy, he must have stronger helpers by his side. Since Hu Yan was very high, Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him for the time being. Even if he gave him the supreme god pellet, it would only help him reach the peak of the low level. He felt that it was a waste of the supreme god pellet. It was better to keep it. At the same time, Ling Xiao had another thing to do, which was to let the demon heavenly fire bead absorb the nirvana heavenly fire bead. Originally, the nirvanic heavenly fire bead's power was far above the demon spirit heavenly fire beads, but it had been caught by the vermilion bird divine beast, and the vermilion bird divine beast had sucked away the power it had accumulated over countless years, causing its cultivation level to plummet. It was now even lower than the demon spirit heavenly fire bead. When the vermilion bird gave him the nirvana heavenly fire bead, it hoped that Ling Xiao would keep his promise and bring it to see the fire Qilin. And after Ling Xiao got the nirvana heavenly fire bead, he didn't touch it. He forced it into the cauldron. At this moment, it was the time for the demon heavenly fire bead to swallow it and advance. It was time for him to benefit. The reason why Ling Xiao had delayed until now was that he needed time to stabilize his power, which had just advanced not long ago. Otherwise, after the demon heavenly fire bead swallowed the nirvana heavenly fire bead, its power would increase greatly. When it gave him energy, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand it. If he wasted that energy, it would affect his body badly. Today, he had kept his power at incipient god realm for a long time. His realm had been stabilized. It was the best time to swallow the nirvana heavenly fire bead. About how to swallow the nirvana heavenly fire bead, he had to plan it carefully. Although its power had decreased, it wasn't much weaker than the demon heavenly fire bead. If he hadn't reached incipient god realm, he couldn't have subdued it. If he only used the demon heavenly fire bead to deal with it, it couldn't swallow it in a short time. Thus Ling Xiao planned to use both beads. He would use the innate Yin wind bead to pull the nirvana heavenly fire bead, and let the demon heavenly fire bead absorb the energy from the other side. He believed that the nirvana heavenly fire bead wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Anyway, although the innate Yin wind bead's power wasn't as strong as the demon heavenly fire bead, it wasn't much different from the nirvana heavenly fire bead. It wasn't a problem to use it to restrain the nirvana heavenly fire bead. Moreover, Shi Yan's god soul clone was there to subdue it. The nirvana heavenly fire bead couldn't stir up any trouble. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao took action immediately. He took the nirvana heavenly fire bead out of the cauldron and forcefully pulled it into his sea of consciousness. He was going to swallow it. The sea of consciousness of an incipient god realm expert was so vast that it was like another world. This place wasn't an empty space anymore. It had trees, spirit flowers, spirit beasts, cold wind, ice flowers, and many other living things. It was like a real world. With a closer look, it was the scene of the origin of Ling Xiao's universe. It looked so real. In this scene, There was a green tree that towered to the sky with thick spiritual chi. At the same time, 3 beads with different colors were chasing each other. All of them were releasing different energies. Among the 3 beads, one was purple and the other was gray. They were covering the crimson bead, as if they wanted to subdue it. Right at this moment, a shadow slowly appeared in the bushes. Wasn't he Ling Xiao's God Soul clone? Ling Xiao chuckled. Don't even think you'll have any chance to resist me. After he said that, he spread his palms towards the crimson bead, and a powerful sealing force directly suppressed the bead. Whoosh! The crimson bead couldn't resist. It turned into a firebird and tried to get rid of Ling Xiao's suppression. It wanted to escape his sea of consciousness. However, its competence wasn't the same as before. How could it get rid of Ling Xiao's palm? Not bad. It still has the competence of a high-level god king. Ling Xiao mumbled with satisfaction. At this moment, the demon spirit heavenly fire bead and the innate yin wind bead started to exert their powers. The demon spirit heavenly fire bead's flames entangled and swallowed the nirvana heavenly fire bead. As long as it could absorb all the energy of the nirvana heavenly fire bead, it would be finished. However, the demon spirit heavenly fire bead and the nirvana heavenly fire bead's powers were not too far apart. It wasn't very possible for it to swallow the demon spirit heavenly fire bead alone. Fortunately, the innate yin wind bead was emitting a strong yin wind and baleful chi from the side. It restrained the nirvana heavenly fire bead's flames from the other side, making it unable to resist the demon spirit heavenly fire bead too much. The power of the transformed fire bird was greatly diminished, and it let out incessant screeches as if it were begging for mercy. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao might have kept it and nurtured it like another heaven bead. However, keeping one more heavenly fire bead wasn't very useful now. He might as well combine the 2 into one. Wouldn't it be better to make one bead stronger? Ling Xiao ignored the nirvana heavenly fire bead's signal and continued to suppress it, letting the other 2 heaven beads deal with it. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao suppressing it, it wouldn't have been so easy to capture it with just the demon spirit heavenly fire bead and the nirvana heavenly fire bead, let alone start devouring its power. Now that the 3 were attacking at the same time, the nirvana heavenly fire bead could no longer escape its calamity. The demon spirit heavenly fire bead continuously absorbed the nirvana heavenly fire bead's power. Just as the nirvana heavenly fire bead wanted to counterattack, the innate yin wind bead would take advantage of the gap and enter, tormenting it until it was unable to focus on defense. The slightest bit of carelessness would destroy the bead's structure. If it really broke apart, it would be even less of a match for the demon spirit heavenly fire bead. It would definitely be absorbed even faster. Therefore, it would rather endure in a defensive position so that it could be preserved for a few more days. It also continuously sent signals to Ling Xiao to beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao ignored it. He was determined to completely absorb the nirvana heavenly fire bead's power before he dared to let it go. As the nirvana heavenly fire bead's power was slowly devoured by the demon spirit heavenly fire bead's power bit by bit, the size of the bead also slowly became smaller. Its power became weaker, while the demon spirit heavenly fire bead's power continued to grow, indicating that it was extremely excited. Finally, the nirvana heavenly fire bead became smaller and smaller, about to completely collapse. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.